Yeah, like nutting, that kind of stuff.
Okay. So what are you doing today for the stream?
We're going to play with this EDC container I've been messing with. And I also found some TPU and some PETG, and we're going to see if this printer can print that. Where's the opening? There it is. Guess we'll try PETG first. That's going to be the easier of the two.
What's Pepsi?
Polyethylene glycol, I think?
Is that a liquid?
No, it's a filament for the printer. It's like, I think it's a modified version of the, like what soda bottles are made of.
Oh, okay.
I think it's similar to that.
See, I like when they do things for you.
Mm-hmm.
Things I don't understand what they are.
Yeah.
You take the time out to explain it. You know what I mean?
Yep. And then we're going to try some TPU and see if that works.
Are you hoping to actually take the time out to explain things to me? Like you won't get frustrated and get mean with me, you know what I mean, friend?
Yep.
Yeah?
Jerry Martin is first. Yay! Happy victims today. Good morning, Jerry. Hello, Jean from Sweden. We're doing pretty good. I think things here in the United States are going to get interesting, but I think we'll be okay.
You got new people on?
Mm-hmm.
What flavor is that?
The
Maple?
no, out of that. The Southern Pecan.
You got plenty of those.
Mm-hmm. It's good. Ow.
Burn yourself?
Yeah, a little hot.
That's not good.
Yeah, I got it cleaned off though.
Hi, everyone.
Only a couple people right now. Hey, Alan. Oh, don't you dare.
Alan King.
God damn it. Get over there.
Hey, how do you know my name?
Well, it's obvious, Michelle. She's famous.
Who?
Jerry said she said she's famous, and he says we all knows your name.
Oh, they heard me. Alright, I'm going to feed them, and then I'm going to log into my game.
Okay.
And then I'm going to my room. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
My kitty has a mustache.
Is that even sticking? Nope, it's not. Not hot enough yet. No, it's starting to stick now. Gotta get that little bit off before it interferes. There we go.
You got another one that came up.
That should work. It'll eventually get hot enough.
Chris.
Hmm?
Got another guy up there.
That's Splutchy. He said hello. Why did I shrink?
I don't know.
I must have stepped on a mouse.
Step.
My arm.
I know what you mean. I was being funny.
This Petchi's got a little water in it. Hear the snap, crackle, pop? A little snap, snap, snap coming. That's the water. This is Crazy Cups or something like that. It's a Southern Pecan coffee with some Italian sweet cream creamer and Splenda. I've learned that I can, if I put enough Splenda or other kind of sweetener in it, that I can reduce the amount of creamer I need to use. And the sweetener is a heck of a lot cheaper than creamer.
Chris, you got a feather on you. On your arm.
Hi, baby. How you doing?
Chris.
Yeah.
On your sleeve, you got a feather.
Such a good boy.
And
I don't care. Now we're getting hot enough. So I found this little EDC case on Thingiverse. I'll put a link to it later. But it's got a little put your lanyard. This is 250% scale, and I've been trying to optimize it. So this is a 1.4 millimeter CHT nozzle on here, and so this top part's vase mode, you know, with my slot going through it, so I can do it vase mode. But then I realized I think I could print the whole thing vase mode. So I did. I modified it to print vase mode, and it worked. And because I'm printing with a 1.4 millimeter extrusion, it's actually really strong. I mean, I can't break that easily. I probably could, but I'm squeezing that pretty hard. And this is also using the filament that I put together with the little joiner thingy. So that little thingy there. So I worked with that, and that made this filament. That's why it has the different colors, because this is all my scraps that I joined together. And that worked out much better than I thought. This model is not ultra optimized, not enough cooling. So I'm going to totally redo this model today. I also have to redo the cap so that I can do that in vase mode, because that's not as simple. I can't just do this in vase mode. I could do it 2-wall vase mode, but I'm pretty sure I can make this cap as a single wall. So I'm going to try to do exactly that, make this a single wall vase mode cap. And go from there, just so I can make this print super fast. This is normally like a 9-hour print at this scale, and now I can do it in like 3 hours. So I do it a lot faster and a whole lot less filament. This part alone is like 100 grams, and that's even doing this vase mode with no infill. That's 100 grams. That's 30. And it's still crazy strong. Well, I think I figured out how we're going to do it. We're going to do that in Tinkercad today. I think I figured out how to make this single wall. Basically, I need to make this a 1.4 millimeter thick item. Or I need to make it so that when it vase mode prints it, it ends up the right size as a 1.4 millimeter wall. So I think I know how to do that. But yeah, we're going to try that today. I'm going to change the knurling on here to use the standard knurling that I usually use. And I'm going to increase the angle, the shear angle here. Make that angle a little steeper, like this one is. Because this printed fine, and this here is a little rough. In vase mode, it's a little rough. So if I increase that angle, make that angle steeper, then it'll vase mode print a lot better. But the point is to be able to print a simple little case a whole lot faster. And I might even still be able to incorporate the seal inside there. So the smaller version was designed to take a rubber O-ring. And so I'm wondering, can I just print an O-ring? I'm pretty sure I can. So I can make a big O-ring for this, assuming this is airtight, of course. But yeah, this just straight up modified it, and then it printed great. I was really impressed how nicely that printed. So, and of course the vase mode one fits, because that's an exterior surface. So that fits on there just fine. So all I have to do is redesign this to be vase mode printable. Well, I'm going to try a regular TPU. I've got some regular, just cheap, you know, $20 roll TPU, so we're going to try that. See if we get lucky. She's feeding the little furry demons. Murph, I don't know. No, Murph is June 24th, I think. I'm not going to be able to go. Can't afford that trip this year. Maybe next year. Nope. I don't even know if I can go to Narrowman. That's only a 1-day drive away. I just don't know if I can afford it. So we'll see. What's all this? You guys ever get those the spam messages where they try to threaten you to pay them? So, the following is the final warning. I broke into your computer system through the wireless network device you were connected to. A few weeks ago, I easily accessed the devices that you previously used to get on the net. All the data from your own devices has been immediately duplicated to my computers. I can take advantage of all your smartphone messages, social networking sites, email messages, chats, and contact lists. My Trojan constantly updates as a driver-based Trojan. You actually prefer to go to porno websites to watch kinky vids while getting an orgasm. I can't remember the last time I got an orgasm. So, yeah, good luck with that. I'll pay to see that video. I've already made a web camera recording of you jacking off, a montage of the clip you were watching at the time and your masturbation. Your own facial area is clearly visible. I do not believe this particular information will be great for your profile. I can direct this video to every person who realizes who you are. doesn't even speak proper English. I mean, at least put in the effort to have somebody who speaks English vet this. You know what I mean? It'll be a real disaster for you unless you pay me. So usually you shouldn't reply to these guys. But after reading the Quantum series of books and the Mongrels, I got a new take on life, you know, a take on the mongrel way. You know, piss on every leg, bite every hand. So now I just reply to people like this with lick my balls. We'll see what he thinks of that. Assuming he even monitors. Well, I guess he has to monitor the address if he wants his $1,400, doesn't he? So, yeah. Hey, buddy, lick my balls. Oh, man. Well, I guess in this particular instance, they don't have to be. You know, they're not trying to. Hey, Stanley, they're not trying to pretend to be legitimate. They're openly saying, you know, I'm a pirate and a scammer, and I'm going to, you know, hold this data hostage unless you pay me. So I guess in that regard, they don't have to be. Still stupid, though. Hey, that's the crazy thing, Alan. I couldn't believe this until I actually sat down and did the math, and it blew my effing mind. The one thing Americans are sometimes stupidly proud of themselves for is that, well, at least we have affordable gas compared to the rest of the world. And then you find out that the oil companies actually charge over $1 more per gallon to U.S. citizens than they do UK citizens. You guys pay $1 less per gallon to the oil companies than we do. You see, most of your gas price, almost half of it, you know, a sizable chunk. It's not half actually, but it's close. But close to half of your gas price is taxes. So if you subtract the taxes from a UK, now this was pre this price surge that we're experiencing. So this might have shifted because your gas hasn't gone up nearly as much as ours has gone up. So that may have actually flipped now. But back when gas was $3.30 a gallon here, and it was $6 a gallon or $5.80 a gallon where you are. So this may have changed now. I subtracted the gas taxes we pay in the U.S. and I subtracted the gas taxes you pay in the U.K. and UK gas was $1.10 cheaper. People say, well, you have to count the tax price. And you don't understand. Obviously, you have to count the tax price for your budget. But I'm talking about calculating what the oil companies are charging for gas. And they actually charge Americans more for gas. We're one of the largest suppliers of gas on the planet. And they charge us more for gas because they can. Well, theoretically, I am immune from gas prices for 2 years. In theory, I could stretch it to 2 years. I have 120 gallons. Oh yeah, and they subsidize them. That doesn't negate how much you pay for gas. I mean, $8.10 a gallon is ridiculous. Although, is that a UK gallon or a US gallon? Because I know they're different. I converted from liters because a liter is a liter no matter what country you're in. But I know in the UK a gallon is different. But in theory, I have 120 gallons of gas in the fuel tanks of my vehicles. And, oh wow, that's a big difference. Well, it's not that big a difference. It's 1.01186 gallons. So it's not a huge difference. So it's probably about $8 a US gallon. But in theory, I have 120 gallons. I got 60 gallons in the bus, 20 gallons in the minivan, 20 gallons in the pickup truck, and 20 gallons in the Kia. So that's 120 gallons. So I can siphon that gas out and keep feeding my Kia without having to go to a gas station. I get a minimum of 30 miles per gallon in the Kia, so let's use 30 miles per gallon. Yeah, I know. But right now the prices don't equate because of the craziness that's going on right now. But so 120 gallons times 30, that's enough to drive 3,600 miles. A trip into Albuquerque is 60, call it 60 miles. 60 miles. So that is 60 trips I can make into Albuquerque. And if I have to do it twice a month, you know, plus one longer trip figure, 2 years, theoretically. I can, if I use the electric car for all my local driving, I can only go like 45 miles, so I can't go into Albuquerque anymore. Hey, 3D Medic. But in theory, I can hold out for 2 years before I have to buy gas. And that's insane. But that's why they have public transportation, and that's why they use diesel more than gas, typically. Europe tends to use diesel more than gas for that reason, because gas is so expensive. But you know something? If they told me, hey, Photo, if they told me that, okay, you got to pay $10 a gallon for gas, but you'll get universal health care and, you know, public broadcasting, and you'll actually get, you know, services for your tax dollars, give me $10 a gallon gas. I'd take it in a heartbeat. Everybody screams and cries about gas prices, where the gas you buy at the pump doesn't matter. The average person just does not buy that much gas. Where gas prices are going to hurt is in your groceries, because those diesel-powered trucks have to deliver that stuff to the grocery store. That's where it's going to hurt. That's where you're going to really feel the pain. And because the reality is, fueling your car really doesn't take much fuel. The average American drives roughly 12,000 miles a year. The average fuel economy is 24.5 miles per gallon. That's 489 gallons. So times that by 5, that's $2,500. So even if you cut the price of fuel in half to $2.50 a gallon, you're only saving $1,200. That's $100 a month. I mean, that's a lot. You know, to a person making $14,000, $15,000, that's a lot of money, but it's not a world changer. It's not the end of the universe as we know it. The fact that canned chicken went from $20 a case to $35 a case is going to hurt a hell of a lot more than that gas price change. Boy, am I glad I stocked up on the chicken. Holy crap. I was buying the, what was it, was it 6 cans? No, 12 cans of canned chicken for $20 a case, which is really not that bad. It's 2.5 ounces times 12, 150 divided by 16. That's 9.375 pounds. So 19.94 divided by 9.375. That's $2.13 a pound for canned chicken that is shelf stable, that will last years. I mean, is it going to taste as good as like a, you know, a grilled, you know, chicken breast or wing? No, of course not. But for making, mixing it in with eggs or mixing it in with mac and cheese or a noodle dish or a rice dish, it's fantastic. It's so convenient. I pop open a can, I rinse it out to get rid of all the fat, and then I just dump it into whatever dish I'm cooking. Very convenient. And $2.13 a pound is actually pretty cheap. I mean, that's what it costs to buy boneless, skinless when it's on sale, $1.99 a pound. So $2.13 a pound is not bad at all. Well, they raised the price to, well, what did they raise the price to? It's insane. It really is insane. Hey, Pygar. So now they have raised the price to $35.30. They've basically doubled the price. They've essentially doubled the price. So that is 35.3 by the same 9.375. It is now $3.77 a pound. So it went from $2.13 a pound to $3.77 a pound. But it's just inflation, right? Yeah, keep telling yourself that. It's price gouging all across the board. So obviously when I saw that, I stopped buying chicken. But they still had the 4-pack for $8, which wasn't too bad. So I bought up all the 4-packs I can get. And now they finally raised the price of that too. So now the 4-pack is $10, which is a 25% price increase. And that was already an increased price. So yeah, it's pretty vicious. And food-wise, we're okay. We have enough food to last years, literally years. Especially if we continue buying food, but at a reduced amount, obviously, because our food budget doesn't go. Our allotment of money for food does not increase. So that means we have to buy less food because same amount of money, higher price, we have to buy less food. But because I have such a large stockpile of food, we can now, if I have to buy, 30% less food, I can draw that 30% from my pantry. So I can keep my food budget the same for a little while. If I had to go 100% on what I have here, probably a year. But you don't have to go 100%. I don't have to stop buying groceries. I just have to buy less groceries. Doing that, I could probably get 2 or 3 years on what I have. I still have to inventory everything and see where I'm short. Like I'm probably short. I got all my seasonings. I really nailed the seasonings, so I've got years worth of seasonings. So the seasonings are surprisingly important. One of the first things you should stock in your pantry is bulk seasoning, because seasoning can make the difference between going insane and having a reasonable meal. Because when you eat the same bland thing every day, I mean, people say, well, yeah, survival, but your mental health is important too, and the quality of your food, the taste of your food, the variety of your food will affect your mental health. So seasoning is important and not expensive. Well, I don't know about now, but I think you could still get seasoning pretty affordably on Amazon. We don't use heating gas. We're electric, and we are a co-op, so our electric has not experienced a price increase like a lot of other people have, but our electric is already very expensive. We pay as high as 20 cents a kilowatt for electricity here. I have time of use power. So in the summertime, power is, the rate is like 6.25 cents per kilowatt, but by the time you add the fees and taxes, it comes to about 11 cents a kilowatt. And then during peak time, which in the summer is 4:30 to 10:30, it's 20 cents a kilowatt. So from 4:30 to 10:30, it's 20 cents a kilowatt, and from 10:30 at night until 4:30 the next day, it's 11 cents a kilowatt. In the wintertime, they double ding you. There's 2 on-peak times. It's still 4:30 to 10:30, but then also 6:30 to 9:30 is on peak. So in the summertime, 4:30 to 10:30 is 20 cents a kilowatt. 10:30 to 6:30 is 11 cents a kilowatt. 6:30 to 9:30 is 20 cents a kilowatt again, and then 9:30 to 4:30 is 11 cents a kilowatt again. Well, you can game that. There are ways to game it. You know, things like your coffee machine don't really matter. I mean, sure, this coffee machine can pull, 1,500 watts of electricity, 1.5 kilowatts. And, but it's only doing that for 3 minutes. So, 1.5 times 0.2 is 30 cents a kilowatt, but divide that by 60, and then times that by the, let's say 4 minutes the coffee machine runs. It's 2 cents. Literally, it costs me, well, this side I ran it 3 times, so it's going to be like 5 cents. So it cost me a nickel to make this coffee. And so that doesn't really matter. What matters is your large continuous draws of electricity. So your heat pump, your water heater, your washer and dryer. Washer doesn't take very much, but the dryer takes a lot. The electric car. You don't want to be charging those things in on-peak time. So 4:30 to 10:30 is 6 hours, which is about how long it takes to charge that car. Let's assume I'm putting 24 kilowatts into the car. 24 times 0.2. It's $4.80 to recharge that car if I plug it in right now and tell it to charge up. But if I can program the car to only charge after a certain time. During the day, if I have to charge and it's off-peak, I can hit a button to override it and make it start charging. Otherwise, I just plug it in, and the car connects, but it doesn't charge. When the time becomes 10:30, then the car starts charging. So that brings it down to 11 cents. So that's 24 times 0.11. So $2.64 minus 4.8. Just by waiting until 10:30, I saved $2.16 charging the car. So I can game that. I do the same thing with the water heater and the dryer. So I don't turn on the hot water until it's 10:30. We don't start the dryer until it's 10:30. Or during the day in the summertime, anytime before 4:30, but in the wintertime, after 9:30 a.m., before 4:30 p.m. So Michelle knows that if she wants to use the dryer, she has to start the dryer by 15:30 hours. Because the dryer cycle takes 1 hour, and it has to finish by 4:30. Otherwise, you go into on-peak time. So by doing that, I can dramatically reduce my overall effective electric rate by running these high-power devices. The hot water heater takes 4.5 kilowatt hours. So that's 4.5 kilowatts if I run it for 1 hour, which is how long I need to run it to heat up to 50 gallons. So 4.5 times 20 cents is 90 cents. Or $0.49. So I can save 41 cents, almost half the price, by simply controlling when I power these devices up. And ideally, it's hard for us. It's surprisingly difficult to change your sleep schedule. It's really surprisingly hard to do. We can start working on trying to shift our sleep schedule so that we are sleeping during the on-peak times, and then we are awake during the off-peak times, at least more of it. So that, because the on-peak and off-peak are based on demand usage. So the reason the wintertime you have that extra on-peak time of 6:30 to 9:30 is because that's when people get up. And what do you do when you get up? You crank up the heat, You turn on the coffee maker, you turn on the microwave, you turn on the tea kettle, you turn on the stove, you turn on the TV to watch the news, you turn everything on. Everything turns on because that's when you woke up. So that's an on-peak time. And so if we can shift our on-peak time to not be in line with the average person's on-peak time, we could take advantage of the cheaper rates. So, like I have a... Where's my phone? Here we go. I have, matter of fact, I gotta turn it on now, so I'll just do it. So, IoT, Smart Life. La-di-da-di-da, waiting for it to load. So here we go. Yay, just smash that keyboard! So here's all of my smart devices that I have set up, and you can see there's one called water heater. And you can even see my last usage. So I tap on water heater, and I just have this big power button. I just tap that power button, and there you go. My 50-gallon electric water heater just turned on. And it's programmed to only run for 60 minutes. Because hey SBC, one of the biggest issues I had was I would use the circuit breaker to turn the hot water heater on and off, and I would forget to turn it off. And it would burn up the elements because of the hard water. So now I can't forget. I hit that button. I can even hit it while I'm out. I could be at the grocery store and go, yeah, I want hot water when I get home, and go pop and turn on the hot water heater. And wow, that freaking Pet G needs to be dried. You know the fuzzy skin option in Cura? It looks like I turned on the fuzzy skin option because the Pet G's got moisture in it. Which is incredible considering, 15% humidity. Where's he getting the moisture? I don't know where it's getting the moisture. But, so now I can't forget to turn off the water heater. It's automatic. It will turn, it's called inching. I don't know why they call it inching. The app calls it inching. But I'm betting it's a bad translation from Chinese to English. And, or my guess is somebody translated the appropriate English word into Chinese, and that's the word they use, and when you translate that word back to English, it doesn't come out right. There are... Chinese is a weird language. I think this also happens with Japanese as well. Korean, Japanese, Chinese, I think they're all similar in this regard. Some of the very concepts of how they deal with language are very different from how we deal with language. And so it's entirely possible to go English translate to Chinese, and then Chinese translate to English, and come up with a completely different word. Like, what do you, Ich bin ein Dummkopf is I am a dummy. And if you translate that back, it comes back to I am a dummy. It always translates to the same words, no matter how you translate it. And, like unos, dos, tres is 1, 2, 3, no matter what. But Chinese, it's not no matter what. When you translate from English to Chinese or Chinese to English, there is no direct translation for a lot of these things. When I say unos, dos, tres, there's no question. I said 1, 2, 3. There's no interpretation. That is a direct conversion from one language to another. But in Chinese, for a lot of concepts, there isn't a direct conversion. It requires a human being to translate, because the human being doesn't just have to figure out what this word means in English. They have to figure out what it's supposed to mean in English, because a lot of this stuff has to be interpreted, because there is no direct corollary from the Chinese word to the English word. There's an approximation, a somewhat sort of could be this range of things. And that requires a person to go, okay, this is what I want to say in English, so this is how I have to interpret the Chinese words to equal these English words. And that means that person has to have a fluid understanding of both languages. Because that person has to be able to say those English words and go, oh yeah, that doesn't make sense. Well, what does the English person mean? They mean this. How do I get from this to this? And that's why a lot of the Chinglish instruction manuals are so bad. Because part of it's laziness, and part of it is that it's a skilled, what do you call it? There's skill required to be able to translate from Chinese to English. It's not usually direct in a lot of things, unless you make assumptions, and if you make the wrong assumptions, you get the wrong words. We have part of it's laziness, and part of it is that. So, for example, you say, well, why don't they learn English? Because they can't. Let's see. What's the best way to... I guess the best way to explain it is just to explain it. So, why can't Creality hire somebody to convert their instruction manuals to English? Well, the problem is the person needs to be fluent in English, but the person also needs to be fluent in the industry. The person needs to understand the topic, the subject matter, because they have to... They're not translating from Chinese to English. They're understanding what has to be said in English and figuring out how to get from these Chinese words to these English words. Otherwise you get weird translations like, what do they mean by that? Well, that's the direct translation of the Chinese word. The problem is there might be 10 different ways to use that Chinese word. So not only does the person need to be fluent in English and Chinese, but the person also needs to be fluent in the subject matter, 3D printing, in order to comprehend what does that mean? What does what does that mean? What's the context here? What are you trying to get across? You have to understand that in order to come up with the English words that will bring across, well, not just native English speaker and native Chinese speaker. It doesn't have to be native, but it has to be fluent. But it's double-edged. Not only do they have to be fluent in both languages, but they have to be subject matter relevant. They have to understand the subject matter being discussed so they can properly interpret it. You say, well, okay, so that makes it hard to hire somebody, especially because good Chinese English translators are very expensive. It's a highly demanded skill. So if you are fluent in English and Chinese, you can do very well in China. And we'll say, okay, well, why don't they train somebody internally? Well, sure, they could do that. They could train somebody internally, but there's only one person in the company or one group of people in the company that they can do that with, and that's the echelon. The CEO, the CFO, the people running the company are the only ones that can do that. Why? Because if they train an employee to translate to English, the employee's gone like that. Because the moment that employee has those skills, they're worth a whole hell of a lot more money than Creality's willing to pay them, or Weedo, or any Cubic, or any company. This is all of them. Okay, so they're worth a lot of money once they have those skills. So if the company invests the resources to give them those skills, they leave as soon as they have those skills because they get better offers for better pay. And I don't blame them. I mean, once you have those skills, you become very valuable, and people will pay you a hell of a lot more money. And so they can't hire them because they're too expensive, and they can't train them because they leave as soon as they're trained. So these companies really are in a catch-22. Now, some of these companies got smart, and what they've started doing is they've started outsourcing. So they get people like me. They get people like Matt Farmer. They get people like, Jesse or whoever to assist with making an English version of these manuals. And then if the company is smart, obviously with permission, they copy that. And now you'll see that. Have you noticed a lot of the manufacturers have a printer do's and don'ts section now? How far the filament has to be away from the bed and tuning the printer. You notice how a lot of these instructions have the same exact chunk of English instructions for that section of their manual? That's because they finally got a good English copy, and now they just copy it and reuse it. And then when that company sees that company did it, they copy it and they use it in their own. That's why it's the same in every one. Because okay, we have the golden copy, now just duplicate this for every printer. That works for the general printing tips, but that doesn't work for the printer itself. That's also why a lot of the instructions are very mechanical. So they depend on pictures, they depend on showing images of the different parts, and they have very few words. Because the fewer words you have, the less chance of a poor interpretation causing a problem with understanding what you're trying to say. That's the reason for a lot of what you see in these instructions. And you might say, well, if they want our money, they need to, spend it. Well, first of all, this here's a $5,000 printer. You don't believe me? You don't believe me? This is a maybe a $3,000 printer. Go to G Create in New York and try to buy one. It's going to cost you about $2,500 to $3,500. If you want a U.S. made printer by a U.S. made company with U.S. employees, with U.S. support and warranty, and U.S. English readable instructions, you're paying $2,500 to $3,500. And people have gotten, what's the word? People have, complacent is the wrong word. Spoiled. People have gotten spoiled by ultra cheap Chinese prices. They're selling a $2,500 to $3,000 printer, and they're selling it for $500. You're getting the printer for basically nothing. And that's possible because of the difference between the U.S. infrastructure and the Chinese infrastructure. Some of these manufacturers actually have their own production. So companies like Anycubic, companies like Weedo, companies like Creality, they're starting to learn to do in-house production, controlled, paid for custom production. Most of these printer manufacturers, it's not quite this simple. Okay, there's a bit more to it than this. But from a very basic standpoint, here's how it works. You're in a city, and you might be in a building that has 30 different companies in it, and the building next to you might have 30 different companies in it, and you literally just go into like the equivalent of a galaxy scale Radio Shack, and you just go, okay, give me extrusions, give me fans, give me hot end, give me roller wheels, give me bearings, go to that shop and place a custom sheet metal order, which is super cheap and simple. And you slap all of these parts together into a box and you call it a 3D printer. That literally is how a lot of 3D printers come out of China. They just put all the appropriate parts with a little bit of custom cutting and drilling, to cut the extrusions and to stamp the steel case. Otherwise, it's almost like going to Home Depot and going to the electrical and plumbing section, and you grab some conduit, you grab some Schedule 40, you grab some elbows and 45s and Ys, and you put together a custom water line system for your house. Okay? So it's kind of like Legos. So that's what they do in China when they make a 3D printer. And when you consider the economies of scale difference between China and the U.S., the profit margins can be razor thin, and they're okay with that because they make up for it with volume. Again, Creality sold 500,000 Ender 3s in the first 2 weeks. 500,000 Ender 3s in the first week. Well, that's an engineering thing. They all look the same. Okay, why did the space shuttle Buran from Russia look like the United States space shuttle? Believe it or not, they didn't just straight up copy the space shuttle from the US. A similar engineering challenge with a similar limited available repertoire of technology and engineering capabilities is going to result in it looking the same. Because you're talking about an extreme problem that has a limited number of valid solutions based on your current technology. So it was inevitable the Buran was going to look like the space shuttle. It had to, because that was the engineering solution based on mankind's current level of technology. That's why most bridges look the same. That's why most roads look the same. That's why most light poles look the same. Because it's a common denominator solution to a particular engineering problem. 3D printers are the same thing. once they figured out how to use aluminum extrusions, it was inevitable. They were all going to look the same because it's cheap, strong, and rigid, and it does the job. So you notice how many printers you open up, and that's a Creality hot end. It's a different color, but it's a Creality hot end because they're all getting it from the same place. They're not saying, hey, I need my engineer to design me a hot end. No, they're just grabbing the existing hot end off the shelf. And since the Creality one is popular and works well, everybody copies it. And so everybody has a similar hot end. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the hot end in this thing, your typical hot end is going to be like the Creality square hot end with the 2 bolts going through it, or it's going to be the the V5 V6 round cylinder J-head hot end with the clip on top. The 99% of printers are going to have those 2 hot ends. It's what it is. And now, some companies, they overrode their saving face honor, saving face type personalities, and they accepted improvements from the community. And those companies have succeeded and gotten bigger. That's why Weedo's doing better. That's why Anycubic is doing better. That's why Creality is doing better. And some of them are now making enough profit that they can afford to control the production process. So Creality is starting to sell enough printers that they're running into problems with the existing off-the-shelf parts just not being up to snuff. As the company does better, as the company charges a little bit more, as you get better quality, the demand from your user base also goes up. Okay, you want $100 more for the printer, we want a better quality printer. And some of these low quality parts start to become a problem. And so they are now making enough money where they can begin to control the production and manufacturing process, either by paying someone to make custom parts for them to spec, or making them themselves. Matter of fact, one of the last things Creality needs to fix, and I think they're starting to work on it, some of these manufacturers are starting to realize that it's a problem, is fans. That's the last thing these companies haven't fixed yet. Believe it or not, you build an Ender 3 or an Anycubic Viper or a longer 3D LK5 Pro, those printers are shockingly reliable, shockingly consistent, and shockingly good when you consider their price point. I mean, do people have problems? Sure. But they're selling millions of them. Of course you're going to have problems. Nobody can make 1 million of something and not have a problem with some. Somebody's a little too tired on the manufacturing line, or you get a bad batch of aluminum, it's corroded, it's got a infiltration of some chemical that ruins the aluminum. Or the bit on the CNC machine is a little bit dull and they kept it going a little too longer, so the tolerance is slightly off, and they have to catch it and fix it. Stuff like that happens. When you're only making a few thousand of them, you're less likely to encounter that problem, not so much because the problems don't exist, but because the problems are a probability, and a probability is based on a quantity. So when you make 1,000 of something and you have a 5% failure rate, that's what 500. Okay, now make 1 million of something with a 4% failure rate, a better failure rate. Well, that's more though, because 4% of 1 million is a hell of a lot more than 5% of 1,000. Exactly. Once you figure out the minor issues, it's pretty easy. And sometimes they're not even issues, they're just a consequence of the method used. Like, for example, one of the reasons I suggest the Ender 5 is because the Ender 5 is pre-assembled. So the Ender 5 comes in 3 square assemblies. You have the square bottom, you have the square top, and you have the square Z-axis. And then you just bolt the 4 vertical rails to those 3 assemblies, and because it's a cube, as you tighten down the bolts, it self-straightens. It aligns itself automatically as you tighten it down. Unlike in Ender 3, where you can tighten the thing down crooked. And then, a person who doesn't understand geometry and squaring and truing of a machine might never figure out why their prints aren't quite as nice as the other guy's prints. Well, that's because your frame's twisted and they don't know to look. That's where, you know, somebody like Matt Farmer's construction guide that he put hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours into, if not thousands, showing you how to true the machine, align it, square everything, making sure this is perpendicular and this plane is parallel. You know, those little things add up to noise, vibrations, and kinks in the print process that give you those little vibrations. And that's stuff that's difficult to manufacture out. There is no easy way for Creality to manufacture that out of the machine without adding tremendous amount of cost. And you can actually see this. The Weedo is very sedate. I'm running it pretty slow because I'm running a 1.4 millimeter nozzle. So I need to give that hot end time to transfer all that heat to the filament, because I'm printing PET G right now, and it's coming out like absolute dog shit because my filament has water in it. Yuck! But hey, it's working. I also should have turned the fan down. I'm just using my PLA profile, and I just cranked up the temperature in the bed. And I really should be, you know, making a custom G code for that. I probably could go faster. I just don't want to because I have the fan running at full speed. If I could turn, that's the one thing I got to suggest to Weedo is give me fan control, because I don't have any way of controlling the fan on the printer. I'd like to see the ability to control the fan, because you know the only correct way to do this is to reslice it where I can control the fan and the slicer. Because I'm using my PLA G code, I can manually turn the temperature from 235 to 255, and I can manually turn the bed from 60 to 80, but I can't turn the fan from 100% to 25%, which is what you want for PET G, especially with such a fat extrusion.
I'm Groot.
So the reality is I should reslice it as a PET G slice, but I'm lazy. I just want to see if it works. But so if you want to see this in a Creality product, well, they have it, and Anycubic has it too. You know, look at their base model i3 printer, the Ender 3, and then look at their high-end i3 model, the CR6SE. Look at the price difference. But you'll have no problem assembling the CR6SE. The CR6SE goes together like butter. That printer just click, 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 everything just assembles perfectly. The screws are smooth as silk. Everything lines up properly and rigid and straight just the way it should. Well, that extra bit of care in manufacturing costs money. It costs a lot of money. So that's why, that's one of the reasons the CR6SE costs a lot more than an Ender 3. And if you want the printer to be, you know, $200 cheaper, you have to give up $200 somewhere. The fact that they can make, the fact that they, you know, Anycubic can make the, what's their simple printer? it used to not have a heat bed, now it has a heat bed. I forget what they call it. But, you know, the G-Tech, the G-Tech A10, the Ender 3, the longer LK4, the Anycubic, the simple Anycubic they have, I forget the name of it. Those are all your basic Ender 3 i3 printer. They also all have a higher end printer. The G-Tech has the A20, Anycubic has the Viper, Creality has the CR6SE, Longer has the LK5 Pro. All those printers cost, you know, $150 to $200 more than their basic printers, but they all have better quality manufacturing, better quality control, better CNC and finishing, better threading, better fit and finish, and better features on the printer. Because if you want that, you got to pay more for it because it costs money. One of the reasons they're able to sell these printers for under $200 is because they're not putting that extra effort into making it perfect. Because, you know, that's what you get. You know, well, I mean, what did an Ender 3 cost 10 years ago? Now, of course, Ender 3 didn't exist, but what did the equivalent of an Ender 3 cost? You know, 10 years ago. $1,500? $2,000? You know, what did an equivalent size? Matter of fact, they didn't even exist. Even the closest, you know, MakerBot printer was, you know, $2,200 and had half the build volume. And then the patents expired and whatever happened, and then the breakthrough was the ANET A8. That thing was a garbage pile. It was a dumpster fire. The ANET A8 was the trashiest, most garbage, most piece of shit printer money can buy. It was absolute chicken shit, dumpster fire, feces infested, smoking pile of junk. But it was a pile of junk average Joe could afford. An average Joe could be a tinkerer, you know, the hobbyist. Not average Joe, but hobbyist Joe, your average hobbyist. You know, this is a garbage pile that's festering, but I can fix it. And so the A8 was just ridiculous. It was like when I bought my first set of LED Christmas lights. People looked at me and says, "You paid $40 for a 35 light string of Christmas lights?" I was like, I can't buy the hardware for $100. Because my first LED string of lights, I didn't buy for Christmas. I bought to rip it apart. Because at the time, it was like $7 for a green or a blue LED. You know, you wanted a green. Blue was a little bit cheaper. But a green LED, well, I remember Radio Shack, $6.81 for a green LED. It was a big deal if you put a green LED on your model, because those were expensive. A white LED? Yeah, forget it. Like $10, $12. They were expensive as fuck. And here's this company putting out a string of 35 of them. And a third of the lights on that string were the expensive ones. We bought those strings to rip them apart. To get the LEDs out of them. And now, of course, it escalated quickly. Now, that's because LEDs are solid state. So economy of scale ramped up really, really quickly. Like, you can go from making, you know, a few LEDs to making thousands of LEDs without having to hire any more people, which is where all the money was in labor for that kind of a product. So the economy of scale was able to ramp up really, really quickly. And within a couple of years, we were buying 100 LED warm white light strings at 5 and below for $5. I still have some. They still work. 10 years later, 15 years later, 20 years, more. Yeah, we're talking 2000. Yeah, we're talking about 2005-ish. You know, 2005, 2008, that time period. So it's 20 years ago. And well, a similar thing happened with 3D printers. The ANET A8 was a garbage pile, but it was a garbage pile of parts you could not buy yourself for that price. And so, while average Joe wasn't going to touch an ANET A8, your average hobbyist who built model rockets, who built model airplanes, who built model trains, you know, people who were used to building stuff, you know, you people who had a wood shop, you know, your DIY kind of personality, those people, it exploded. So in that regard, the ANET A8 was literally the start of the 3D printing boom in the United States and around the world. For about $400, you can buy an i3 class printer, you know, with a, you know, roughly 200 by 200 by 200 build volume, which was huge at the time. At the time, 200 cubed was massive. It was unheard of to be able to print that big without spending a fortune. You know, we're talking $10,000. And now here, this $400 printer. It wasn't that great. You know, the thing was like a wet noodle. If you even looked at the printer wrong, you had to recalibrate everything. I mean, watch my early videos. I mean, it's the kind of thing where if you so much as put your hand on top of the printer, shit, now your axes are all off. You got to retune everything because the whole thing was made of stamped sheet metal with they're not linear rails, linear rods, the smooth rods. So the whole thing was very twisty and bendy. And you can watch my early videos where I upgraded that machine. You know, that was a time period where the lower level hobbyists could begin to get into these printers. You know, the ANET A8 was for the hardcore hobbyists. But your run-of-the-mill hobbyist was still a little too advanced for that run-of-the-mill hobbyist. Some of them, you know, migrated, but most of them is just too much still. But now your more run-of-the-mill hobbyists could start to get involved with 3D printing. And that was why, those people are why you constantly see people, oh, print this, upgrade this, tweak this, upgrade this. And we're screaming, no, don't upgrade the printer until you know how it works. Upgrades are bad. Upgrades don't work. Don't use upgrades. Because upgrades only work either by luck or because you know what you're doing. And, but where did that come from? Well, that came from the hacker community. That came from us. See, I wasn't a hardcore hobbyist. I was one of the mild level hobbyists. So that's why I got into it when the Wanhao came about. Because that was something I could do. And that created the whole entire culture of, I have a manufacturing device that can make its own parts. So this machine can produce its own upgrades, produce parts to fix itself. So we were approaching that era where we could upgrade, repair, and fix and improve our machines with parts made from the machine itself. And that was very, very Star Trek. That was very, very addictive. So, you know, I printed all kinds of upgrades. But at the time, those upgrades were actually fixing things. So each time I printed an upgrade, my printer got better and better and better. It got to the point where my Wanhao i3 V2 or my Monoprice Maker V2 whatever could print as good as a Ender 2 or Ender 3 could today. And the biggest thing was rigidity. That was always the Achilles heel of any 3D printer, was rigidity. That's why the printers printed so slowly. It wasn't because, well, it doesn't have to serve a purpose. You know, a purpose can be a desire as well. But upgrades can be a nightmare if you don't know what you're doing. I knew what I was doing. I built that machine. I assembled it screw by screw, piece by piece. I was a mild hobbyist. I would consider myself between mild and advanced. I wasn't advanced, but I was somewhere in that range. So I could understand the mechanics. I understood how the machine works. I understood what, and this is the big thing, I understood what a baseline was. Rigidity is not important to cancel vibrations. They're not the same thing. A rigid structure can actually be worse for vibrations. There's a reason we use the thermoplastic wheels instead of polycarbonate wheels. Because if your structure is rigid in the wrong way, it will move those vibrations where you don't want them to go. So, for example, you know, if you have something rigid like this, and I go, ping, I can feel it down here in my hand. So I'm holding this, and I hit this, and I can feel that vibration in my fingers down here. Well, the problem is, if that's my hot end, vibrate, 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 and that hot end's going to vibrate, 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 vibrate. Okay? So, you don't... rigidity is required for reliability and consistency. Too much rigidity in the wrong place can cause a problem. So, if I have a soft wheel that instead of doing this, is doing this, I feel a lot less here. So any imperfection, debris, dust, smudge on that aluminum rail will be transferred to the hot end when that solid wheel hits it. But because we use a wheel that's soft, that has a tiny bit of give, it smooths out a lot of those vibrations that would have ended up in your print. So it's not just, you know, rigidity, cancel vibrations. You don't want to cancel vibrations. You want to absorb them. You want to isolate them. You want to prevent the vibrations from making it to your hot end. Stepper dampers help with that. You know, the little rubber pads with the two metal plates on each side to isolate. Well, the sound when you print it, part of that is actually your frame acting as a speaker. it's resonating the aluminum frame, and that's what you're hearing. That's why sometimes if you just take your hand and grab the frame, the sound deadens, because now your body's absorbing the vibrations instead of allowing those vibrations to resonate the metal frame. And now, of course, if you go too soft, now you introduce slop. Now your hot end is not going to vibrate at a high frequency, but it's going to wiggle a little bit, and that's bad. You don't want that. And so it's a balancing act, and that's also why the Z-axis is so much noisier than the XY axis, because the XY axis are being moved by belts. So those belts, they absorb and dissipate a lot of that vibrational energy that would resonate the frame. Okay, and that's also why, especially with the stamped steel, older stamped steel machines like the Wanhao, putting vibration dampers on the stepper motor had a huge impact. They were rigid enough to not allow wiggle, but they were soft enough to act as an isolation to stop the of the stepper motor from transferring to your aluminum frame. That's why you can't put 4 screws into a stepper damper, because otherwise the vibration just transfers through the screws. You have to actually isolate the 2 parts. So one part is 2 screws this way, and one part is 2 screws this way, and the only thing connecting them is that hard rubber thing in the middle. And they can wear out, of course, too. Over time, that rubber will get looser and looser, and you'll have to replace it. So it becomes a wear component, although it lasts thousands of hours. I've never actually worn one out. I know they can wear out, but I've never actually worn one out. Oh my God, that looks so bad. Wow. It looks like I turned on fuzzy skin in Kira. There's so much moisture in that nozzle. Wow. So with the Wanhao, what would happen is I would put my hand, on the frame of the printer, and it would move a tiny bit, 1/4 of a millimeter. But that would be enough to take the virtual plane when you leveled and trammed the printer and shift it. So now it's not level anymore. It was crazy. If you ever moved the printer, you had to completely retune the whole thing. So we started printing upgrades. Brackets to go at the angles. The using rods with printed parts on both ends to create a triangle to stiffen the frame. Springs. At the time, we didn't have the die compression springs that we use today. So what we would do is we would put a nut and a washer on the bed, and then we would 3D print a cup for the 2 sides of the spring. Because what would happen is those garbage springs, the springs would actually, they would bend and push out like that. And that would be enough to shift the bed or allow it to vibrate a little bit. So the cups kept the spring straight, and the nut meant that the screw stayed vertical and didn't get shifted to the side when the spring shifted to the side. And so when you add up all of those parts that we printed to stiffen up the printer, and that's what they all were. They were all things used to constrain and stiffen the frame of the printer so that it wouldn't move. I mean, those printers, you pretty much had to level them every print. Like, when you talk to people who've started off with 3D printing and they're used to live leveling their 3D printers, that's because they started off with, wet noodle printers like the Wanhao, and you literally, every time you started a print, it usually didn't take much if you didn't touch the printer, but you always had to tweak a little bit. It's a little off. Click, move the wheel a little bit. By the time I was done with my Wanhao Duplicator i3V2, I never had to touch it. It had a consistent bed level every single time I homed that printer. I could pick that printer up, move it to another table, and it would still continue to work just fine. And you look at me and go, well, yeah, of course you can do that to any printer. No, you can't. You could do that now because the printers use aluminum extrusions that are crazy rigid and they don't wiggle around on you. But back in the day, we didn't have aluminum extrusion printers. Matter of fact, my first experience with an aluminum extrusion printer was the CR10. That's when Creality came into the game and blew everything up. And but before the CR10, all of my printers were, plastic or metal stamped, and used, guide rails, the smooth rods. You had the 2 the LL bushings, you know, that slid over the two rods. And, you know, those things were like wet noodles. Heartburn. I skipped breakfast, so no food plus coffee. Heartburn. You know, back then, it took a well-tuned printer to get a print that clean. To make something that looked that nice, it took a very well-tuned machine. And now, it's commonplace. You can buy a machine at Micro Center for $99 and get that kind of print quality every day. So, then, we had an understanding of how the machines work. Round threads, I guess. You know, they're... There we go. There we go. We had an understanding of the basic mechanics of how our machine worked. So if I changed something and broke it, I understood what happened. I could diagnose my machine and go, okay, I changed this, this did that, or, oh, my change had no effect, it was something else broke. Okay, I had the diagnostics capabilities to do that. Modern day users today do not, because they're closer to average Joe than advanced hobbyists. And so what happens is you get people who start modifying their printer, then their printer doesn't work. And the problem is they have no ability to determine why the printer doesn't work, because they never got the printer working correctly in the first place. So did the mod break it? Did the upgrade break it? Are they using the upgrade wrong? Or is something completely unrelated to the upgrade causing the printer not to work right? And so now but you gotta remember, we came from an age where you had to upgrade these printers to make them work properly. Today you don't. Today these printers work fine right out of the box. Tweaks and upgrades can make them better, but they work fine right out of the box. And more importantly, the machines are basically pre-built. Even the kits that you buy today are essentially pre-built. You're not really doing nothing but sticking screw in hole and tightening. Okay? You're not really building anything. Even the Ron Howell duplicator was barely building anything. That came with assemblies. But we were hobbyists. You know, so we understood what we were doing. I can look at a machine, like for example, one of the issues I have with this machine is this Bowden tube. That angle's a little tight. So I don't know if I would want to use Capricorn on this machine, because with the tight angles that are capable of being pushed into this Bowden tube, a tighter tube might cause a problem. Meaning you might have difficulty pushing the filament through that angle. Like for example, I think it's going to be a problem with TPU. I'm going to try it. When this is done printing, we're going to try printing one in TPU. Just because I think a rubber one of these would be great. You can literally bounce it off the wall. It'd be wonderful. But I think this this tightly constrained Bowden tube is going to cause a problem with TPU. We're going to find out. But a lot of people today lack the basic skills of diagnostics and mechanics to understand how what they're looking at works. And those kind of people can't print upgrades. Don't even buy upgrades. Get the printer working stock. Fix anything that may or may not be wrong with the printer working stock. Develop a basic understanding of how the printer works and how it performs. This gives you something very important called a baseline. You now have a baseline understanding of how the machine works and the kind of output you can expect from the machine. Now, when you perform an upgrade, not only will you have at least a rudimentary understanding of what you're doing and what the upgrade's going to do, and at least a rudimentary understanding of the change that should happen as a result of that. For example, A more advanced user might print a fan housing, go to install that fan housing, and then immediately realize that's not going to work. The fan housing is hanging too low. How do they know that? Well, because they've used the printer already. They understand the basics of how the printer works. They understand the nozzle has to touch the bed. So when they see a piece of the pet fang hanging below the nozzle, they're going to go, oh yeah, that's not going to work. And they won't even try, because they're going to realize that's not going to work. The fan's hanging too low. While the noob is not going to know that. They're just going to assume the upgrade's a bolt-on that's going to work, and then go, why isn't it printing? Because they don't know. They're not dummies. They're not idiots. They just don't know. They don't have the basic baseline knowledge set and skill set. But the people telling people upgrade are either people similar to me who started off with printers that needed upgrading and have a basic knowledge set that they assume everyone else has. I didn't learn my basic knowledge set. I already had it. I had a basic understanding of how mechanics, geometry, and machines work, even if I didn't consciously understand that I had that knowledge. And it's very easy for someone like me to assume you also have that basic knowledge. Well, it's basic knowledge. Why wouldn't you know it? I'm not saying you're a dummy, but why wouldn't you know it? Why wouldn't you understand the basic things that I understand that are basic things? That's because I'm making a false equivalency. I'm making a false assumption that you have the same basic knowledge and the same basic, history and skill set that I have. I'm making the assumption that we have the same baseline, and we don't. Because the average person buying a 3D printer today expects a toaster. They expect an appliance. Now, ones that are serious, that like they really want to do something with this, they get a little shock. Oh shit, this is an appliance. It's not a copy machine. I don't just stick paper and ink cartridge in and click print. I've actually got to learn how to do this. Those people will put through the effort to learn it. And some people will go, fuck this, and hit the return button on Amazon. And that's how you get cheap printers on Amazon. But, and then you also have newer people who don't really know what they're doing. Half of them don't even have a 3D printer, but they're telling people to get upgrades. So we have to fight through that and tell people, no, don't. You don't upgrade the printer. Leave it alone. Learn how it works. Build the basic diagnostic skills. Build the basic mechanical and systems and geometry skills so that you understand how this printer works, the basics of how it functions, the basics of how it operates. You're becoming a mechanic. It's like trying to fix your own car. Doing an oil change is easy, but if you want to do a more advanced stuff, well, you gotta know the difference between a wrench and a socket, and the difference between a belt and a drive gear, and that's hot, don't touch it. That can pinch your finger off, don't touch that. You have to learn that stuff to be a basic mechanic. Same thing with a 3D printer. These are not appliances. They're never going to be. Exactly. Well, ignorance is not an insulting word. Ignorance simply means you don't know. We have turned ignorance into a four-letter word. When we say ignorance today, what we really mean is willful ignorance, which is derogatory, and it should be. People who are willfully ignorant should be eaten. But, so you have to explain to people that when I say you're ignorant, I'm not insulting you. I'm saying you don't know. It's a knowledge set you don't have, and you need to build that knowledge set. Once you build that knowledge set, once you understand how the printer works, you'd be surprised how easy it's going to be for you to go, yeah, I don't need that upgrade. The cooling on my printer works fine. I don't need to upgrade the cooling. Or the cooling on my printer doesn't work fine. Okay, let's upgrade the cooling. Or maybe we'll realize, oh, that's a pretty sharp angle for an underhang. An angle that works as an overhang might not work as an underhang. And the fact that I'm extruding 1.4 millimeter wide by 0.4 millimeter thick plastic, I'm extruding 7 times the amount of plastic of a regular nozzle. My cooling is fine. It's just inadequate for 7 times the plastic. So there are ways you can handle that. Probably the simplest way to handle that would be to just stick a desk fan in front of this and blow over it. Tip the Weedo came up? Yeah. Can I get this in here for her? There we go. There you can see all my food over there moving into the pantry room. We bring it inside along the hallway, and then I go into the pantry and she brings it all in and we stack it on the shelves. But, see, now we're starting to print the threads. That probably looks fine to you, but man, that's like a lunar landscape of craters because of the moisture in the filament. That moisture detonates into seam as it sublimates directly into steam, creating little air pockets. And those air pockets are all the holes you see. I'll show it to you when it's done printing. I'm actually printing this at 50% speed because I can't turn the fan off. But but that's it. You gotta learn to you know, it's addictive. You know, the concept of replicator technology, and that's what this is. This is pseudo replicator technology. This is the infancy of Star Trek replicators. You know, machines that can manufacture parts to your specification. Almost done, 84%. It's almost finished. It's just got that little bit right there. And then we're gonna go into Tinkercad and try to make a new cap. But yeah, once you understand it, it makes a lot more sense. But until then, it's like, you know, what gives? What's that about? I mean, there's an easy way I can make this vase mode. Just put a slit in it and do a double wall vase. That's how I did this part here. So this entire section here is actually vase mode. And you can see there's my slit. That allows it to move from the inside surface to the outside surface. So this is vase mode, but it's still using twice the amount of plastic. If I were printing this with a 0.4 or a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, that's how I would do it. You want the double wall for strength. But at 1.4 millimeter thick, that's like printing with 4 walls. I don't need more strength. I mean, this is crazy strong. Jesus Christ, I'm really bending that. You know, that's with a 1.4 millimeter thick extrusion. This is a weapon. You can kill somebody with this. Just beat them over the head with it. But yeah, that's the thing. So I finally got some of those Envelope NIM batteries. It's been a long time since I used nickel metal hydride batteries. But some of these older cameras I have, they drain alkaline batteries like they're candy. It's like the one camera, if I start using the flash, I could take like 2 pictures before the battery voltage is too low, where it'll shut off before it can recharge the flash. And you know, I'm gonna try printing ABS on this too. I got some ASA. Let's slice some ASA. Let's hope this doesn't mess up my audio sync. There we go. So let's slice this. Well, first let me create a slice for we can stick that over there. We can stick this down here so you guys aren't just looking at that. So let's create We need the bed to be 80. We need the extruder to be 255. And we need cooling to be 25. We have to make sure we blip to full power, because sometimes if you just ramp a fan up to 25%, it won't run. And most of the time you can't run a fan below 25%. The PWM breaks down, the fan just will jitter instead of run. So let's run that 30% just to be safe. That should be enough. So let's slice that. We're going to just do the body. Save as. See, and theoretically it'll print this in 49 minutes, but it actually takes about twice that, about an hour and a half. So we're going to call this EDC body. That's not what I wanted. Pet G. And I don't want you there. I want you on the desktop. Okay. Now let's slice it for ASA. Let's go 100 on the bed. 255 on the extruder is fine. We should turn cooling off. Let's try it with no cooling first. So let's do that for ASA. Now let's add a little cooling at layer 3. Actually, let's do layer 4, 30%. And let's run the temperature at 260. And we're going to save this as ASA C for cooling. And then we also want to run a TPU. And that speed should be fine. So I should be able to just run the PET G for TPU. But the TPU doesn't need as much heat bed. So temperature, bed, 50 is probably enough for TPU. Let's reduce the retraction to 3 millimeters. Let's bump up the extrusion multiplier a little bit. I think that's a feature in firmware this doesn't have. I think you're talking about linear advance. I don't think this has that. Heat bed 50. Let's run it at 255. Usually I run 240, but because I'm extruding 1.4 millimeters of filament, I want to run it a little hotter. The speeds, I'm going to leave it at 22 millimeters per second because I'm just going to run it at 50% on the screen. That's why it's taking longer too. I'm running it at half speed. So that should be good for TPU. Hey, Jason. Okay, that's sliced for all the filaments that I have. And I should be able to use the PETG profile for the carbon fiber, because that would be pretty cool to print that too. We are messing around with this little EDC case I found on Thingiverse. This is 250% scale. So Now there's the original one modified slightly for partial vase mode, and then I just did the whole thing in vase mode. So it went from 100 grams to 30 grams. Big difference. Also, it went from like 4 hours to an hour. So, and that's like stupidly strong. You're not breaking that. You're not easily breaking that. But the problem is the lid is not optimized, and the lid is a little trickier to optimize. Now, there are two ways to do it. Let's see. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? I do kind of like having the holes there to put a cord through, but the reality is I don't need that. So let's start off with simple. Okay. Video looks good here. 2,500 kilobits per second, which I'm surprised. I had to lower my internet speed to basic internet. I don't have the money anymore. So I lowered my internet speed in general. Hopefully that won't come back to bite me too hard. Let's see. Where's my nut and bolt? Nut, bolt. There it is. I love this pattern, so this is the nut and bolt I use for everything. So if you guys want that, it's that one right there. So we're just going to grab one of them. There we go. That'll work. Where is the EDC case? Let me see if I can find that for you guys. There it is. So this is the object I'm modifying. So I had a weird problem where the slicer refused to slice the bottom of this object as solid. Even after I replaced the bottom of it, it still sliced it as hollow. It's weird. Hey, DeWitt. I don't know why. A quirk in the model, a quirk in the slicer, it would not slice it as a hollow object. I have no idea why. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start from scratch, but I'm going to keep these threads. I like these threads. So the easy way to do that is to just chop it apart. Bye-bye. You're out of here. Okay. So now... Oh, I didn't get it all. How lame. I also have to do all that. And that needs to come out to here. Okay. So we take all this. We do not grab this. And we merge it. There we go. And we don't need this either. Okay, so there is our basic container. Now, Control D. Wait for it to process the copy. There we go. Now here's another little trick for dicking around in Tinkercad. Take your part, save it. So export it as an STL. So that's body slice number 4, okay? And then we're going to delete this. And then we're going to import the part we just downloaded. Anybody tell me why we're doing that? Why isn't this clicking? There it goes. Anybody know why we're doing this? So why did I do that? Why did I chop the bottom off, export it? See, every now and then it also does little weird things like this. Like this little slice shouldn't be there. And I have no idea. It's just something Tinkercad does every now and then. Usually it's not a problem, but sometimes it can be weird. Yes, for a fresh start. You notice when I duplicated that part, it took a while because it had to redo all of the cuts and merges that I made to the original. Well, now that's gone. Now this is just a solid piece again. So now there's no history, and it doesn't have to repeat all that history every time I dick with the file. When you don't need, sometimes you need that history, but when you don't need it, and if you think you might need the history, download it, start a new Tinkercad canvas, and then import it. This way you still have the history in the old one, but your new one doesn't have that history. Makes it a lot more efficient, a lot faster. So we're going to duplicate this, and then we're going to chop off the top. And then we're going to merge them. Alright, oops, I didn't get it all. Thought I got it all. Now, I'm going to chop the top off because I need to put a new bottom on this piece. So I need just this piece so I can know how big it is. There it is. 54.33 by 54.26. That's a little weird. So we're going to change that to 54 by 54. And we're going to do the same thing to this one. That one's pretty close. We're going to leave that alone. So why is that an oblong? Let's undo that change. Why isn't that a circle? That's weird. I don't know, Tim. The question is the EV technology there yet? So there are two issues with postal vehicles. One is multiple issues. One is durability. That shouldn't be a problem. EVs are quite durable because they're simpler. There's less to go wrong. The other issues are fuel costs and maintenance and repair costs. Now, the advantage of a fueled vehicle is range, and cost of components is usually pretty cheap. The advantage of an electric vehicle is your fuel is substantially cheaper, and your maintenance becomes a lot cheaper. Well, it could be a lot cheaper, but it also becomes a lot simpler, because many of the systems that exist in a gasoline-powered vehicle simply don't exist in an electric vehicle. On top of that, the systems that do exist, as long as you build them to the same standard and quality as the gas vehicle, those components will now last longer. I mean, think about it. Just think about this alone. You come to a stop, your engine is running. What's that doing? You have an engine going shaking the entire vehicle. That shaking is wear and tear. And you have to account for that wear and tear in the car. Well, that shaking doesn't exist in an EV. I think Honda can lick my balls. That's what I think. That's exactly what I think. Oh, another nice thing about flex plates is that you can take the flex plates off and rapidly cool it down just by doing this. There you go. That's another nice feature of flex plates. Let's see if that fits. That fits great. So Pet G's no problem. You can see the finish is pretty crap because there's a lot of water inside that Pet G. Yuck! Whoop! I guess that was not hot enough. Quit. Settings. No. Maintenance preheat. Cooled down faster than I expected. While we're modifying this, I want to get a TPU version going. Still strong as shit. Yeah, I'm distorting it. And it's not going to break. I mean, I could eventually break it, but you're just not going to break that. That's just so strong, it's ridiculous. I'm kind of digging the fuzzy surface. Gives it texture. You know, so it's not just that smooth, shiny plastic. It even hides the 0.4 millimeter layer lines. So if you like that rough finish, that's actually kind of cool. Yeah, Honda shouldn't have any legal right to do that. Well, theoretically, as long as they don't use any Honda trademarks, Honda can go, suck my dick. You know, you can't use the Honda name. You can use the Honda part numbers. There's nothing they can do about that. That's already settled case law. But they're going to have to avoid using, the Honda trademark names that they can't use by fair use. And it's kind of dirty. I don't like that at all. It bothers me that they can get away with that. They can't get away with that. Well, they can. Legally, what they're doing is wrong. They're improperly using the DMCA. What they're doing is illegal. The problem is, in the United States, everything is legal until you win in court. And so unless you can afford to fight in court, they win by default. That's kind of shitty. Yeah, that's really kind of shitty. So I need a 54 millimeter bottom. Let's make it 4 layers thick. So that's 1.6 millimeters. Yeah, 1.6 is fine. And then 54 by 54. This doesn't actually have to be exact. It just has to intersect all the sides. As long as it intersects all the sides without sticking out, we just merge it. That's all we gotta do. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Merge. Let's align these two. They should still line up. I hope. Yep, they lined up. Okay. Now we just select this part alone, lift it up, let it overlap a little. That's fine. Okay, there's the outside. Now, actually, let's do this. Come on. Where's my bottom? Where the hell's my bottom? Oh, it is there. I just can't see it. Why can't I see it? What did I do wrong here? There it goes. I don't know why that wouldn't show up. That was really weird. No, this wasn't coming back. For some reason, I wasn't getting my little disc back. It wasn't hidden. For some reason, it was like merged with the model that I couldn't unmerge it. It was really weird. It shouldn't have done that. Let's see if I can line them up like this. Yeah, that worked fine. Okay. Now I should be able to raise this up. Okay. Now what I want to do is raise this up. Increase the number of sides. Let me get a finer resolution. It has little quirks, but it's not that big a deal. Let's make this there we go. That's better. Let's make it, come on, 81.6. There we go. Now we're going to put a plane on here. We're going to put a chopping block on here. That should do it. There we go. Alright, now I have a solid object that I can process as vase mode without a problem. Oh no, is that a little too tall? Yeah, that's a little too tall. That is just a wee bit too tall. Let's come down a little bit. That's more like it. If you have any questions about what I'm doing or why I'm doing it, just go right ahead and ask. Uh-oh. I may have pissed this off now. Oh yeah, I think I jammed it. I may have jammed that hot end really good. And I can't make the hot end go above 200. in preheat mode, it won't go higher than 200. I'm not sure why. Yeah, it just won't do it. How do you make a master spool? You just print it. That's pretty easy. The problem is the master spool concept died. And the reason the master spool concept died is because every manufacturer wanted to make their own. You just get a new tool head. I think I hardcore jammed this hot end, which is kind of weird. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, wait a minute, did it go through? Nope. Yeah, I think I totally jammed the hot end. Yeah, that does not want to go through anymore. That might be interesting, trying to clear that. Okay, let's try shoving some PLA through there, since that will definitely melt at this temperature. Yeah, we're jammed up pretty good. Print, body, print. I need to get the temperature hotter. Oh, what the hell? The hot end turned off again. That's another thing they messed up. Preheat doesn't work properly. It preheats, but then you can't print. If you hit cancel to get to the print screen, it turns off the heaters. I'm starting to see stuff now. Now that I can get hotter. There we go. We got it. Got it. We're good. And while we are stopped, let's copy our new G-code files over. Where did that reader go? Oh, come on. There it is. Okay. I just run it up to 240 degrees because I had to melt the PET G that was in there too. So you have to get it real hot to make sure it all melts. This is pretty stiff TPU, so I'm hoping it'll feed through okay. But it'll be interesting, that's for sure. Oh, it's feeding. That might work. That's feeding through easier than I thought it would. Now the question is, will it extrude? Oh, I quit, so it's going to be too hot. TPU. Print. My way of what the heck? My way of cleaning is crank the temperature up to 240 or 250 and just ram a bunch of filament through. And once it comes out smoothly, yank it back out. It usually works pretty good. Yeah, I have 600 gigabytes of STL files, so that's not as easy to just make multiple backups. I have a little 512 gigabyte flash drive with like 60% of Thingiverse on it. Someone had extracted everything from Thingiverse, and made it available as a torrent. I wasn't able to get them all, but I was able to get most of it. Okay, that looks pretty good, and that will be... the yeah, it's extruding. Woo, is that rubbery? And that's hot. Okay, TPU is a lot hotter, and it sticks to you. It burns. No, it's not. Everything on the site is free anyway, so that would not be any sort of copyright infringement. Settings, next. Ooh, I hear the snap, crackle, pop. There's some moisture in there. Hopefully that will pass. We're running about 15 millimeters per second. I think it's slow enough. So far, it is feeding. Yeah. Okay. So do I, especially Cinnamon Rice Krispies. But not so good for printing. As you can see, we're getting a pretty decent amount of snap, crackle, pop there. See all the holes? That's from the moisture. Hopefully the whole roll is not like that. Hopefully it's just the end. Because that's a lot of snap, crackle, pop. I'm printing another one of these, but we're printing one in TPU in vase mode. A little EDC case kind of thing. This, by the way, is the all the scraps that I joined together with the little joiner thingy. Well, there's the print I made using the scraps. So that worked pretty good. So now we are going to try, this is the base. I got to import my knurl nut. That is not what I wanted to do. Everyday carry. They call it an everyday carry thing for some EDC carry container capsule box. It's not really, well, I guess it could be, that size is an EDC, but I'm printing it at 250% scale. I figure it'll make a good geocache. Nice. We'll see what they do with it. Okay, so import is what I need. And there's the nut. This is almost 3 times the size it's supposed to be printed. Basically, if you want to print stuff with normal settings, just, you know... Why did you pause printing? I don't want you to pause printing. I must have hit the screen. Oh, come on. Just to resume. Oh, man, that first layer is bad. Look how nasty that is. Hello, Yamaha. Okay. Alrighty, so first thing I want to do is fill the inside. And that takes care of that. The next thing I want to do is shave the outside. So this is 30 by 30. So let's do 29.5 by 29.5. Increase the number of sides. Then we do another one. (32 by 32). Increase the number of sides. Let's bring them together. Join them. What I'm doing now is I'm making a cut tool to get rid of some of the spikes on the outside of this. And now when I join this, I think I just unjoined it. There we go. Join that. That spiky outside will have some flats on it. Alright, that is a little too big still. Touchscreen is good if they have a good UI. If they have a bad UI, it's going to suck. So let's go 31.5 by 31.5. Let's recenter. Now we can actually see how much of the spikes we're going to cut off. I like that. That looks good. Ah, crap. It's trying to join all the parts. I hate when it does that. It's a stupid quirk. I select these two parts, and it sometimes selects that part too. It's really annoying when it does that. There we go. Ah, much better. That's the kind of knurled surface I like. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. I could probably make this a bit taller. I would love to get the Cobra Max. I would love for Anycubic to send me one of those, because the Cobra Max is basically two of my favorite printers merged together into one. The Cobra Max is basically a Anycubic Viper and an Anycubic Chiron decided to have kids. And I want that badly. I would really... Oh, by the way, if you want to enlarge one part, but you want to keep it centered, hold down the Shift key when you enlarge and use the center point here and make it larger this way. And that way you'll keep the equidistance. There we go. They merge nicely. And then if that knurling doesn't look good, if it's too tall, let go of the Shift key. And now you can shrink this down if you want, and it'll keep its size. So that is one way to do that if you want. Hello, Timothy. Oh man, that is so much snap crackle pop. That TPU needs to be dried bad. Because that's just horrible. Yeah, I would love to get one of those. That'd be nice. Okay. So, the easiest way to make the threads would probably be to take this, duplicate it, then do this, okay, then we take this and we duplicate it, make it into a cut tool, select this, merge them, okay, and then I need to increase both of them by 0.2. So 60.4. Oh, I actually got to go bigger. 6. Now, can I make this piece bigger too? I don't know if I can. Now let's recenter everything. Yeah, that should work. And then we take these two and join them. There. That should be it. That looks pretty good. I like that. And now, rotate this 180. Bring it down to the bed. That, in theory, should work. In theory. So I did not scale this piece, which means this alt cap should also fit my existing parts. Which means I should be able to make it just a hair taller. To widen up the gaps a little bit there. Oh, but that's not going to... No, that's not going to work. The threads have to run to the edge. Yeah, that can't work. I screwed that up. Yeah, that's not going to work. It can work. I can do it differently. Terms of the license. Well, the license. Well, I'm not copying the site as in downloading Thingiverse and posting it somewhere else. That would probably be a violation of license. But you are allowed to download everything from Thingiverse to keep it. And you don't need to ask anybody's permission. And what do you mean, especially crossbows? Okay. No. This is what I want to do. Okay. Where's the top? There's the top. Okay, that's what I have to do. Because there has to be an entry point for the threads. That's why it might be easier to copy the top. Oh. Well, when you're making a personal backup of something, I don't really care. Okay. I'm going to be better off adding my skin to the existing lid. That means we need to take this lid, export, binary STL, and we will call it cap. Choose a file, desktop, cap. So let's just get rid of this. See, I can't just make the cap solid. The cap has to have a hollow inside. Well, I can make it solid. It'd be tricky. With that scrap recycle, you should buy a lull spot. What do you mean scrap recycle? Yeah, but how do you buy a lullspot with it? Okay. So there's the existing cap. You can't really sell scrap here. It doesn't work. The nearest scrap yard is 35 miles away. So it's a 70-mile round trip to the scrap yard. Yeah, that's not worth it. Oh my god, this is printing so badly. It's not the printer, it's the filament. It's got moisture in it. And it's got a lot of moisture in it. And you can't scrap plastic. We can't sell plastic here in the U.S. It's not worth anything. Okay. So I think the first thing I want to do... I got to put it in a dryer. I have a dryer. I just didn't know it needed drying. There is no dollar per pound. We cannot sell plastic here. It has no resale value for an end user. There are no recycling centers that will pay you for plastic. That doesn't exist here. And I think only like 3 or 4 states even do bottle return. And my state's not one of them. Okay. Let's see here. I think the first thing I need to do is create a donut. Hey, if we have bottle return, I would take advantage of it. I would set up free recycling cans all over town. I got like 30 cans. Set up recycling cans for people to drop their bottles off and just collect them once a week. But we don't do that here. Okay. I have not tried that yet. Yeah, Michigan does it. Probably the easiest way is to just scale. The only problem is, how much am I getting rid of? I probably need to make this a little larger. Are these still lined up? Yes, they are. All right. I don't need this in the middle here. Yes, I have seen people slicing up bottles to use them for filament. It's pretty cool. I'll take them. I would like to try to play with that, to dabble with that a little bit. Okay. Let's try that. Nope. Select all this, unselect this. Then select it all and join it. "3D Evo." Oh my god, that's bad. Wow. Holy crap, that is bad. There's so much snap, crackle, pop in that. Yeah, that whole roll needs to be dried hardcore. Okay. There is a simplified cover. How does that happen? Like, how did that get there? Wow. Yeah, you can hear the snap, crackle, pop really loud. It's bad. There we go. That's a nice clean finish. And now we add our skin. No smell, but the part is completely unusable. I'm gonna let it go in case it's just the end of the roll. Just because I'm doing this, so I might as well let that run. But yeah, that's bad. How does that look all around? That looks pretty good all around. Let's bring it up to the 0 mark. I did not ask you to do that. Come on. 0. Okay, so first I need to shave this. 61.48 by 61.48. So I need a 61.4 by 61.4. 64 sides. As tall as this. And then I need a 63 by 63. Oh no, I don't need to create a tube. I can just bring this into here. I was overcomplicating it. Okay. So now I just take this join it with this. I don't need this at all. And then I bring this up to the height of that. And join that. Oh, I forgot about that. Should still be able to fix that pretty easily. What did I make that? So 61.5. Why do I have that there? Okay. Why does that look weird? Oh, I lifted it up. Going pretty good, Mad Hatter. How are you doing? That's why. That has to come down to 0. And then I have to scale it. Okay, that looks better. And then we bring this down until it hides. About like that. And then I should be able to merge all three. That looks good. And now we know those threads will work, and I still have a little ring in here to put a seal if I want to. Okay. Now what I need to do is to put a cut into the object. So we're going to create, we want the bottom to be solid, so we're going to create a plane there. And then we are going to put this straight through the model, like that. Except this is going to be 0.01. And then we line them up this way. And then we make this big enough to cut through the whole thing. Just like that. And we are lined up right on the spikes, which is perfect. And then we cut through it. And now that cap will print in vase mode. There. Ooh, that's a little too tall. We really want to get that out of there. Let's lift that out of the hole a little bit. Right there. How tall is that? Let's go 14 millimeters. That is good. I can live with that. Now I know to switch over to vase mode at 14 millimeters. Oh my god, that cap is so bad. That's so horrible. Jesus. Okay. Change the color. Pretty good, Mad Hatter. How are you doing? Now that is printable. Why is that so thick? I don't need that to be that thick. I don't need that to be anywhere near that thick. I got way more cap here than I need. Holy crap, I got way more cap than I need. Yeah, we need to lop some of this off. Let's see what happens if I chop that off. Yeah, we got plenty of room in there. Way, way more than I need. Monkeypox, if we listen to the experts, monkeypox is irrelevant. It just doesn't matter. Several factors that render monkeypox largely irrelevant. First, it is direct transfer. Second, you are only contagious when you are obviously symptomatic. So it's like smallpox. It's like chickenpox. You're only going to get it if you scratch and rub someone else's sores. It is theoretically possible to transfer it to other surfaces, but it's going to be obvious that that person's infected. And second, our existing vaccines already cover it. So most of us couldn't catch it if we wanted to, because most of us have chickenpox vaccine. So it's largely irrelevant. The experts have said that they don't worry about it too much, and I side with them. It doesn't really matter, because you're not going to get you're not going to catch monkeypox. It's highly unlikely. That's still not working. What the hell? Why isn't it cutting off the bottom? It's really annoying. Control D. So we're going to pick you, and we're going to pick you, and I want it to chop it. Thank you. So probably nothing to worry about. There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay. Now we take this whole thing. We bring it down to ground level. Much, much better. And now we take this. Where is it? We're at 3.3. So let's make it 3.4. that's not a logical position to hold, in my opinion. That's like saying I shouldn't complain about how bad my life is when there are people who have it worse than me. That's a very death spiral kind of position to hold regarding anything. That's like saying I shouldn't complain about problems I'm having with this printer because that printer has more problems. Well, that's silly. They both have problems. They both should be complained about. Same thing happens with starving people. Just because those people are starving doesn't mean you have to starve. That's silly. Remember, in this country, in Europe, obviously it's very different, but in this country, ultimately, we, the people, are responsible for everything that's happening. Our politicians do the things they do because we permit them to do it. As an aggregate. Individually, there's nothing you can do. But as an aggregate population, we permit them to do the things they're doing. To say one should starve because another is starving doesn't make any sense. I don't know anything about South America or South African politics. I know nothing about that. It'd be improper for me to even try to comment on it. I just don't have enough knowledge. But saying one person should not get drunk when the people are starving doesn't make any sense. There will always be somebody starving. There will always, no matter, even if you did everything right, if you did everything perfectly, there's always going to be someone starving. You don't attack an if this then that type mentality. You attack failure. Alright? So, what are they doing that is causing this problem? Well, them getting drunk isn't causing people to starve. Their monetary policy or whatever they're doing that they're failing to do as a politician, that's causing the starvation. So attack that. You see what I mean? You get sidetracked when you try to attack it from an illogical entry point. It doesn't work out when you do that. You shouldn't do that. If possible, you should try not to do that. I know it's hard to... I can bring this up and over. And then bring this up like that. And make it a little bigger. That works. I like that cap. That's looking good. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. I like that. I would like to make it the same size as that. Can I do that? 64.8 by 64.8. Well, this is... Yeah, that's pretty close. I could probably get that to work. So I should be able to scale just this. Oh, wait a minute, it's going to break my inside. No, it's solid. We're doing two solids, so we're okay. Let's try... Make it a little bigger. Too big. Let me try to get to 43. That's close enough. 8 by 64.8. Wow. That's ridiculous. I don't know what to do about that, man. I wouldn't even know where to begin to figure out how to fix that. Hey, sounds like a load of shit to me is what it sounds like. You know, like some people need to be eaten. People suck. Sometimes people really suck. It's 33.27. That's right, ETP. Okay, that makes them pretty much the same. Now I need to put a cone on this. Sides. The base radius needs to be bigger. Top radius needs to be bigger. Height needs to be shrunk. Okay. Let's center everything. I hate when I click off just a tiny bit and I miss. So temporarily hide that. Increase the base radius. Why won't you move? Thank you. Let's do this. Come on. What? Oh. Will that work? That is the solution, believe it or not. I mean, it's counterintuitive, but it would work. If you ate the politicians, things would change quick. It'd be gory, it'd be nasty, it'd be a very weird footnote in the history of America, but it would work. Ah. Oh my God, that is so bad. I want to keep that one just because it looks so bad. It just looks so bad, I'm going to keep it for that reason alone. Wow. It's like someone took a flamethrower to it, a torch to it. Okay, why isn't this saving? Come on. Stop messing with me. This should not be a complicated merge. There we go. Now we bring back that. We merge that. There we go. Now we're good to go. Although I wonder if that angle is too small. I guess we're going to find out, aren't we? I guess we're going to find out. So, let's call it, I'm going to call it geocache. Geocache body. Since this is now mine. Export. STL. And then geocache cap. So that's an improvement they've made to Tinkercad. You used to not be able to edit a name. You had to erase it and start over. So that's a nice little improvement. I think that angle might be too extreme. We're going to find out. And then I also want to make a version that's hollow. Let's bring it up 3 millimeters from the bottom. 3. Okay. Sides. Center. Shrink it, and then grow it. Shrink it, and grow it. Shrink, grow. There we go. So that will be a V2. Control D. And join. Okay, now we put a slice in, bring it up 3 millimeters, 3.01 millimeters from the bottom, as tall as the item. There it is. Give me this 0.01, line it up. No, I didn't want to do that. There we go. Okay. That'll work. Join. This way, people who don't have a 1.4 millimeter nozzle can print it too. So this will be body cut. There. Now, if you have a big fat nozzle, you can print this in vase mode. If you don't have a big fat model, you can print this one with a smaller nozzle in vase mode, and this will print in big or small nozzle, no matter what you do. You just have to make the first 3 millimeters solid, and then yeah, this will be on Thingiverse by the time we're done. Yeah, that in theory that should work. Okay. I should not need Tinkercad anymore. Okay. Let's see. New folder. Paste. Let's get our 3 pieces. Put them in here. And there is our 3 pieces. So there's the cut one for small nozzles, the solid one for big nozzles, and this should work for big or thin nozzles. That is so terrible. It's so terrible, it's almost cool looking. Now, I'll have to say it again, this is not the printer. The printer is fine. Actually, I'm impressed with how well the printer is handling this. All filament is hygroscopic, meaning all filament absorbs water. The filaments just behave differently when they absorb water. Because TPU is flexible, when the little steam bubble explodes, you end up with a bigger hole. So you end up with more holes in your print. PETG just bubbles, and you get a rough finish like this. When you do PETG, you get a rough finish like that. And PLA, on the other hand, doesn't usually absorb enough water to bubble. But what will happen is it becomes brittle. Most of the time, you can take PLA and bend it. See how it snapped? You see how that PLA snapped? Now, see how it didn't snap there? Alright, so that part there had passed the gear part of the feeder unit, which pierces the skin of the PLA and allows it to absorb water, because the PLA has a skin on it, a surface, and that surface blocks water from being absorbed. That's why PLA is not as susceptible to water as other filaments. It's not because the material itself is less absorbent of water, it's because that skin acts as protection. Now, when you bend it, or when it goes through the feeder unit and you get the little teeth marks, you're now breaking the skin, which allows ingress of water from the atmosphere. That's also why you don't want to re-roll PLA, because when you straighten the PLA and then curve the PLA, you're putting micro cracks in the surface of the plastic. And those micro cracks will allow the ingress of water. And that's what happens when you get one of those little sample rolls and it's exploded inside the packaging into a bazillion pieces. Well, that's what happens. They re-rolled it without heating it to reseal. They re-rolled it when it was too cold. And so it formed micro cracks on the surface of the plastic. So like now, I'm destroying this plastic doing this. Just by doing this, I'm introducing micro cracks into the surface. Now, if I just stick this in a printer and print, it's fine. But if I come back a week from now and try to print this, or even tomorrow, and try to print this, this will probably break. See ya? See how it's more susceptible to cracking? And now that I'm back at a part where I haven't straightened it, it bends. But now give it a few minutes and this will crack here. Alright? That's what happens. PLA, you should have to bend it back and forth over and over and over again to break it. So when you go to join, when you use something like this to join the plastic together, you got to test it. You got to keep going back until it stops snapping. There you go. See? That stops snapping. That's where you want to join it. And you won't get rid of that part because you just compromised it by doing that. Okay? And now you can join this part with another piece of PLA. But be careful not to unspool it. Leave it spooled like this when you join it. Otherwise, it's just going to crack again. And when you go to feed it through the machine, it's going to snap. When it straightens out as it gets pulled off the roll, it'll just snap. So now, obviously, some PLA is more or less susceptible to this. To a point, you can alleviate some of it by sticking it in your dryer for a couple hours before you print it. Like if you know you have a compromised roll that you made yourself, stick it in the dryer for a couple of hours before you print with it. This way, when it unspools, it doesn't crack on you and snap. And so yeah, that little snap, crackle, pop you're hearing, I don't know if the microphone's picking it up. I see little blips on the meter, so it might be picking it up. But if you can hear the little crack, 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 crack coming from the printer, that's water inside the filament flashing to steam. Because it's going through a hot end that's 256 degrees Celsius. That's like what? 460 Fahrenheit? That's double the boiling temperature of water. The water that's in there flashes to steam like that as soon as it gets out of the hot end. And, well, what happens if you have, you know, a liquid or a molten plastic and you detonate a little explosion? That's what's happening. It's a little explosion inside the plastic. Well, the plastic's going to move out of the way. Well, that manifests as gaps in the print, as a rough surface, as the water molecules flash to steam and create a cavity in the plastic. The only reason this is working at all is because I'm going through a 1.4 millimeter extrusion. So much plastic is being extruded that the plastic that's surrounding the little micro explosion is still enough to adhere to the surface. That's why this even worked at all. With a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, I'd have straight up holes in the print. And so it's annoying. Not the end of the world, though. Alright, let's slice the cap. Let's get rid of the cap. Let's bring in the new cap. Actually, let's get rid of the body, too. And bring in the new bodies. So I don't need to use the cut body. I need to use the big ones. So when you do something like this, you got to make sure you separate the parts. With enough space to so that when the head finishes printing one part and it comes back down, it doesn't crash into the previous part you already printed, because we're going to do a sequential print. So I can print both at the same time, but print them one at a time. So it's going to print part one first, then it's going to go back down and print part two. This way you don't end up with the imperfections that you would end up with, and I can do them all in vase mode. So this needs to be done in two pieces. So we're going to go to Tools, Variable Settings, and I'm going to set the location at 3 millimeters because I designed it to be 3 millimeters. Add location and split the process. Now we're going to go in here and we're going to change this to only print the cap. Select models. We're only going to print the cap, so that this cap 1, cap 2 process will only print the cap. And then this body process will only print the body. And I don't need to call it 2 because we're not going to do it that way. In reality, this should be multi-process as well. So, Tools, Variable Settings. It's just easier if I do it multi-process. 3 millimeters. Because that's how deep, that's how thick I want the wall, the bottom. Split. Okay, so the first section, we're going to do a standard 3 perimeter, 4 bottom, 4 top, 0.4 millimeters thick, not vase mode. We're going to stay at our 0.94 since we already know this printer is good at 0.94. And then this part here will be no bottom layers, no top layers, single perimeter, 0.96, vase mode, all good. Same thing here, cap, let's do 3 perimeters with 4 top and bottom layers. Now that should give me 8 times 0.4, 3.2 millimeters. That should be enough to make solid with no infill. That looks good. 0.94. And then the vase mode portion, this will be single perimeter, no top, no bottom. Single perimeter. We could probably get away with a 0.6 millimeter layer height. This should have less of an oblique angle or overhang angle. Let's go to 0.96. This one I don't know if I can get away with. I'm going to stick to 0.4. I don't know if I can get away with 0.6, but there is a way I could cheat. Let's just try 0.6. Worst that can happen is it fails, right? So now we print, we tell it select all, sequential, 500 millimeter max. Yes. And there we go. Does that look correct? No, I have a gap in there. Why do I have a gap in there? Oh, I hate when it does this. The slicer's doing something weird. I think it's layer height. Let's leave that at 0.4. There's a small flaw in the model, and the slicer's throwing a fit about it. Let's go back to 0.4. Why do I have a hole in the model? That hole should not be there. It's not on that one. See how it's putting a hole in the model? That's alright, Rick. How you doing? Did I go too thin? Oh, it is a little too thin. See how the wall thickness gets a little thin here? Yeah, the wall thickness got a little too thin there. On cap 2, we should be able... I'm already at 100%. Let's try that. Alright, sound should be back now. See how this is intruding upon this layer here? That's what's doing it. Fixing that's a real pain in the ass. The only way to fix it is to I think that thinness there is just pissing off the slicer, and it doesn't know how to handle it. And it's breaking it right there. I'm trying to make it as slim as possible, and I went a little too far. It doesn't help that my knurling here is a deep cut. That doesn't help either. What can I do? I don't think I could do anything. I think I just have to make it bigger. Yeah, I think I just straight up have to make it bigger. I wonder if I can cheat a little bit. But then I have to scale everything. That's the problem. Oh man, that is so bad. Oh my god. Definitely gonna have to dry that TPU. Okay, so how do I want to handle this? As orange juice? What? Okay. Okay, at least I got only one step here. So what I can do... actually, there might be a pretty easy way. 64.8. $64.8 means 32.4. What are you doing? I hear you messing with something. That takes care of that. Okay. Let's get rid of this for now. Let's center all of this. Okay. You see what I'm doing here? So now let's make the wall thickness 2. There we go. That should prevent it from intruding inside. It does. And now let's change the diameter to 31.5. No, let's go 31.7. Take a little more. Yeah, I can live with that. Okay. Let's change the height. That goofs up the top and bottom a hair, but I think I can live with that. Oh, wait a minute. I can bevel. Nope, not that. This. There we go. That looks pretty good. Yeah, that works. Oh, wait a minute. I should grab that. Control D so that I can put it in this one too. This way they'll match. Okay. Do that. Well, I'm trying not to scale them because then I have to scale them both because I want them to match. I'm trying to make it so that the two ends match. So what I have to do is make the cuts not as deep. Let's see. And then we do our cut. Alright, that should work. Control D. And we should be able to center that. Center that. So you do the same thing here. Maybe increase the bevel. Bevel, 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 bevel. Increase that one. Okay. Wait a minute. We have to undo that first. There we go. Now we can join them together. That one's done. Bring that down. Why won't it give me the marker? There it is. How annoying. There we go. I bought one of mini computers. What, they scammed you? Alrighty, that should fix the audio. Now I have to go in here and select my models again. So this is cap. This is cap. This is body only. And this is body only. Okay. And there we go. It's fixed. No more gap. So that was all I had to do. What's a church EDC case? I don't know what that is. Okay, so that fixes that. That is the original one, scaled up and set for vase mode printing in TPU, except this TPU has water in it, so it's got lots of holes. So this TPU needs to be dried really badly. Alright, that's sliced properly. Although it has a problem at the top here. That's not a big deal though. But yeah, the sides look good. Yeah, 90 minutes for the whole thing. Not bad. That angle looks okay. I think that'll print fine. That is a bit extreme. Buddy, let me tell you, if that can fit up your ass, all I can say is ouch. Wow. I guess if you're into fisting, that's not a big deal. I'm just fucking with you. Okay, that reminds me of a movie I just watched. It is an absolute, without question, you must watch this movie. It is so good. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. That movie is so freaking good. It's in my top 20 at least. It's probably the best movie I've seen in a couple of years. I mean, sure, Encanto's better, but it's in my top 10 for the last couple of years and probably in my lifetime top 20s, maybe my lifetime top 10. I'll have to watch it a second time in a couple months and see if it has rewatch value. But that movie is so good. If you have a chance to see that movie, go see that movie. Yiffy has it, so you can go to Yiffy and get it if you know how to do that. But fantastic movie. Anyway, the premise of the movie is multi-universe. Do you remember the one where he would go from parallel universe to parallel universe, kill himself, and each time he killed himself? So basically, you have the multiverse, and your life energy, your power is distributed amongst the multiverse. When you kill one of your copies in the multiverse, the power didn't go away. It got Jet Li. It got redistributed amongst the copies of you that were left. So if you killed enough of yourself, you'd become a god. You'd become superhuman, because more and more and more power would be distributed amongst fewer and fewer people. Now, keep that in mind. Now, remember in the Matrix, how when he's in the Matrix, he can download knowledge to his head? I know Kung Fu. Show me. Remember that? It was great. Well, that also happens here, like Jet Li, kind of. So, with the right equipment, you could connect to a copy of yourself in the multiverse and gain the knowledge and skills of that copy of yourself. And since the universe potentials are infinite, you can learn anything. Well, kind of, not quite the same. That's a little bit different. This is, I know Kung Fu now. Or, I know how to be a chef now, okay? But, in order to download the information from this, in order to connect to this other copy of yourself in the multiverse, you have to take a shortcut. You have to do something that connects you. So, like, in the one, he had to give himself paper cuts between all 4 fingers in order to do the thing, and then he can connect, and he was able to get what he needed from the other copy of himself. Well, the IRS agent had trophies, and the trophies for the IRS agent were butt plugs. Basically, you ream somebody up the ass as a tax agent, so you got a butt plug as a trophy. Well, apparently, for them to connect to this one particular universe to gain fighting skills, they had to ram something phallic up their ass. So the whole scene is these enemy agents trying to anally impale themselves on phallic objects in order to gain the ability to fight to beat her. And so she beats them by grabbing their butt plugs and yanking them out, which disconnected them and took away their powers. The whole movie is that. The whole movie is that kind of shit. It is so funny. It's a must-see movie. I love that movie. So good. That movie is fantastic. And make sure you keep the subtitles, because some of it's in Chinese, which at first annoyed me, but later on that actually added to the movie. It made it better. It made it funnier. This old Chinese lady who's no one has to save the multiverse from her own daughter. It's hilarious. It's so good. Great movie. It's one of those. It's called Everything Everywhere All at Once. Let me post it in here. Everything Everywhere All at Once. A++ movie. It's in my top 20, possibly my top 10. I freaking love that movie. It is so good. It is just so good. Okay. Now, one thing I don't like is this angle. It's less than 50% though, so it might print okay. What might be better is if I did that section at 0.2 millimeters. Because if I did that section at 0.2 millimeters, there'd be a smaller overhang per layer. I think I'm going to do that. So tools, variable settings, we are going to start here, add, and we are going to end here, add, and we're going to split. So this is the first 3 millimeters, this is the second body segment, this is the third body segment, this is the part that needs to be 0.2, and then this is the fourth body segment, leave that at 0.4. And we're going to do the same thing to the cap. No, we don't need to do that to the cap. The cap doesn't have that problem. So cap is fine. Now let's see what that looks like in the slide. And we're back up to 2600 kilobits. Okay. So it looks like the slower internet does have enough bandwidth to maintain the stream. I'm still able to upload at 2600 kilobits. So that works. That brings my internet bill down from $80 a month to $32 a month. So with the $30 a month discount for the EBT thing, whatever, EPBT, the internet broadband discount thing that they're doing. So that saves me over $40 a month. So that's good. Alright, that should work. Now there is another change that I should make to the cap. I'll show you what that is. So the problem is part of the cap is getting thin here. Now that's actually pretty easy to fix. What I do is I bring the plane over here. I bring a cut box in. What I do is I chop part of the box off. That's probably enough right there. Huh. Your cell phone would be better. Now, here's another little trick. I don't want this gap this big like this, because what happens is you get this. See how it's open? I can close that with a top layer, but what would be better is if I thinned it so it was 3 millimeters thick. So what is an easy way to do that? A way to do that would be to drop a square here. Let's make it small. And let's make that square 3 millimeters. Oop. Okay, you can see I'm a little less than 3 millimeters, but I'm betting you that will probably work fine. So what we need to do is thin out the rest of this to be similar. And the way I'm going to do that is by dropping in a cone. Let's make the cone a bit more of an angle. Come on. Rotate it 180 degrees. Scale the living crap out of it. Make it hollow. Increase the number of sides. And then bring it down until it touches. And what I want to do is I just want to thin out a portion of the circumference like that. I think I need a little bit more. Okay, let's shift it this way a little bit. There we go. This way I'm not making that part thinner. Okay, we're a little too thin over here. Let's shimmy that a little bit. Shimmy that just a tiny bit. Okay. I think that might work. Oh crap, I think it grabbed. No, it didn't. Okay. Yeah. That just might work. So let's export that. That's one thing I really do miss living here is I miss the water. I really miss being able to go out on a boat. Wow, 22 pounds a month for unlimited data? Only 11 months on a 12-month? Wow! The cheapest you're getting an unlimited account here is 20 bucks a month, and that does not include tethering. You do not get to tether with that. Matter of fact, they actively disable tethering. The cheapest you're going to get a tethering account with is probably about $50, $60 a month, and that's not unlimited. Wow. Hey, we only wish we could get stuff like that here. Okay, so get rid of that cap. Nope. Bring in this one. Bring in... Nope. There it is. Okay. Select body, cap. Select body, cap. This might break our audio again. We'll see. Yes. Why isn't that working? Oh. Body selected both. Got disable cap from all this. It's annoying when it does that. Aha, there we go. Much better. See how now it's just two perimeters and they basically touch? That's what you want. You want those to be... What is this in the middle? What is that? Oh, I got a hole in the middle there. It's not a huge deal, but it's a little annoying. See, now I have a solid perimeter all the way up, and the perimeter almost touches at the top. Two walls. That's what you want. Okay. Okay, now let's see if I can get this off without tearing it. Yeah, I can get it. Whew! That's holy! Look how messed up that is. Jesus. But it worked. It printed it. And again, that is not the printer. That's the filament. And it threads. So it works. I can print it on TPU. Man, that looks funky. That is so weird. Wow. That ain't gonna hold water. But that is cool looking though. It's like it's, I don't know, it's like it's got radiation poisoning or something. Or herpes or whatever. It's got something. It's got the monkeypox. It's got the monkeypox. It's taking off the brim. But yeah, it works. It threads. I'm impressed. That works better than I thought it would. Oh, did I test the PET-G? Yep. The PET-G works too. Okay. So the first thing we need to do is to heat back up again. I'm just going to tell it to print again. To get that temperature nice and hot. And I want to try some ASA. I don't know if ASA is going to work on here. We're going to find out. This is some Filament One Premium ASA Select. $57 to 70 feet. Holy crap. Already got the Jolly Roger? Nice. Oh, man, that's great. Okay. So, why does my cap have a dimple in the middle? Oh, there is a hole in the middle. Where the hell did that come from? Huh. Well, I know how to fix that in the slicer. Cap 1. Merge. Heal. Goodbye, hole. Let's go 255. Quit. Yes. So this TPU definitely needs to be dried at some point. Okay. ASA loaded. Heated bed, 100. Okay. Temperature, 100. $255. Cooling should be 25%. No, ABS doesn't need any cooling. Cooling, remove, body. Audio should be back now. I was actively editing the file in the slicer, so I knew bringing the audio back was pointless. It was just going to go away again. So I finished the edits, and then I brought the audio back. Okay. Alright. And geocache, ASA. Print. Settings, speed, 50%. So now the audio should be okay. Where is my tissues? Here they are. My nose is demanding to be blown. Can you guys hear me now? Is the audio good? Good. Okay. I'm surprised that actually still works. I'm really amazed that that still works. That's that is so bad. You ever see that the horrible costumes when some guy has melted skin, he's got holes all over his face, you know? That's what that looks like. That's just horrible. The Filament Joiner worked great. I joined all of these little scraps together and printed. And that is all my scraps. I broke that. That is all my scraps using this to join them. I should be putting out a video this Sunday just on this, little 10-minute video on that, now that I have a good sample print. The only trick is you cannot join dissimilar plastics. So you can't join PLA and PLA Plus, or PLA and PETG, or PETG and ABS, or ABS and PLA. They have to be same for same. Otherwise, the connection just breaks. It looks like it worked, but you so much as touch it and they just pop apart. So you can't join dissimilar plastics. They have to be compatible. But that includes PLA and PLA Plus. I can join PLA to PLA. I can join PLA Plus to PLA Plus. I was even able to do carbon fiber nylon or polycarbonate. We joined carbon fiber polycarbonate and it worked great. Which surprised me. I was surprised that worked. Let's see. Settings, temperature. Let's just let it be. Let it keep doing its thing. I don't actually know if ASA will stick to this bed. We're going to find out. With a 1.4 millimeter extrusion, it probably will stick. But that came out great. I'm pleased with that. I joined yellow to green to yellow to green to red. And that was all my little scrap pieces like this. That was what was left over when that finished printing. So I just used up that little roll that I made last week. I just used that to print one of these this morning, and it came out great. Where I think that'll also come in handy is when you're about finished one roll and you want to join it to a new roll that you have up there. So you get like a few feet left over, you know, that's still feeding into the printer. Then you join it to the new roll, and then the new roll just feeds right in. It'll come in handy for that too. For doing my big giant prints. And but yeah, so PLA, some Filamentum, some PETG, TPU. But yeah, they all worked. Now we're going to see if ASA works. This one's a monster. You could. That's like a grenade, man. You whack somebody and kill them with that. It's so heavy. That shows the quality it can print. You can see it can print real nice quality. I got no complaints about that. There we go. That's nice and clean. There's the, that's the one that used the multicolor. I joined all the scraps together, trying to get the focus. There we go. That came out real nice though. Boy, that bed's taking a long time to heat up. It's at 82 degrees. Come on. It is 72 degrees in here. That gives you your delta. The way this works, it's a clamp. So you see that gray thing in the middle there? That's what does the joining. And there you go. See I have a little channel in there? You just pull your filament out after you let it cool down. That little metal sliver, that's the actual heater. That's all there is to it. It's pretty easy. Once you get the technique down, it's not that hard. You put the first piece of filament in there, and then you slide, after it heats up, you slide the second piece of filament in. And what I do is I push on the second piece until the other piece pops out a little bit, and then I push back. This way you keep the melt zone where it's joining. And you push them together a little bit. A little bit of squish is okay. You'll have some flashing. Better to have some flashing than an incomplete joint. You just let it sit there and melt for like 2 or 3 minutes after it's, you know, it's got squishy. Make sure it's good and melty. Then you turn it off. You let it cool down. Once it cools down, you can open the jaws, pop it out, clean it up a little bit with some sandpaper and whatnot, and you're good to go. So pretty easy actually. We did a whole live stream 2 weeks ago on the joiner, and I'll have a video this Sunday, step-by-step walkthrough of how to use it. It's pretty easy, but there are filament issues you have to be concerned with, but not that big a deal. "91 degrees, so it looks like it will reach 100. It's just taking a while. Normally, open air ASA print probably wouldn't work too well, but with a 1.4 millimeter extrusion in vase mode, I think my layer adhesion will be strong enough that I don't have to worry about it. When you have a big fat nozzle, you can get away with a lot more than you normally could. You know, a 0.4 millimeter, this thing would probably shrink and tear itself apart. But with a big fat nozzle like that, it'll probably hold together. We're gonna find out! Boy, it's really struggling past 90. Let's get it going and then we'll let it catch up later. You're gonna like it. I liked it, and I thought it was, at first I was annoyed. I was like, I don't want to watch subs, but it's only partial. You know, when they're speaking subs, most of it's in English, So just make sure you have those subs loaded. But great freaking movie. It's kind of like the movie Airplane, but done better, where it's so stupid it becomes hilarious and it becomes amazing to watch. It's and the actual, and it actually has a story. Like there's actually a message and a story in the film that's good, and it's well done. It's well presented. The effects are great. The characters are freaking hilarious. Oh man, it's one of my favorite movies now. I love that movie. Such a good job. We are hot enough to extrude. The TPU will work itself out. Hey, we're at 98 and 261. There we go. Man, that's a fat nozzle. Let's get that off there. Come here. There you go. That'll be a booger. There we go. Looking good. And it's sticking. So far. Hopefully this doesn't have moisture. Nah, that looks smooth. That looks much smoother. Yeah, that looks way smoother. Come on, you get out of the way. You sit out there like that. Oh, riffraff! I still hear a little snap, crackle, pop. Hopefully that's just the end of the roll. That's a lot of snap, crackle, pop. It looks smooth, though. There's a little roughness in there. Yeah. I don't have any snap crackle pop, but I have I have that a bit. Well, the hot end will do 260 and the bed will do 100. What I advise you to do if you want to print ABS or ASA with this, like a lot of these printers, program your G code for the first layer to be 90 Celsius instead of 100. And then after it reaches 90, then you just manually turn it up to 100. And this way it'll begin the printing process while it's working its way up that last 10 degrees. I think we can gamble on a little faster. So let's go to normal speed. It looks like it's adhering pretty good. We are printing one of these, but I totally rebuilt it to my own specifications using, you can see it on the screen there, the new models. Basically, the only thing I kept from the original model is the threads. And my new knurled fittings, the right size, scaled it the way I like it, etc. And we, while we were doing that, we were printing in other materials. I had some very wet PETG and TPU, and even though it was super wet, it did print both of them. So that one's PETG, and this one's TPU. Yeah, squish that. And I also printed one using the multicolor filament that I made when I put together all my little scraps of filament using the little Vista Filament Joiner. And so I was able to successfully print a piece using that. And now we're printing the new model we just designed during the stream in Tinkercad. We're printing it out now. It's vase mode, so it'll be strong, clean, and fast. And we're trying out ASA. We're going to see if the Weedo ME40 can handle ASA to print one of my own design of this all in vase mode in ASA. It should only be 63 grams total. A little less than 63 grams, about 62.5 grams. So it should be lightweight and not use a whole lot of filament. It's going to use 2 meters of filament. So exactly 2 meters worth, which is not bad. So the average roll has what, 300 meters of, is it 300 meters? Is that how much an average roll has? I think it's like 300, 340 meters. So your average roll should print 150 of these. That's pretty cool. And yet it'll still be crazy strong because it's freaking 1.4 millimeter thick extrusion. So yeah, so I should be able to print a 165 of these on your average roll. Even though this is single wall, because the extrusion is 1.4 millimeters thick, it's as thick as you doing a 4-wall print with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. So stupid strong. Yeah, no more snap crackle pop. So that was just the that initial little bit of filament. And we confirmed that the regular print fits on the vase mode print. So these should work as soon as we're done printing them. And I'll print extra caps for all these. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I want to make a little geocache container. So ABS will help it survive the elements. Hopefully this new one will be watertight. Once I dry my TPU, I'm going to experiment with printing an O-ring to go inside the lid, so we can make it watertight. This way you can put paper inside there and stuff like that. But I want to make a little geocache container. wonder why that's incomplete. It's funny, if you look at it, you can still see a little bit of pink. That's the little residue of TPU still stuck in the filament path. It's coming out with the ASA. It's kind of funny. This is why printers need a purge block or a purge tower when you do multicolor, because otherwise you get bleed through, like you can see here. See how it's almost like a pink color? It should be white or a beige neutral color, and I can see the pink from the red TPU that's still a little bit inside the hot end there. And that's why they use purge towers. That was a weird pathing choice, but it works. The vase mode part should be watertight. The trick is to get the bottom to be watertight. I have a 3mm bottom, 0.4mm layer height, so that should be 7 or 8 bottom layers. So I'm hoping after 7 or 8 0.4mm thick bottom layers that all the holes and nooks and crannies will get filled in, and that I'll get a nice watertight seal. There are other tricks I could implement to force the issue. Yeah, see, I got that hole taken care of on the bottom there. Like one thing I can do is let me show you. So one thing I can do is I can split the bottom 7 layers into sections of 2 layers each and vary the number of perimeters for each one. So I can make the first layer 4 perimeters, second layer 4 perimeters. Then I can make the third layer 1 perimeter, so that this back and forth infill will overlap what would normally have been perimeter 2 and 3 and 4, and then go back to 2 perimeters, and then go back to 1 perimeter, and keep varying up doing that, you know, changing the number of perimeters so that the perimeters cross over and fill in the gaps between perimeter and infill. That's one way you can do to get an airtight seal on a 3D printed part. These threads can never be watertight because they're relatively loose fitting threads. They're not intended to be watertight. They're intended to be easy to print and easy to go together like that. But that means they're never going to be watertight. But the good thing is they're bulky, which means you can actually crank down tight if you want to. So the solution to that is you put a rubber seal on the inside here so that this smooth surface here will mate with the rubber surface inside, and that will get you your seal. So the way to do that would be to try printing a TPU O-ring and see what happens. Worst it could do is not work, right? So we'll see. But I suspect it'll work just fine. Well, I could put batteries in here if I want. That'll probably hold batteries just great. Oh yeah. Put a whole bunch of batteries in there. Oh yeah, I could put 10 batteries in there. Now it really will kill somebody if I throw it at them. The temperature, the plastics have different properties, different melting temperatures, and different adhesion temperatures. So for example, PETG is basically as easy to print as PLA after you get the first layer down. The first layer can be a little bit of a bitch, but once you get the first layer down, PETG prints just like PLA. The only difference is you got to print it hotter with less fan and a hotter bed. So you want your bed at 70 to 80 degrees, depending on the thickness of your bed and how much heat gets through. And the temperature, you can print PETG at 230, 240, but I've had better results printing PETG at 255 and then 25% fan. So normally you don't want the fan on, but PETG can droop. So by printing hotter, I can get away with using a little bit of fan. You can use fan with PETG, but the layer bonding will be compromised, and so your model will break easier. So by printing at a hotter temperature, I can get away with a tiny bit of fan, and in my experience, that works pretty well. ASA and ABS are very similar. They're made to be comparable materials. They both require a very hot bed and a very hot nozzle. So I print ABS and ASA with a 260 degree nozzle and a 100 degree bed. You could probably get away with 85, 90 degree bed, especially if you're using a big fat nozzle. The fatter your nozzle, the more leeway you have to screw around with those parameters that you can get away with. So for example, the reason you typically require an enclosure for ABS and ideally ASA is that the material shrinks a lot. It can shrink with such a force that it could rip itself off the bed, and it can shrink with such a force that the interlayer bonding will give and it will actually crack, and the part will crack sitting on the bed. So what you have to do is you have to put an enclosure around the printer which traps in heat, makes the ambient temperature inside the printer warmer. And then when you're done printing, you don't open it. When the machine turns off, you let it sit, and you let the whole thing, well in Instant Pot territory, we'd call natural aspiration. You let it vent naturally. You don't quick vent. So you let the whole thing cool down gradually. This way the entire part shrinks gradually, and it's less likely to tear itself to pieces. But when you're printing with a big nozzle like this, you can get away with shenanigans that shouldn't work. Like, PETG is a pain in the ass to get it to stick to the bed. Unless you're extruding a 1.4 millimeter wide path of it, then it sticks like nobody's business. Yeah, it's like trying to glue something with a little tiny line of glue, or you just take a putty knife and go. Well, the putty knife isn't going to be as pretty, but it's going to stick really well. The same thing works here. Also, those fatter layers, those fatter bonds, the 1.4 millimeter wide layers, are 4 times stronger because there's 4, like, here's your bond with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, okay, and that right there is trying to tear itself apart. Well, here's my bond, okay. 1.4 millimeters is 350% wider than your 0.4 millimeters. So that big fat bond between those two layers is 350% stronger. And that's usually enough to overcome the shrinking force of the plastic. So I can get away with open air prints if I'm printing with fat layers and fat layer widths. So in theory, this should work. So far, it's looking great. We won't know until it gets to the vase mode part, and we'll see what happens. Because see, right now, there's a bubble of hot air surrounding that part, because all of this is 100 degrees. So it's kept warm. But as it gets taller, the heat bubble will shrink, and these upper layers will begin to have differential temperatures, and they can crack. So we'll find out if it works. It should. In theory, it should work. We'll see. Yeah, the printer's built-in timer is total BS. It's saying it's going to take 8 hours and 24 minutes to print this. No, it'll be done in 2 hours. I'm not sure why it's saying that, because there's no way it's going to take that long. It probably will take longer than the slicer says, 90 minutes, but that's because the printer has built-in firmware limitations on speed and acceleration that are very, very conservative. Like they went a little overkill slowing this thing down. So your predictions in the slicer are not going to be anywhere close to what you actually get. But it won't be 8 hours. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm not hearing any more snap, crackle, pop, so I think we're okay for moisture. Now, of course, a consequence of printing with a fat nozzle is that you lose fine detail. You don't lose Z-axis detail because you can still print at 0.1 millimeters if you want. I'm printing at 0.4 to make it go a lot faster. But, so, if you print with a nozzle that big, the sharpest corner you can have is the radius of this. There's some trickery you can use to squeeze a little more out of it, but that introduces its own problems. So a 0.4 millimeter nozzle is capable of a 0.2 millimeter radius. That allows for some pretty sharp corners, while a 1.4 millimeter nozzle cannot have a radius smaller than 0.7 millimeters, half of the diameter of the nozzle. That means sharp corners and edges are not going to be as clean. When you're printing something, small, say something this big, that's a concern, because little fine details, sharp edges are just not going to resolve very well. But if you're printing bigger, like this, if you're printing gigantic, well, then it's not a problem. Well, I live here with 10% humidity year-round, and I still have wet filament. Although I think a lot of it is because the filament came wet from the factory, meaning it was already water infested when I bought it. Because low humidity cannot remove moisture from filament. It'll stop the filament from absorbing any more moisture, but it won't remove moisture that's already there. You have to input energy in order to extract that moisture. You got to heat it up. And your 10% probably is not accurate. You probably are around 10 or 15%, but most hygrometers won't even go below 20% because they can't measure below 20%. The reliability is gone once you go below 20%, unless you get specialized equipment. But yeah, if it's showing 10%, then you're definitely below 20. So you're definitely in an arid environment, that's for sure. Where do you live? Where do you live that it's that dry? I mean, that's as dry as where I live. And I live at 7,000 feet in the mountains of New Mexico. Hey, Jeff Barnard! Oh, I hate these skin tags. They're so annoying. I had the doctor remove a bunch of them, but he missed a few. And insurance companies don't like paying for that, so it's hard to get them to do it again. I don't want line, I want layer. But it definitely means you're under 20% though. Okay. That should print pretty clean. I got my nice double line. I could shift that cone a little bit further this way, but it's good enough. That's more than good enough. And that's a single perimeter, so we got no problem there. Well, then either you do live in a dry climate, or your instrument's not working at all. Do you run your HVAC year round? You know, heat in the winter, AC in the summer? Because that'll also keep your house, especially your basement, very dry. Especially if your basement's well sealed. Our basement wasn't well sealed, so it had a pretty decent amount of humidity in it. We had to run a dehumidifier down in the basement. But if you have a well sealed basement and you run the HVAC year round, then that'll keep it pretty dry inside the house. Oh, I think we're in vase mode. Yep. We're doing the spiral dance. Yeah, it looks nice. I don't anticipate a problem with that. Yeah, if you live in a really nasty humidity area and you don't run HVAC to keep the humidity out, yeah, you gotta dry everything. Huh. That is weird.
I'm Groot.
I was actually looking at a house up by Lake Erie, right down the street from the lake, actually. I'm kind of glad I didn't end up there because, man, those winters are brutal.
I'm Groot.
They are brutal winters. That is weird. Wonder if I can make a wonder if I can make a cap that'll let me put two of these together. That might be interesting too. I wonder if these can thread together. Nah. But you know something? I bet if I scaled one up, these would thread together. I might have to try that. That'd be pretty cool, actually. Yeah. If I scaled one up, I bet they would thread together. Huh. That's interesting. I hadn't thought of that. I just might have to try that. Just for shiggles. Just scale one up and see what happens. So 1.4 millimeter wall thickness. That's 2.8 millimeters for both sides. So if I enlarged one by 3 millimeters, that would give me a 0.2 millimeter tolerance. That might work. I might be able to just scale one 3 by 3 millimeters, and they might just thread together. That'd be kind of cool. And that might be watertight. That might be easier to make watertight. Huh. That would be kind of neat if I could just take two halves and so it would be about that long because they thread together. Huh. Oh, we're gonna try that. I'm gonna try that tonight. Just scale one up 3 by 3 millimeters and see what happens. Even if it fails, I can scale a cap up exactly the same amount and make a cap for the one that doesn't work. Isn't that interesting? I'm going to try that. This is looking great. You're not going to be able to see that too well because of the glare, because it's white. Let me see if I can get you in closer. No, I don't want the goddamn light. And it's not that much better. The glare is still pretty high, but yeah, that's coming out much better. The knurling, yeah, the knurling will be fine. Plus, there's an inner wall. See here? See? There's an inside wall and an outside wall. See that? So even if the knurling wasn't, which it is, remember my nozzle is 1.4 millimeter wide. So this is not a 0.4 millimeter extrusion. This is a 1.4 millimeter extrusion. So this is a full 1 millimeter wider than your extrusion. So yeah, that's plenty watertight. The only issue is this interface down here. As long as this bottom is watertight, the model will be watertight. Now the other issue is where the cap and this join, that's not going to be watertight. So this might be watertight and this might be watertight, but this will not be watertight. So I will probably need to put some sort of a seal, either foam rubber or print something out of TPU. I'll need to put some sort of a seal inside of there so that when this joins together, that there's something squishy to seal that connection between this piece and this piece. Put it this way, making a watertight cup, not hard. Making a closed watertight container, pretty hard. Boy, that looks fantastic. I don't see any indication of warping either. You can see what I mean by the loss of detail. So you can see how the knurling is kind of smoothed out, while this is crisp and sharp. So you can see this sharpness here, you lose that when you print with the big fat nozzle. Well, the problem with using a epoxy is that kind of defeats the point for me. For me, the point is print, use, done. If I have to do finishing work, to me that's a flawed print. So I would prefer to correct the issue in the slicing profile so that I don't have to epoxy coat it. Because if I can avoid epoxy coating it, that saves me time, that saves me work, that saves me money. So I want to try to make the print itself be watertight. Well, it's also more profitable. You know, if I'm going to sell these things, and I'm probably going to try to sell them, because now that I have my own design, if I'm going to sell something like this, the less work, the less prep and finish work I have to do, the better. Now you're saying you're going to spend hours, you know, getting that last final step. As an end user who's making one of these, yes, you're better off just printing it and sealing it with epoxy. 1.4 millimeter CHT nozzle. But as a businessman selling them, I'm better off spending an extra 100 hours in the beginning to make it so that I don't have to buy those materials and spend that time later. Because once I get it right, you know, once I get it to a point where it's watertight, That's it. I'm done. I don't have to do anything else. I just click print, 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 print. So hours spent now, 100 hours spent now will save me 10,000 hours later, plus the cost of those materials. You know, if I have to finish this model, well, that's post-processing work I have to do. Now I need a space to do it. Now I need the epoxy. I need to let it dry. If I screw up that epoxy, that part is wasted. I have to do it over again. So now I've wasted the time, the plastic, and the epoxy. But if I can make it print perfect the first time, you know, once I've done all the work to get to that point, it might take me 10 of these to get it to that point. But once I do get it to that point, well, now that's where the magic of additive manufacturing comes into place. All I have to do is click repeat. So it might take, I might have to, you're going to print, finish, done. But if I want to make 100 of these, I have to print, finish, done, print, finish, done, print, finish, done 100 times. Instead, what I will do is iterate, 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 iterate. Got it. Now I just print, 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 print. No more finishing. It's just print, print, print. So that's why you'll see someone like me will push it to the nth degree to try to make it as perfect as possible, because I only have to do that once, and then I can mass produce them. But if I have to finish them, that adds a lot of work that cannot be shrunken. I have to repeat that work over and over again. Well, if I iterate a little bit, I never have to do that work ever again. But if you're printing one, then you're better off just epoxy coat it, polyurethane coat it, and be done with it. Alright, so you'd be better off just put a piece of foam rubber in there, dip this thing in polyurethane, or spray it with some good, waterproof primer, and be done with it. But for me, the point is to eliminate the finishing altogether. If I have to finish a model, that means I fucked it up, and I didn't print it properly. Not counting painting for color, of course. So that's why my objective is to not have to do any of that finishing. Now, what might be interesting, I'll have to think about this, but this might be interesting. There might be a way for me to integrate the seal directly into the model. Well, I can waste $3 worth of plastic. Because I mean, what does 30 grams of plastic cost me? It costs me nothing. I can print 300 of these. No, sorry. 1 kilogram, 30. Yeah, about 300. I can print almost 300 of these for a $12 roll of filament. How much does the polyurethane cost? How much space do you have to consume with the workstation to sit the polyurethane part there to dry? How much is the cost in your time, labor, and polyurethane if a part fails? A fucking June bug lands on the thing while it's drying. Now I can't sell it. So for me, the $12 in plastic is cheap. Iteration is cheap. For you, it's not, because you're only making one. Like I said, if you're making one, then you don't iterate. Iteration does not make sense to this degree if you're making 1, 2, or 3 of them. You just finish the model. You add some putty, you add some polyurethane, you paint it, you're done. Okay, that doesn't matter. But when you're trying to mass produce them for sale, the more finishing you can eliminate, the much higher your profits are. Because if I polyurethane this model, I can't increase the price. Let's say this is worth 15 bucks. Let's say probably one of these is probably worth 15 to 20 bucks. So let's say I can get $19.99 for it. Put it on sale every now and then for $14.99. But let's say I can get $19.99 for this. If I have to add $3 of polyurethane and an hour of labor in finishing, it doesn't become worth $25 now. it's still only worth $19.99. So that just means $5 less profit for me. So the more I can perfect and iterate, the more money I'll make down the road, because I won't have to buy cans or bottles of polyurethane or epoxy seal. I won't have to invest in a space outdoors, because I can't do this indoors. You'll have epoxy fumes all over the house. So not only do I have to do it outdoors in a ventilated space or in the container, but I have to seal that space so that stuff doesn't land on it while it's drying. So it just, again, if you're doing one, then you just epoxy coat it and you're done. But here's another, what I mean by iteration, to further improve efficiency. Okay? I need a seal. I'm probably going to need a seal between this and that in order to make this watertight. I don't think just cranking it is going to be enough. It could be. I mean, I might be able to iterate to that point, but that might take 1,000 iterations. Not 1,000, but you know what I mean. That might take a lot of iteration, and it might be unreliable. Because remember, as good as these machines are, each one of these isn't perfectly identical. And when you're trying to make a mating surface that's airtight, it needs to be perfect. A single air bubble and it's not mating. That's the reason we use gaskets and O-rings, is to make up for those slight imperfections in mating surfaces. So what I could do, I could use an IDEX machine like that one there with two 1.4 millimeter, I'd probably use 1.2 millimeter nozzles because CHG nozzles are expensive. So I could have two 1.2 millimeter nozzles on that. And I could have one hot end with ASA in it and the other hot end with TPU in it. And then I can have it print this whole thing, and then the last 4 layers switch to TPU. So literally print the last 4 layers of this in TPU. Now this surface might mate against this surface and be watertight. And then I won't have to do anything. It'll save me the time of printing a 3rd part. I'd only have to print 2 parts instead of having to print 3 parts. That could be a big deal. That could be a very big deal. I could also print the this is an EDC case that I made up my own version. So this is the one that you can get off Thingiverse, except this is 250% scale because I'm using a 1.4 millimeter nozzle. So this is a 250% scale model, and I've been working on modifying it to make it faster, easier, less plastic. So, you know, this piece weighs about 100 grams. That weighs about 30 grams because that's in vase mode, while this is multiple perimeters. I could also print the infill on this part, but just the infill of the last 2 layers. So I can create a multi-process where I say, okay, the first 6 layers, print in ASA, but the last 2 layers, I want you to print the exterior in ASA and the infill in TPU. And then print this part, the top 3 or 4 layers in TPU. That means I will have a TPU against TPU surface, and that might actually seal. That might be enough to actually be able to seal. The question is, will the TPU adhere? Will the TPU adhere to the ASA? I don't know. I don't know. I know under the right conditions, TPU can adhere to PLA. A thin layer of TPU, no. It just comes right off. But a relatively thick layer of TPU will adhere to PLA, strong enough to be usable. I've done that before. I printed one of those can holders that holds a soda can, and I printed the top 1 millimeter or top 5 millimeters of both parts, the lid and the can, in TPU, and then the rest in PLA. What I did is I just printed the PLA at 260 degrees so it would bond better to the TPU, and then a couple layers later it dropped it down to 210 degrees for PLA. Exactly, that's what I do. I print both materials really hot at the join layer, and I slow down at the join layer to increase the bond between them, and that worked. And the reason I did that was if you drop that case with the can of soda in it, it just shatters. You're talking about a heavy can of soda with hard PLA plastic. You drop it on the ground, it shatters. Well, by printing the top 5 millimeters of both halves in TPU, when I dropped it on the ground, it didn't break because the TPU hit the ground. And that worked really well. Whether that would work, the TPU should stick no problem to this, but will it stick to this? I don't know. I don't know if it will. I'll have to try it. I might be better off leaving this surface ASA and then just putting a thicker TPU surface in here and letting that be the gasket. That might actually work. That might actually allow me to print 2 single pieces that are two pieces without having to print a third piece. That seals up watertight. I'll have to try that and see if it works. I'm not sure. It might work. That might work. It'd probably be better if I used concentric infill instead of linear infill. Since you have 2 concentric surfaces mating, that would probably be better at being watertight. So I'll probably do that. I'll probably give that a shot and see what happens. TPU is expensive, but it would only take a very small amount of TPU. 2 layers. Because 2 layers at a 0.4 millimeter layer height is a 0.8 millimeter TPU gasket. That should provide enough squish to be watertight. Yes, it is. You like my little Nico cat? There he is right there. Here's my little Nico cat. He runs between the 2 screens, too. That's from so long ago. I love Nico cat. I wish somebody would update him with just slightly improved animations. I would love to see just a tiny bit more fluid animation, like an updated Nico cat. Yeah, see, now it's saying 1 hour and 40 minutes to finish, so it's closer. We are almost done the cap. I wonder if I can get that cap off before it starts the next part so I can just play with it. I'm going to try. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I got a weird little perturbation right there. I wonder what that is. It might just be optical illusion. It's called Nico Cat. I believe it's Nico 95, Nico Cat 95, which is basically saying cat cat, because Nico is cat in Japanese, so Nico Cat is cat cat. Let's see, where is it at? I don't see it. I don't know where it is. I mean, obviously I have it installed, but where is it? probably x86. Huh. Does it install as a service? I don't know where it's at. Huh, it only shows up as an XML file. Pet Nico. That's weird. Huh. But do a search for NicoCat. Windows 95 NicoCat. Come on, I'm tired of waiting. I hate when it makes me wait. Yeah, I'm getting ready to scat too. I want to get some lettuce, tomato, and cucumbers. I want a salad tonight. I'm in the mood for a freaking salad. You know what else is good? Just slicing up cucumber and tomato with some like lemon herb vinaigrette dressing. Oh, that's so good. Even just cucumbers, just one big giant cucumber, slice it up, put some, vinaigrette dressing. It's so good. You have a great day, Riff Raff. We are just about finished the cap. Hey, that actually sealed up. The hole is sealed shut. Nice. I wasn't sure if the edge would actually seal. This edge here. I wasn't sure if this edge here would actually seal shut. It did. It actually sealed up pretty nice. It was not happy about that, but it came off. That printed fantastic. You can see the little bit of pink color from the TPU that was left inside. Wow. That is smooth. Perfect fit. Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. It's amazing how long it retains the heat. I mean, it's still hot. Like, that is still legit hot. I'm pushing it against the stainless steel table to suck the heat out of it. Oh man, that's nice. That's real nice. Oh, I know what that is. Do you see that slight spiral defect on the side of the model there? You can see one right there and one right there. You see that slight spiral defect? That is in line with the grooves inside of here. That's where the inside groove pushes up against the outside wall. That's not a defect. That's the two filament paths colliding. You know how when you print in Cura and you don't use enough walls, and you print infill first, 0.4 millimeters, 0.4 millimeters, so double normal layer height. I could probably get away with 0.6, but you'll lose all the details in the knurling, because the knurling is already only 4 layers tall. So if I did 0.6, you'd only have 2 layers for the knurling for each, diamond, and you'd lose. See the details here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's only 6 layers. If I doubled it, if I went from 0.4 to 0.6, you'd only have like 4 layers for each knurling, and you just lose all the detail. And the detail's kind of nice, the knurling's got a nice feel to it. So I stayed with 0.4 to keep the detail. Yeah. Even the seam came out pretty good. So there's where it moves from the inside to the outside. Even that looks good. Oh, that first layer looks great. Oh, very nice. That part peeling up on the outside, that's the brim. That's what the brim is there for. That first layer looks great. So ASA does print as nice as ABS. Alright, now how strong is it? It's hurting my hands. It's hurting my hands. That's strong. We don't have a strength issue, that's for sure. Holy crap. Does it fit the holy TPU? Yep. Alright, I'm satisfied enough with that to upload it. So let's get the upload going. We can close that. Bring that down. We're going to delete these three because those are the old ones. Okay. Cap, body, cut. Well, we've got to remember, I scaled it up 250%. So the nozzle scaled up and the part is scaled up. So the resolution is going to be similar, scaled up. If I tried to print this at 100%, tried to print it little like this, it'd look like garbage because the nozzle's way too big. But you also have to remember, so I'm scaling it up 250%, but I only increased the layer height 200%. So I could probably go with 0.5. But it's only going to save me a minute or two, so I'm just going to leave it at 0.4. I still don't know if the body will work, so we'll have to play with that. I also have to try printing it at 0.4 millimeter to see how well that works. I think if you used a 0.4 millimeter nozzle and you instructed it to print at 0.6 millimeter, I think this would work okay. And you could probably get away with a 0.3 millimeter layer height because there's not too many crazy overhangs in this thing. But yeah, that's beautiful. I'm super happy with that. I am super happy with that. I wouldn't mind a little more bevel on here, so I might add a little more bevel like that has. That part there. I might add a little more of that. It feels better on the hand when you have a bevel. This doesn't hurt or anything. It's not sharp, but it does feel better when you have a bevel, so I might do that. Now there is another way I can seal this. I could have this surface come up to here so that this would thread and push into that surface to create a seal. But the problem is this is not a perfect circle. This is an oval because of the threads. So that circle moves around. So that wouldn't work so well. I'm probably better off trying to seal it in here. Who knows? Maybe ASA is flexible enough that it'll self-seal. We're going to find out. Well, you guys won't, not till next time. But yeah, the slicer layer height is 0.4 millimeters, except for this part here. On the new model, I lowered it to 0.2 to make sure I didn't have any droop when it did the overhang. Otherwise, the whole thing's at 0.4. And as you can see, the resolution is just fine. I've got no complaints about that resolution. Come on, autofocus. You got something new to focus on. There we go. As you can see, that looks fine to me. Is it airtight? Oh, I can't get my mouth around it. I was trying to get it all the way in my mouth to see if the bottom was airtight, but it's too big. So I'll have to fill it with water and see if it holds water. My gut tells me, though, it might be. I think it might be. And there's a couple of slicer tricks I can use to increase the viability of a watertight seal. There's a couple little tricks you can use. Like, I am definitely under extruding a little bit because I can see a gap and I can feel a gap between the lines. So I am under extruding that bottom layer just a little bit, so I might bump that up to 0.96 instead of 0.94. Help seal that a little better. There you go. That's one of my favorite videos. I've been trying to figure out a way to redo that video to make it less than 45 minutes, and I failed. It's just, the information in there is just good. It just works. Oh, that's another thing that gets easier when you have a big fat nozzle. Bed leveling gets easier. Because if you're off a little bit, it don't matter. When you're extruding a 1.4 millimeter wide, 0.6 millimeter layer height, you can be off by 0.2 millimeters and it won't matter. But if you go to Nerisse.com, I need to work on more of these. If you go to Nerisse.com is my portal page. I have a 3D printing tips and tricks page with direct links to my videos, like the bed leveling basics videos. So you know, for adjusting eccentric nuts, stuff like that. So you can jump right to some of my other tech tip videos like that. I gotta make more of those. They're hard to make though. The videos like this are easy to make. You know, technical videos like that are hard to make because you've got to figure out how to get the information out of your head and into another person's head in a way they can understand. Basically teaching. And teaching is hard. You know, never disrespect the teacher, because that's a hard job. You know, a good teacher is a precious thing, because that's a very hard thing to do. And they do it on a daily basis. That's incredible. That came out beautiful. Wow. Like, that really came out nice. It's a nice quality print. This ASA print's really smooth. I'm really impressed by that. You know, I was pretty impressed by ABS too. The one nose cone I printed in ABS with the 1.2 millimeter nozzle is probably the nicest damn nose cone I ever printed. It's just so smooth and so clean. It's just, you know, when you get it working right, ABS prints nice. And ASA, I gotta say, similarly, it just prints. If you can get to within the range it needs to be in to work, ASA just prints nice. Very smooth, very silky. Just a very, very clean print. I wonder what it would take to break this. I mean, this is just a 2-wall vase mode print, but, you know, 2 walls is 2.8 millimeters thick. That's a thick wall. It's an EDC case. My final design is going to be a little different. So imagine this with this at the bottom instead. You know, with that at the bottom instead. But yeah, it's just this. It's just a little plastic case. So I started off with this, which is a 250% scale up. And then I made my own design. So this is my own cap. And now I'm printing my own body with the same design. And we'll see how well that works, but it should work fine. The only thing I kept from the original model is the threads, because threads are a bitch. I want to make a geocache case, so my plan, I might even make it a little bit bigger, but my plan is to put some trinkets in here, a little notebook in here, a pen. I love geocaching. If you like, yeah, it's just a jar. That's it. It's just a jar, just a plastic jar. That's all. But people like having good geocache cases, so I might even be able to sell this if I can simplify the design down to the point where it works perfectly. Threads are easy in Tinkercad. You just steal it from another model. But it's easy. I love geocaching. Okay, so for those who don't know, geocaching is where someone hides a cache somewhere out in the world. Could be in a building, could be under a bridge, could be under, there's even ones underwater. There are geocaches in Iraq that come with a map to tell you where to walk so you don't step on landmines. I'm not kidding. It comes with a map for where it's safe to walk. Jesus Christ, this world is crazy. But anyway, the whole point is, it started with cell phones. Actually, no, I'm sorry. God forbid. We were geocaching before cell phones were a thing. I remember uploading waypoint data to my Magellan GPS unit. It was a big thing. There were certain GPS units we would buy because you had the ability to upload waypoints, such as where a geocache is. And you would open up your GPS, and it would tell you, nope, go that way. And you would follow the GPS to the geocache. Now, sometimes, it's an ammo box, or a box like this. Sometimes it's really obvious and big. Now, the premise of a geocache is trinket give and take. We're talking dumb little trinkets, like the stuff, remember you used to put a quarter in the machine, and you'd get the little bubble thing, and inside would be either a little rubber doll, or an eyeball, or a ring, something like that, or a little compass, or a cheap coin, decorative coin. So the idea is you bring trinkets with you, and you take a trinket. You do a swap. Okay? So, I would grab the eyeball and put in a little G.I. Joe, or something like that, or a little army man. You'd swap. You'd have a little collection of trinkets, and you would trade. You would take a trinket, and you'd give a trinket. There'd usually be a journal inside with a little pen or pencil, and you would sign it saying, date and time, your name, and, I found your geocache, and leave a little note. Because, we as cache loaders, we love going back and seeing all the people who found our cache. It's kind of like QSL cards in ham radio, or pen pals where you'd send postcards back and forth, except now you're doing caches. And sometimes you'd have projects. So for example, maybe I'd put a challenge coin in one of my geocaches, and you're not supposed to keep it. You're supposed to take it and put it in a different cache. And then someone else would find it and say, hey, found the geocoin. They would take it and put it in another cache. And this coin would move around from cache to cache all over the country as people moved around. And yeah, the Garmins, paper books, and then you would print out notes before you'd leave. And sometimes sometimes the cache is obvious, sometimes it's hidden. So there might be hints that would give you a hint as to how to find it, because the GPS would get you close. It would usually get you within 10 feet, but after that you gotta find it. And if it's well hidden, there'll be little puzzles or something you have to figure out where the cache is and find it, and the challenge is finding it. And but then when cell phones came out, oh, it was wonderful. Now you have a geocaching app, and that geocaching app would work with the GPS built into your phone, so it became so much easier. No more figuring out how to get fucking waypoints through weird software onto your Garmin GPS, or worse, having to use the menu and punch in, latitude and longitude. Ugh. Now with phones, you just load the geocaching app. Let's do it. So that's probably going to be in GPS and geocaching. So, loading up the geocaching app. And here we go. So, let's see, there's Edgewood. So here's my area of Edgewood, and each of those green circles, 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 5 of them. You can see there are 5 caches within about a mile and a half, 2 miles of my house. Those 2 on the top there, they're about a mile away. That one on the bottom is about 2 miles. And those 2 up top are about a mile. Because Walmart's about 1 mile. So you could, select one of those caches. So this is a traditional cache. That means it's going to be like a normal container. You can also have micro caches, digital caches. None of these are mine. These are somebody else's. That's one of the things that got me excited about this. I want to set up a geocache. You know, just for shiggles. And so Rex hangs out near Highway 344 and I-44. So placed by Sandia family. Sandia is Sandia Mountains. It's an area around here. Okay, so it says, easy find. Stop by and say hi to Rex. Watch out for things that might bite. So it's probably in the grass, and I'm guessing there's some kind of a critter there? Somebody found it on May 8th, so the cache is still active. On May 6th, they said the log was pretty full, so maybe I'll bring a logbook with me and add it to the cache for them. Cute way to design a box. I'm guessing it's a dinosaur-shaped box. Oh, that's so cool! It's using a little Rexy! That's awesome! So that's what the cache looks like. And you can see in the bottom there's a little capsule. It's probably a jar of some sort. That's what they meant by Rex. Oh, that's adorable. I'm going to go find that one. It'll even warn you when you click on view photo. It'll warn you that it could spoil it. Because a lot of people, they don't want to know. They want the fun is sometimes in the hunt. For me, it's the exchange. I love the interaction in the exchange. I don't care about the hunt too much. That's no big deal for me. But it's a way to get out in nature. It's a way to do some walking. I mean, that one, you know, once I get light enough, I could do all of those on a bicycle. And but it's a lot of fun. And I used to go to Narums all over the country, and I would check and see if there's any caches nearby. And if there is, I'd stop. If I stopped by a rest area, I'd pop my phone open. Did anybody stick a cache here at the rest area? A lot of times, yes. Well, then they take it. There's nothing you can do about it. Well, I guess you could try to track it, but you're going to put a $300 tracker that you pay a monthly fee for inside of a geocache? It's worth like $3. You just go put another one down. If someone wants to be an asshole and take it, we call them muggles. You know, people who aren't into geocaching when they stumble upon it. They borrowed that from Harry Potter, so they're called muggles. So a lot of times, a lot of veteran users will tell you, don't pick up a cache when muggles are around, because they might, not knowing what it is, they might just grab it and take it. And try not to make the cache look suspicious. So I don't know, don't put something that's shaped like a gun. Make sure it's either camouflaged or it's obvious. Like this. Everybody's going to clearly know there's nothing dangerous with this. It's bright green and yellow. It's just a case. But for the most part, people aren't going to screw with it. They're too lazy to go find it. First of all, it's not like it's sitting out in the open. You've got to go to the coordinates and then you got to look for it. It's not like there's going to be a picnic table and a box on top of the picnic table that says geocache. That's going to walk away. You're going to lose that. But like you'll find a tree, and you know how sometimes trees have a little hole on the bottom, where it's rotted out a little bit. You'll stick it in there or something like that, and or you'll hang it on a branch, and make it brown. So not hard to find, but you also are unlikely to accidentally find it. So muggles aren't going to find it, at least not easily. And if someone steals it, you just put out another one. Just move it, so they don't come back to see if you replaced it to steal it again. But that's why we put trinkets in it. We put little things in it like that. Like something I could put in mine is I could print this at 100%. I could print a couple of little tiny EDC cases and just put them in there as like a little reward for people who found it. And the cool fun part though is when they leave you stuff. I used to have a jar. I lost it. It didn't come with me to New Mexico. I left a lot of stuff behind that I just forgot about, but I used to have a jar. It was a plastic, looked like whole pretzels, the big barrel, plastic barrel with a lid. And every time, I would never trade back trinkets that I got, unless you're supposed to. That's like something that's supposed to travel, like a traveling geocoin. There used to be, I don't know if they still exist. I'll have to check. This was 10 years ago, 15 years ago. There used to be companies that would custom make you a coin with a serial number so that people could log in to the website and log in, kind of like Where's George, you know, for tracking dollar bills. But there used to be a company, several of them, that would make custom geocoins. And then you'd get a serial number so you can track it. Oh, that's good. They're still around. That's excellent. And so you'd have a nice little coin, and you get to watch it travel around. It's pretty cool. Well, the nice thing about these geocoins is that they were metal. So they were really nice. It wasn't a plastic coin. It was a nice metal coin. Now, what would be cool is to 3D print an impression mold and then melt some aluminum and make my own coins. Then I get to combine, you know, foundry work with design work, with geocaching work, with 3D printing work. You see, it's one of the reasons. It's one of the reasons why I love rocketry, why I love 3D printing. It's what I call a multidisciplinary hobby. Okay, so let's see. Needlework is a single discipline hobby. You're just needleworking. Now, what can I do to make that a multidisciplinary hobby? Well, I can make clothes. Now I'm doing needlework and I'm making clothing. Okay. Well, what if I make, you know, covers for stuff, like a case for my phone? I get to expand the number of disciplines that I can apply to that hobby. I love multidisciplinary hobbies. That's one of the reasons I like rockets. I can combine radio control with gliders, with rockets, with DIY building and construction, with electronics via altimeters and ejection charge controllers inside. And I can combine all of these hobbies into one hobby. So I can take aspects of a bunch of different hobbies I enjoy, and now I can add 3D printing to that. So I can 3D print a rocket with an altimeter in it, and a camera on board, and an RC ejection system for deploying the parachute. I can take all of the hobbies I enjoy and combine them into one. That's, to me, that's fascinating. That's interesting to me. It's one of the reasons why I still want to do it. I haven't done it, but I still want to do it. I still want to do a rover contest, where you launch a rocket with a remote control rover inside, and the objective is to fly the rocket, land the rocket, deploy the rover, and then drive the rover back to you. You don't go get the rover drives back to you. That would be cool. You know, that you just be combining so many disciplines and hobbies together. You know, that's electronics, that's construction and woodworking, that's 3D printing, that's radio controlled, that's aeronautics and deployment and altitude and tracking. You know, that's so many disciplines all in one hobby. I love that kind of stuff. And that's what's awesome about 3D printing. 3D printing allows you to... 3D printing is compatible with so many other hobbies. Like, here I am combining 3D printing with geocaching, or combining 3D printing with rocketry. You know, just the ability to combine. It's such a what would you call it? It's such a universal tool set that you can use it for so many other disciplines, that you can adapt it for use with so many other hobbies, and that's a lot of freaking fun. I love that. To me, there's not a whole lot better than that. You just have a lot of fun when you do shit like that. So, what do you do? It's fun. But, yeah, this is coming out great. That is looking fantastic. Yeah, doing this, I can do this single wall, but the inside would have to look like the outside. The only way to do that single wall is if the inside looks like the outside. I can do that, and that would make this easier, cheaper, faster, lighter. But I like the knurl pattern. It's just kind of cool. But now the cool thing is, by making two of these that go together, I can get that. I can get my knurl pattern on each end, and I can have them thread together. So that might be fun to try that. That might be fun to try that out. But that's beautiful. That print came out good. I'm happy with that. Very, very happy with that print. This keeps moving in and out of focus. It's really annoying. Hey, Ben! Hey, I noticed you stopped following me on Facebook. Did I make you mad? I don't think I said anything bad. I don't remember saying anything bad. I thought I upset you or something. I wasn't sure. But yeah, that multidisciplinary nature that 3D printing allows is just, a lot of people don't realize how cool 3D printing can be. They're just printing stuff they find for the sake of 3D printing. But once you figure out that you can integrate 3D printing into so many other things, oh man, it makes you drool. Ooh, I can try this, or ooh, I can do that, or I can do this. Wow, what you could do is endless. When you have a machine that will manufacture things at your command. Do I wear a respirator when... well, that's going to apply to everybody, Ben. They're all going to censor. The corporatocracy on this planet has realized that they can now leverage, what they want to do anything they want to do, and they can control the message. And, I don't know if there's anything we can do about it. I mean, history says revolution is the only answer. It's the only thing that ever works. And it's only ever a temporary solution. It's a constant cycle of revolt, complacency, golden age, revolt, golden age, complacency, revolt, golden age, complacency. See, what happens is the people fight back, they resist. You saw that happen with the old Democrats, not today's Democrats. You saw that happen with the old Democrats. People started unionizing. People started trying to work together. And what would happen is they would send in the police and the military, and they would kill you, literally. When you tried to do a strike or tried to revolt at your business in the old days, they would just send people with guns to shoot you. That's how they handled strikes, 100 years ago. Or 80 years ago. And so, that's where the pendulum shifted from Republican back to Democrat. That's where we got the Fair Labor Standards Act. That's where we got the right to unionize. That's where all those rights came from. And then after we got that, you had a golden age. People did better. People got wealthier. Life was good. Things were nicer. And then the next generation was born, and you got complacency. Everything was great. I don't have to do anything. The problem is that next generation stopped being vigilant. They stopped watching the people in charge making the rules. And then rights start getting eroded again, and things start getting pushed back into draconian leverage, and eventually people have to revolt again. The problem is people don't revolt until they're starving. In the case of the labor reform, people were being killed. People were starving to death, and they were being killed when they tried to do something about it. So that invoked revolution. Minor revolution. Pushback. Well, we don't see. I don't want to make you angry, because I consider you a friend, but you're wrong. Millennials are the hardest working, highest educated, poorest portion of the population in existence. They work twice as hard as every other generation, they work twice as long as every other generation, and they make half the money. It's not that they don't want to work, it's that they don't want to be slaves, and they're tired of being slaves. So they're saying, fuck it. We're just going to remove ourselves from this equation. Go fuck yourself, you figure out how to survive. That's what's happening. The people who want to enslave them are gaslighting you into calling them lazy millennials. We told them, get an education if you want better pay. They got an education. We cut their pay in half, and now they're saddled with a lifetime of student loan debt. 4 million people die from a pandemic, and now people can actually have a choice. They don't have to work for McDonald's for $8 an hour. There are better jobs available. And we told them, well, if you don't like your job, get a better job. That's exactly what they're doing. They're getting better jobs. And we call them lazy, don't want to work. Hiring is at an all-time high. Unemployment is at an all-time low. But they're lazy millennials who don't want to work. $15 an hour is a slave wage. You can't live on $15 an hour. You can't do it. Even in bumfuck Nevada or shithole North Dakota somewhere, you can't live on $15 an hour. Try it without cheat codes. I have a whole video on this. If you go to my politics channel, I have an entire video where I break down. I actually have it written down. Even before this, no, there is no inflation. There is no inflation. It's 2.8%. Inflation is normal. Let me show you. It's a con. They're pulling the wool over your eyes. That's not fucking inflation. A month ago, that was $18. That was $18 a month ago. Are you telling me inflation is 200%? While Walmart pulls in record profits? That's not inflation. That's price gouging. That's whoever makes that chicken saying, fuck you, we're going to charge whatever the fuck we want. If you're gonna take our slaves away from us and force us to actually pay people what they're worth, well then fuck you. We're going to raise all the prices and make you suffer. That's price gouging. That's not inflation. Inflation is that going from $18 to $19. That's inflation. I don't begrudge any business raising their prices at the rate of inflation. You have to. McDonald's has increased the price of every product on their menu at 120 to 140% the rate of inflation since 1980, while they've decreased their wages by 40% in the same time. They haven't even kept their wages the same. They've cut their wages 40%. While increasing the price of their products at 140% the rate of inflation. This is slavery. It's price gouging. This is simple linguistics, grammar, and math. What is slavery? Power obsessed. They're already making record profits. That's not enough for them. They want to control everything. Exactly. It wouldn't be a living wage to you. It would only be a living wage because you have existing cheat codes. I would live like a king on $15 an hour. But that's only because I own my home. So I don't have to pay rent. And I live in a place where the taxes are $500 a year. But that's only because I have the biggest cheat code in existence. I was able to buy my house. Well, call this the lunatic hour. We're at the end of the stream, so we'll just talk until we're not bored anymore. But here, I wrote this down. This is not something that can be argued. This is not something that can be negotiated. This is fact. This is reality. I processed every number required for a person to survive. Now, here are my terms. My terms are one single person living off of one single income, working full-time with no cheat codes. In fact, I broke my own rule. This already implements cheat codes. We are already assuming you have an apartment, so that means your down payment and security and first and last month have already been taken care of. We're already assuming you have a car. We're already assuming you have a phone, just any phone, whatever. And we're already assuming that car is not going to have a major failure in the next 20 years. And we're assuming you are not going to have a major health issue in the next 20 years. Those are some pretty big fucking cheat codes. Okay? So, on your income, you have to pay for everything with no cheat codes. That also means no food stamps, no state health care, no welfare services, no food pantries, no gifts from other people. Gifts, normal gifts, fine, but no, like, here, you need help to survive gifts. Because that's a handout. That's welfare. Okay? Because a person who is... Do you know what the percentage is of people who are on EBT, food stamp card? Do you know what the percentage is of people who work on EBT? This is going to blow your fucking mind. Lazy people grifting off the government, living off the government teat. 89%! 89% of people on food stamps are working. These aren't lazy people sitting at home living off the government handouts. These are people working their fucking asses off trying to survive, but slaves don't get paid enough. 89%. Any argument you have about working and food stamps, you are not allowed to have that argument with me. 89%. Any argument you have is invalid. Any argument you have is invalid. 89% of people on food stamps work. Not SSI, not handouts. They work. They have a job. They pay taxes. And these people need food stamps to eat. Now, the way this works is we use averages, medians, and averages. You have to. For example, oh, great. Well, Ben, you are interpreting what I said the wrong way. When I'm done showing you this, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Okay? Now, you're 18 years old. You left home. Your parents helped you buy a car. Your parents helped you get an apartment. Okay? So, you're now living on your own. Your parents aren't going to help you anymore. They helped you with the car. They helped you with the apartment. So you have an apartment, but now you're on your own and you have to pay your own way. In a proper society, a normal, healthy adult working full-time should be able to pay for 100% of their life expenses with the income they make. If they don't, they're a slave. We're going to get to that. So we have to use averages. Can I find a room for rent near me for $600 a month? Yes, I can. How many are there? About 3, which means it doesn't count. My town has a population of 6,000 people. 50% of the country, or about 45% of the country, lives at the poverty line. Okay? So that 45% living at the poverty line has to pay for a place to live. That means whatever number you come up with has to be applicable for that entire 45% chunk. So, if you have 1,000 people, that means you need 450 $600 rooms. If you don't have 450 $600 rooms, that's a cheat code. So you can't use that. Just like I can't use this house as an example of how to live on $15 an hour because I had a cheat code. I sold a business for $45,000, which let me buy this house. So that's a cheat code. The kid who's 18, who just got his own apartment, doesn't have a $45,000 business to sell. So that doesn't work. That kid also can't get the $600 apartment because someone else already got it because there's only 3. So that's why we have to use averages. Average rent in the United States, keep in mind this was 6 months ago, so this is going to be worse now. Average rent across the country is $1,098. So that's what you have to pay for rent. Because remember, we're not talking about you and your specific circumstances and your specific conditions. That would be like me saying, well, you're just a lazy millennial. I only pay $500 a year in property taxes. Well, I had one hell of a fucking cheat code to get me here, okay? That person doesn't get that cheat code. Neither does that kid, neither does that kid, neither does that kid. That kid has to live off of this. Now, I want you to listen to this person. Rent, $1,098 a month. Healthcare, I don't believe this number. I think this healthcare number is a fiction. I have never seen anybody ever able to get healthcare for this price without it being welfare-based. But this is what Google tells me is the average, so I'm going to use it. $456. I have never seen healthcare for less than $700. Never. For a healthy, normal adult, I've never seen healthcare less than $600, $700. But Google tells me the average is $456. That's what we're going to use. I have a feeling that's including Obamacare and the marketplace, which would be a cheat code. That would be welfare. But it's a number you can vet. You can go onto Google right now and type in average monthly health insurance, and it'll be $456. Remember, this is 6 months ago, so these numbers change. Okay? Food, $300. One person needs $300 a month in food. You're not going to eat well on $300. You're not going to eat that great at all on $300, but you'll live, and you won't be malnourished. You're just not going to enjoy your food very much. Okay? Phone, $25 a month. You're poor on a slave wage. You can't afford a $100 Verizon account. Okay? You're going to one of the prepaid providers, and you're going to activate your phone that you already have for $25 a month. Okay? Utilities, $200. That's a little on the low side, but apartments, utilities can be that low, and that is the average that I looked up. So that is a valid average. Car insurance, $150 a month. That's what you're going to pay for car insurance. Again, I think that's a little low, but if you have decent credit and you don't have an accident record, if you're under 25, you're not getting that. Fuck you. You ain't getting $150 a month if you're under 25. But once you hit 25, that's very doable. Okay? Maintenance, $42. That's the maintenance you're going to need to perform on your car. So that's going to cover your oil changes, your brake changes, your fluid changes, very basic repairs. So the tire you have to replace every now and then. This is what you have to budget for this. Fuel, $146 a month. That's based on the national average fuel economy of 24.5 miles per gallon and the national average mileage driven of 14,263 miles. If you drive more miles, you're going to have more. If you have a more efficient car, you'll spend less. If you drive for work, you're going to spend more. These are averages. Basics, $50. That's going to cover replacing a shirt when it gets worn out, replacing a pair of shoes when it gets worn out. That's going to cover, that's going to cover toilet paper, dish soap, paper towels, rags, stuff like that. Your basic needs that you spend every day. The Windex you buy to clean your windows, that's going to cover that. Entertainment. Sorry, you're poor. $0. Luxuries. Sorry, you're poor. $0. Eating out. That means ordering pizza, going to McDonald's, getting Chinese takeout, or going to a restaurant, or ordering DoorDash. You're poor. $0. You get your $300 a month food budget, you go to the grocery store and buy the cheapest shit money can buy. DMV, average across the country, you're going to average $13 per month. Because you're going to have to register the car, inspect the car, different things you have to do, renew your license, So what I did was I took the average license is like $50, and it's 4 years, so you divide by 4, divide by 12. Your car registration is good for 1 year, divide by 12. Inspection, good for 1 year, divide by 12. Comes out to roughly $13. No, sorry, Ben. This person doesn't get Netflix. They can get YouTube, but they can't have Netflix because they don't have the budget for it. Let's see. TV, cable TV, satellite TV. 0. You don't have the budget for it. Home internet. Internet in your house. Nope. You can't afford internet. You don't have the budget for internet. All you have is whatever you can get on this phone. So I advise you to somehow scrounge up the $13 to pay for PDA net, tether it to your laptop, and don't abuse it so the provider doesn't shut you off. Because that's the only way you're getting internet. Because you can't afford home internet. Maybe borrow somebody's Wi-Fi and offer to pay them $5 a month. You might be able to afford $5 a month. Maybe. Okay? Streaming services like Netflix. 0. You have to have a mobile phone. It's not optional. This is mandatory. You cannot exist in today's society without at least this. You must have access to the internet. You must have some semblance of an internet telephony presence. You need an address, an email address, and a phone number. If you do not have those 3 things, you're fucked. 3/4 of the available jobs are off limits to you if you don't have those 3 things. So we're assuming you already have a phone. You can get a decent modern phone for $50-$60, and the plan is $25 a month. The government phone is not good enough. It's garbage. It's absolute garbage. But you can get a decent phone for $50-$60. You can get like a Galaxy A31 for like $60-$70. A used one for like $50 or $60. It's actually a decent phone with a decent screen, relatively modern specs. It's not a flagship, but it's not bad. And the service is $25 a month. That's what I pay for my phone. We actually pay $20 a month because we have 2 lines. So 20 each through Hello Mobile, basically Sprint T-Mobile. Okay. So the amount all of that comes to. Now, the amount all of these numbers add up to. Okay? The amount these numbers add up to is $29,760. That's not a living wage. That's survival wage. But wait, there's more! That's after taxes. So the amount you actually need to make, and this was before this price gouging started in January, okay? So this number is going to be much higher now. The amount you have to actually earn is $37,200. If you make less than $37,200 a year, you cannot survive anywhere in this country without cherry picking or cheat codes. $146 a month. That's based on $3.24 a gallon of gas from January, and that's based on the national average of 14,263 miles and the national average of 24.5 miles per gallon. Obviously, if you drive a pickup truck, your miles per gallon is going to go down. If you work for a living out of your car, your mileage is going to go up. So this is going to change based on where you live. These are averages, okay? So this covers rent, healthcare, food, $25 a month phone, $200 in utilities, car insurance, maintenance, fuel, basics, and DMV taxes. That's it. No eating out, no McDonald's, no pizza, no luxuries, no TV, no home internet. Okay, none of that. You can't have a Tesla. Are you insane? Where the fuck are you gonna? You at $37,000, you can't even have internet in your house, and you can't go to McDonald's. You can't even go to JCPenney or Sears and buy a shirt or a pair of pants. The only place you can shop for clothing is the clearance aisle at Walmart or thrift shops. And only if you do it minimally. Because you'll notice I actually have no budget in here for those things. Which means you have to take from one of these in order to go to the thrift store and buy yourself a jacket. $37,200 a month. That is $19 an hour. $19 an hour is a survival wage. Do you know the easiest way to that's $18.60 an hour? Do you know the easiest way to reduce this to $15.18 an hour? You skip health insurance and pray you don't have to go to the hospital. Because if you skip health insurance, you could do it on $15.18 a month. But that's only if you skip health insurance. And then you'll be making $30,360 a month. Well, hey, let's find out, okay? Let me show you how silly that comment is. First of all, most of them don't have Navigators and Escalades. Most of them have Suburbans and Broncos and Yukons. You know, most of them have that kind of car. Most of them don't have Navigators. Navigators are actually rare. It's actually really hard to find a Navigator. And they haven't made them in 10 years! So any Navigator you buy is at least 10 years old. Yeah, but they're out there buying Navigators, right? Here we go. 2003 Toyota Sequoia, $3,000. Okay? Let's see. Let's find some more cars. Furniture, sponsored. Auto parts. We don't want auto parts. We want cars. It's a goddamn movie, man. The movie has a budget. And keep in mind, I live in one of the most expensive places to buy a car, on top of the craziness that is happening to the used car market right now. Insurance and education changes everything. Could you imagine if nobody had to pay for health care and nobody had to pay for student loan debt? Well, there you go. I just showed you that. $15 an hour becomes a survival wage if you don't have health care. Right? That's how. So how do people do it? Well, they use cheat codes, Ben. You get a roommate. Well, now your rent just got cut in half. Okay? But here's the problem, Ben. That cheat code is supposed to benefit you. You're the one who's supposed to be saving by having a roommate. Having a roommate is supposed to allow you to buy a house. Oh, I can cut my rent in half. That means I can save $500 a month, $250 a month. No, $500 a month. That'll allow me to save $550 a month. I could put that aside to put a down payment on a house and get rid of the rent payment altogether. Instead, we now require roommates in order to allow employers to pay us less. Getting a roommate is supposed to benefit you, not your employer. $550 a month? Let's see. 550 times 24. That's $13,200. Times that by 5, I could buy a $66,000 house for that. That's a 20% down payment on a house. Now you take a $66,000 house, well, let's call it $70,000. Times 0.8. What are you doing? Why are you in this stupid mode? What the hell? Standard. Thank you. That's $56,000. That's less than a fucking car payment. You're paying $1,100 a month in rent. I think you can afford a payment on a $56,000 loan. Okay? But you can never get there because you're paying $1,100 a month in rent. And because 50% of the country doesn't make $19 an hour. Yes, this house right here, $47,000. Plus another 10 grand to make it livable. About 12 grand to make it livable. That's $59,000. You're not going to get a fucking McMansion. You're going to have to move to bumfuck nowhere that's just close enough to be able to get some work. Okay? Of course, the housing market's gone crazy over the last year, so this is a lot harder now. But we're assuming all this nonsense didn't happen. If all this nonsense didn't happen, this is viable. Or hell, save for 4 years. Now you got a $26,000 payment. You're missing my point. Do you know what the median per capita income in the U.S. is? Don't give me this fucking household average and household median and all that bullshit. That's all meaningless bullshit designed to hide the fact that we're slaves. No, it's actually the value went down, which I really like because that means my taxes went down. Yeah, the value of this house went down to like $64,000 or something like that. So my taxes went from $575 to $480 or something like that, or $460. So yeah, I was worried about that, because I was worried that in 10 years I won't be able to afford the taxes on this house anymore. But because the value went down over the last year, my taxes actually went down, which is wonderful. Okay, but hey, that came out nice. Damn. Well, that stuck really well too. Actually, it's kind of annoying. I actually live in one of the few wealthy areas of Edgewood. Like, I didn't qualify for most of the business opportunities available for the COVID stuff because the average income in my area is too high. If I lived 1 mile that way, I would have gotten many more benefits than I would have gotten here. I got lucky. I got lucky. This house sat for a while. It had obsolete pipes that never got replaced under recall, so it took 12 grand to fix this place up. I didn't even have running water. I had a lawn jack outside, and I ran a hose into the bathroom for the first 2 months I lived here to fill the toilet up and let us flush it. And until I got all the pipes replaced. Will it fit? Oh, yes. Look at that. That's nice. Ooh, that's nice. I like that. Oh, that's real nice. Oh, that spins on there so nicely. I'm impressed by that. Oh no, that was not fun. But you know something? I was high on heaven, surviving. I didn't care. So, minimum survival wage in the United States is, and this was in January, okay? So it's much higher now, all right, because of all this inflation. I mean, look, the fucking chicken went from $18 to $35.30. Okay? That's not inflation. That's price gouging. Okay? You wanna talk about gas? You think how many morons in the world are going to go fuck Joe Biden because of the gas prices? Well, let me clue you into a little reality. Have you looked at the spot price for oil lately? Have you checked to see what a barrel of oil costs? It's $110 a barrel. It's $110 a barrel. Gas should be $2.50 a gallon. Wait a minute. If a barrel of oil is $110, then how the fucking gas be $5-6 a gallon? Because they're raping you up the ass. Listen to the earnings calls from Chevron, Exxon, Sun Oil, all these American oil companies. Go listen to their earnings calls. Do you know what an earnings call is? I learned some of this because of the little tiny bit of stock I've been doing. And I sold most of my stock before this shit happened. I got lucky. I bailed out in time, but I didn't bail out on AMC in time, so now I got to hold it until it comes back up. But I only got like $1,000 that held me over for a month. I'll have to pay tax on that too. But that floated me through the last 2 months, so I was thankful for that. But an earnings call is something that they have to do for shareholders. It's a conference call. So you don't get to talk to them, you listen to them. So they dial into a system, and then everybody else rings into that system. It's like going to a stadium, and you have somebody out there talking on the speaker system, and everybody at the stadium can listen in. Well, as a shareholder who owns shares in a company, you have the privilege of listening into the shareholder call. And that's where they talk about what they've done, what they're planning to do, how they're planning to do it, what their projections were. Did they meet their projections? Did they exceed or fail to meet their projections? Yeah. Well, thankfully, my tax liability is so low, I probably won't owe anything, since I can write off a lot. So I'll probably be okay. And they, they'll tell you, okay, we failed to meet projections. Here's why we think that. We exceeded projections. Here's what we think we did to do that. Basically, they're being accountable to their shareholders, okay? Every single one of them, when asked, said, we have no interest in increasing production at this time. We are focusing on returns to shareholders. Do you know what that means? We are not interested in expanding production. We are focusing on shareholder return. We have no plans to increase production. We are focusing on shareholder return. That's what they said. They didn't hide it. They didn't beat around the bush. There's no conspiracy. They openly said those words in these shareholder meetings. Bullshit. The fucking current regulations are begging them to increase production. They're giving them subsidies trying to bribe them into increasing production. They refuse to. They've got the oil. The oil's cheap. It's $110 a barrel. What it is they're selling it to you at the pump for $6 a fucking gallon saying, fuck you! We're making the highest profits we've made in 30 years! Because if they increase production, they're going to lower the price of gas, and they won't make so much profit. This price for gas, it has nothing to do with Ukraine. Okay, you guys in the UK, you're going to feel it from the Ukraine, because you get a lot of your oil from the Ukraine, okay? But here in the US, we get none of our oil from the Ukraine. 75% of our oil is domestic, Canada, and Mexico. Okay? 8% comes from OPEC. We don't have an oil problem. We have a production problem. And it's intentional. They are choosing to intentionally not increase production because they don't want to. Because they're making too much money at $5 and $6 a gallon at the pump. America is the largest fucking corn producer on the entire planet. We don't need Ukraine corn. It's literally our biggest export. Exactly. About 25% is local. Domestic. The rest comes from overseas. The bulk of that is about 25% U.S. domestic. Looks like it's a little higher now. These are approximate. Approximately 25% comes from Canada, and approximately 25% comes from Mexico. Okay? This is not inflation. This is not supply chain. This is gouging. Now, I'm about to leave the realm of fact and enter the realm of opinion and supposition. Okay? So what I'm about to say now is not based in verifiable fact. This is my educated guess as to what is happening right now. What is happening right now is not Trump. Trump was just a president. Presidents do not have anywhere near the power people think they do. We blame them because, like the captain of a ship, the captain is responsible for the ship, regardless of what is actually in his control. You know, if one of the crew decides to punch a hole in the side of the ship, you know, there's a limit to what the captain can do to stop him, short of shooting him, okay? And that's assuming he knows he's going to do it, okay? But, ultimately, the captain is responsible for his ship. And so, we hold the president responsible for the country, even though it's not his choice. Okay? President is a figurehead position for the most part. What the president is supposed to do is work with the two branches of the legislature and the judiciary, and to bring them together and organize them. He's supposed to be the speaker. He's supposed to be the director of the orchestra. He's supposed to be the one that keeps everybody in tune, that keeps the tempo, that tells these people when to come in, when to come out. He's supposed to be the coordinator, okay? Okay, but, so, this is the 4 years from 2016 to 2020. We saw the shift in the exponential curve. The direction the country is going is on what's called an exponential curve. So, if you start low and you go high, okay, you can have a linear curve. That's a linear curve, okay, a steady increase. You know, each year you go up, each year you go over, okay? But you also have something called an exponential curve, which looks more, it's hard because this wants to bend in different directions. So, here you have a linear curve, okay? Here you have an exponential curve. Okay, this is an exponential curve. So, down here, it's really low and slow to change. But then when you hit that little curve part, you suddenly go, woohoo! And you start going up, and this part approaches infinity. That's called an exponential curve. That is the curve the United States has been on for 100 years or more. Okay? What we are seeing now is not the result of now. What we are seeing now is partially the result of reactions now as a consequence of decisions that have been ongoing for the last 100 years. But when you have a nation of 330 million people, that is a behemoth of a machine. Let me give you an example. The food pyramid. We all know the food pyramid, right? It's wrong. The food pyramid is wrong. And the food pyramid is partially responsible for the obesity epidemic that is happening in this country. There is nothing malicious. There is no conspiracy. There's no malintent on anyone's part. We made a mistake. We did not correctly understand the data set we were looking at, and we incorrectly attributed grains as being the core. Well, the whole country is based around grains. No shit. Because our scientists told us the food pyramid was right, and so we, over the last 100 years, altered the very fabric of our society and infrastructure around this information. And now we have to change it. And the scientists are starting to realize, oops, we were wrong. This is incorrect. But the problem is, we spent the last 100 years building the infrastructure of this country around this. So we can't just change it. It doesn't work that way. If we were to take the funding from the grains and put it into the vegetables, for example, or whatever, you would destroy the entire country. Literally, you'd put tens of millions of people out of work. You can't do that. You have to transition. So it's going to take us another 50 years to begin the transition to move on to a more correct food pyramid. Well, the same thing applies politically in this country. We didn't just, Trump became president, burn the country down, and now that's what we have. No! Trump is not the reason for what's happening, even though he is a criminal scumbag who belongs in a prison cell. He's just the culmination of the last 100 years of decisions that culminate into the actions we're seeing now. It's not his fault. He's just perpetuating the problem. He's the end result. He's idiocracy. Okay? He's what happens as a result of the last 100 years of us fucking things up on purpose. Now, they tried to correct it. These, okay, as scumbag as these people are, there were no gas prices back then. Gas prices, do you know what gas was under Trump? It was $3.25 a gallon adjusted for inflation. Gas is $4.50 a gallon. It's not that different than it was under Trump. Oh, wait a minute. You're talking about pandemic gas pricing. Sorry, Steve. You don't get to count that. Because that wasn't a result of Republicans. That wasn't a result of Democrats. That wasn't a result of a president. That was a result of a pandemic that killed tens of millions of people and kept us all in our homes, so we stopped buying gasoline. And no amount of cutting production could offset the reduction in usage. We stopped using gasoline by such a ridiculously enormous amount that no amount of manipulating the market could compensate. And so supply and demand actually took hold. And gas prices plummeted because people weren't driving. If you want those gas prices back, go start another pandemic that kills tens of millions of people and locks us all in our home for 2 years. Then you'll have those kind of gas prices again. And it doesn't matter whether it's Biden or Trump, because they don't control that. They have no control. Trump was not responsible for the low gas prices any more than Biden is responsible for the high gas prices. Yeah, well, yeah, for one of the few times supply and demand actually did something, because the supply-demand shift was so big that they couldn't manipulate it. Actually, that's one good thing Trump did. See, Trump's a scumbag. He's a piece of shit, slimy. I come from the Northeast. I come from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, so I have personal experience with just what kind of a scumbag Trump is. Biden, he's a useless meat sack. He's senile. He probably doesn't have 10 firing neurons working in his brain, but he's better than Trump because he's less dangerous. He'll break less because he's a moron. He couldn't get himself out of a wet paper bag. But Trump, he's a slimebag criminal. The number of people he's fucked over in bankruptcy by not paying his bills, Jesus Christ. Well, last I checked, 16 million is tens of millions. Anything over 10 million is tens of millions. And 16 million is known deaths. I guarantee you, I will bet this house more than 16 million people died in China alone. And we will never find out because they will never tell us. Right when the pandemic started and people started really dying, somebody noticed something they weren't supposed to notice, okay? Because our data is so pervasive now that it's very easy for unintentional information to get out. Somebody was curious. The number one cell phone provider in China lost 2.5 million subscribers in 3 months. How much you want to bet that's 2.5 million Chinese citizens who died, so of course they stopped paying their fucking phone bill? I would not be surprised if 16 million Chinese alone died from COVID. Even here in the U.S., we have over 1 million COVID direct deaths that we're aware of. The actual number is double that. Even more than double that when you factor in side effect deaths. Well, Russia doesn't have anywhere near the population numbers that China does. Look at the population of Russia and the population of China. They're off the chart. It's not even close. Okay? How many people who never even got COVID died because of COVID because they couldn't get into a hospital because the beds were full? Or people who were afraid to go to the hospital because of COVID and ended up dying for something that could have been fixed. Okay? The estimates are anywhere between 2 and 3 million people died as a result of COVID or indirectly from COVID. And what do you think is the reason we're having all these lazy millennials now? No, it's not lazy millennials. Do you realize, on average, 279 Americans are dying every day right now for COVID? Yesterday, 280 Americans died from COVID. Today, 280 Americans will die from COVID. Look it up on the CDC website. The average death toll for COVID right now is 279 average. We're still losing 300 people a day to COVID. 279 on average. And we live in one of the best countries possible for COVID. We live in one of the biggest countries, the most spread out. We should have done fantastic with COVID because COVID requires proximity. But what did we do? We closed down all of our businesses, but let the big box stores stay open. So all the little grocery stores, all the little mom and pop 5 and dime stores, nope, they had to close. All of you, go to Walmart and catch COVID. I mean, we gave $6 trillion to the 1/10 of 1% under the Republican administration. I'm not going to say Trump administration because it's not his fault. I hate the guy, but he's not responsible. He's just part of the equation. All right? We gave over $6 trillion to the 1/10 of 1%. Do you think you can give out $6 trillion without consequences? Well, Italy was hit really bad for a similar reason that China got hit really bad. You guys are cozy. Okay? The Italian culture, just like the Chinese culture, is intimate. So lots of people living together, lots of people visiting together, lots of contact, lots of touching, and that is the nuclear petri dish for COVID. That's why they had to be so strict in some of these countries, because the normal day-to-day operations of its citizens would just guarantee transfer of COVID. We needed the most minimal protections here in the U.S. All we had to do was wear a fucking mask. That's it. Masks aren't even designed to stop the inhalation of viruses. They're designed to stop you from spreading the virus. But because COVID can only travel on droplets, even a simple surgical mask is, 27% effective at stopping you from being infected by COVID. That's mind-blowing. If you would have asked me a year ago what kind of protection a mask can provide you for COVID, I would have said 1 to 5%. To find out it was 27% effective is mind-blowing. And that's not even what it's made for. Why do you think doctors wear masks in the hospital and they put on a new mask every time they go from room to room? It's not because they're worried about getting sick from whatever you got. They're worried about giving you whatever they have as they move from room to room. So they don't want to move from this sick guy's room to this healthy guy's room and make the healthy guy sick with what the sick guy had. The point of the mask is to stop you from projecting the virus all over the fucking place. That's the point. You could be a carrier for weeks and not even know it. I think I spread COVID around Tucson, Arizona. I think that's when I had COVID and didn't know it because we didn't know anything about COVID yet. It was January of 2020. We didn't know anything about it. All right, but that's when I got sick for 3 weeks, and it started when I was in Tucson. So I probably caught it from someone in Tucson. No, I caught it from my sister. She came through from Vegas, going back to Tennessee, and her and Mom were real sick, and we got sick a few days later, and that's the weekend I went to Tucson, Arizona. So they caught COVID and brought it to us from Vegas. We found out later that Vegas was a major infection hub for COVID because international flights came in through Vegas. There's actually a whole strain from Vegas. Exactly. Yeah, but you only utilize a tiny fraction of your country. The actual utilization of your landmass is pretty small. Most of you are in the few cities down the bottom. So your population density is higher than your landmass would indicate. Most of your landmass is largely unusable. Same, that's why the West out here in the United States, that's why these states are so empty, because most of the landmass isn't really usable. You know, the New Mexico is the 5th largest state in the country, but we only have 2 million people in the whole state. No, it's not so much. It's warm down here. It's just no water. It's the desert, so there's a limited amount of water to support a population center. I mean, we have 2 million people in the entire country, and almost half of them live right here in Albuquerque. Gas prices do not cause inflation of food prices. Now, it's important to understand words have different meanings based on context. In the context of this discussion, we are defining inflation as the devaluation of a currency based on political and monetary decisions. Okay? So when the government prints money and doesn't add value to the country, that can cause inflation. Believe it or not, that only causes inflation when your money is backed by a standard. Yes, they do, but that's not inflation. Okay? That's just costs going up, therefore prices have to go up. Inflation is a specific reason for costs going up. Okay? If gas went up because of inflation, then yes, the requisite increase in food prices would be a result of inflation. Well, see, this shows that you are ignorant of reality, Lightspeed, because there are no lefties. Well, but the United States does not back by a gold standard. Our dollar value has absolutely nothing to do with how many dollars exist. Otherwise, we would have already experienced hyperinflation 50 years ago. Okay? If the amount of money determined inflation, we would already be Zimbabwe. Okay? In the long run it can, but no, it does not. You are wrong. The value of the US dollar is different than the value of most currencies because the US dollar is a reserve currency. That means the rest of the world uses the dollar as a secure backup currency against inflation. Because the US dollar has some of the lowest inflation of all the currencies in the world. That's why Europe tried to create the euro. That's why they made the euro. They were trying to stabilize their currencies. Okay? They were trying to create a reserve currency like the US. Now, there's a second reason why inflation does not affect the US dollar the same way, and this is failing. And if this does fail, oh boy, are you going to see what inflation actually looks like. You think $35 chicken is expensive? You ain't seen nothing yet, buddy. Buckle your seatbelt. Because there are some that are threatening the reserve status of the US currency. And the reason we have a reserve currency status, largely besides the stability of our country, which is real, is oil. There's a reason we call American greenbacks petrodollars. Because we back our currency with oil. And we do this with our military. This is why we invade countries like Afghanistan and Iraq. Not to control oil. We have the largest oil reserves on the planet. Nobody in the world has more oil than the U.S. does. Yet we export most of it. Okay? We don't care who has the oil. We don't. We really don't give one flying fuck who has the oil and who's selling the oil. As long as they're selling it in dollars. As long as they're selling that oil on the market in dollars, our currency is stable. And now you're hearing some whispering, okay, No. Inflation is the rate of rising prices as a result of the devaluation of a currency. Only if those increases in production costs and raw materials are the result of devaluation. Exactly. Now, China is trying to make deals to sell oil in wands. If that happens, oh boy, you don't know, most of you have no clue what, including me, because I've never experienced it, okay, so I'm in this boat. We have no clue what inflation is. If they start selling oil on the world markets in something besides the dollar, we're fucked. And one of two things are going to happen. Either we're going to crash, or we're going to become the largest military dictatorship on this planet. And you want to take a guess which one we're going to pick? Yeah, that doesn't thrill me. That scares the fuck out of me. Do you realize that one modern aircraft carrier has more firepower than 220% of the firepower of World War II, both Axis and Allied, including the 2 nukes on Japan? One aircraft carrier, 220% of the entire firepower of World War II from 1939 to 1945. Yeah, this country ain't going to collapse. We're just going to start fucking with the rest of the world, and I do not look forward to that. The movie Rollover? Definitely I'm going to check that out. Okay? Now, like I said, for the purpose of this discussion, inflation is the devaluation of a currency as a result of monetary or political decisions. Okay? So, the basic concept of inflation, which again doesn't apply to the US dollar because we are backed by oil as a reserve currency. So we can print money. I mean, look at how much debt we have. Anybody who says printing money causes inflation is incapable of grasping the reality we actually live in. The current projected, meaning if you project out all promised debt, you know, like Social Security and healthcare and stuff like that. What was our current debt? $54 trillion. I think it was $54 trillion if you include future promise in the current debt ceiling. $54 trillion. Not one single person watching this stream, not one single person on this planet can comprehend $1 trillion. Nobody. Nobody can comprehend $1 trillion. If I started a business selling geocache containers in the year of our Lord 0 AD January 1st, and I made $1 million a day, not a year, not a decade, $1 million a day, $365 million a year. How long would it take you to make 1 trillion? You're not there yet. It's been 2022 years since you started your company selling geocache containers, making $1 million a day, $365 million a year, and you're not there yet. It's about 260 to 270 years. I think it's like 2,600 years. 2,600 years. Almost 3,000 years. I don't remember the exact number. I think it's between 2,600 and 2,700 years. It's over 2,600 years. 2,600 years to make $1 trillion. And we owe $54 trillion. If that light speed is not enough to convince you that every argument you tried to post on inflation is complete bullshit, nothing will. The normal factors of inflation do not apply to the US dollar. If we stop selling the US dollar in oil, well, then those factors are going to start applying real fast. The value of the US dollar is mostly based on the trust in the dollar by the rest of the world. As long as the rest of the world trusts, either by force or by peace, the American dollar, it'll retain a significant amount of its value. I mean, $1 in 1913 is worth 4 cents today. Now, to you and me, that might seem like, well, that's a huge drop. I'm sorry. No, it's not. You have a great day today. A 94% drop in value while we've increased the monetary supply to $54 trillion in debt? That's nothing inflation compared to what it should be. If inflation worked normally in this country, you'd need $10 million to buy a McDonald's hamburger. We'd be Zimbabwe. Okay? I've got $20 trillion out in the trailer. Real. I actually have $20 trillion. Zimbabwe dollars. It's about enough to buy a bun. Okay? It's actually worth more as a collector's item than it is as a currency. So, for the purpose of this discussion, inflation is the devaluation of a currency, not the increase in cost. The devaluation of a currency, meaning $1 is worth less than $1 now. That's the inflation we're talking about. And keep in mind, the Republicans are the ones who gave out all that money. They were in charge from 2016 to 2020. The Democrats have done basically nothing since they took office. They can't. The government is deadlocked. The Republicans control the Senate. They have 52 votes in the Senate. The Democrats can't even use reconciliation. They're done. Either we're going to vote in more Republicans or vote in more Democrats at the midterms, and then we'll see what happens. Until then, this is a lame duck presidency. They can't do anything. Because the Republicans have elected a scorched earth tactic. We have reached the expo curve, where they're no longer trying to hide it. They're no longer trying to pretend to work together. Now, I love when people say, oh, the lefties, the liberals. Oh, dude, that just shows your ignorance. There are no liberals in the United States. There might be liberal citizens. Politically, the people in control of the country, there are no liberals. Republicans ceased to exist. Democrats have become Republicans. Democrats today are Republicans. Republicans today are extremist right-wing conservatives. They've gone off the chart. Good or bad, like it or not like it, that's what they are. All right? Even Bernie Sanders is right of center. Bernie Sanders is a fucking conservative. Oh, this one here? The one that bubbled up as it was printing because of the water in it? Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Look how squishy it is. But it still works. That's awesome. I love that. That's just great. Oh man, that's awesome. That actually came out really good. I'm really happy with how that came out. I'm going to have to see if it's watertight. So, the entire country has shifted conservative. There's no liberals left. And that's part of the problem. Like it or hate it, you need left wing to balance right wing. You need liberal to balance conservative so that we end up somewhere in the middle. Okay? But when you have a left and a right, and everybody is on the right, middle ends up over here. Let's see. Lick my balls, buddy. Lick my balls. That's my reply to scammers and shit like that now. I just tell them to lick my balls. The mongrel way, baby. The mongrel way. Homo eridonus. Bite every leg. Piss on every leg. Bite every hand. Exactly. Bernie's not even the middle. He's right of center. He's conservative. He's Republican. 50 years ago, you'd have called Bernie Sanders a Republican. Yet our Republican Party is so extremist right-wing now that, relatively speaking, the Republican Democrats look like they're liberals. What would normally be called centrist, what would normally be called middle, what would normally be called average, normal, and sane, now looks leftist liberal compared to the extremist right conservatives. It's absolutely batshit insane. And you know, I can't figure out why. They're going to destroy the country. They're tearing it apart. Why? What do they... If you tear apart the country, you lose too. Because we're going to fucking eat you. I'm not joking. Literally. If the country collapses, we're going to eat them. We'll eventually starve, but not before we have Pelosi and McConnell steaks. Okay? Trump and Biden steaks. Okay? What's the objective? They can't win. And I think I figured it out. Call it a conspiracy theory, call it a fringe theory, and nobody's really taking it serious because we have no way of measuring it. But it's not happening in the rest of the world. You got your power mongers like Putin and stuff like that. But for the most part, the rest of the world is relatively sane. You got your power mongers in some African countries and stuff like that. That happens. Until you reduce the poverty level, you're not going to fix that too easily. You're going to have to do like what happened with Japan. They're going to have to be beat by somebody and then rebuilt by somebody. And a their of living created that the people will then fight to keep. One that we're giving up. But there's a theory going around that might have a surprising amount of merit. The theory is that the entire United States of America is suffering, the older generation, is suffering from varying levels of a mild level of lead poisoning. Obviously some more than others. But the suspicion is, the 60s and 70s, we made huge EPA cutbacks on lead. Once we found out just how absolutely dangerous, how devastating lead is to a society. Entire societies have collapsed because of lead. Do you remember the old days of kings and queens and how they were a little cuckoo? Okay? Well, they actually were just a little cuckoo. Okay? Because back in the day, poor people couldn't afford this, so it didn't affect them. Okay? Rich people could. No problem, Steve. They used to use lead to season food. I'm not kidding. Lead. It's lethal. But 500 years ago, they didn't know. They had no way of knowing. Even when people started dying of it, they had no way of knowing why. It was just beyond their means, physiologically and scientifically. They had no way of knowing. But lead tastes sweet. Lead activates the sweet taste buds of our mouths. And in some places, lead was a lot easier to get than sugar. So they would grind up lead and use it to sweeten their desserts and foods and shit like that. And then you add on top of that the inbreeding. And they were fucking wacko. like if you were a time traveler and went back in time, you ain't fixing that. They're nuts. The gerbil has left the wheel, but light's still on. Okay? Well, we have a very mild case of that, we suspect, here in the U.S. because of how much lead we were using. Well, why doesn't it affect Europe? Because Europe did not primarily use wood and therefore paint to build their houses. Europe didn't typically use gasoline in huge abundance. They used diesel. Okay? Here in the U.S., all of our houses were stick and stick construction houses with sheetrock walls, plaster walls that were painted, and we used lead. Neon signs used lead. Gasoline used lead. Airplanes used lead. We used lead in everything. It's a very, very nice material. It's readily available. It exists in nature. It's malleable. It's soft. It's moldable. Lead's some cool shit until you realize what it does when you start ingesting it. It's really, really bad. We found out how bad it was, and we basically, in a single generation, banned it from everything. I still remember my dad having to get lead substitute bottles for his motorhome. You know, we had an old Pace Arrow motorhome, and they had the older engines that needed the leaded gas, and you had to add the lead substitute every time you filled it up, because otherwise the engine would tear itself apart, because the gas no longer had lead in it. And but the suspicion is that that entire generation got exposed to a bit more lead than was safe. And this maniacal, power-hungry, paranoid nature that a lot of the older generation has in this country could be the result of lead poisoning. So, how do we fix it? We don't. We can't. The only way to fix it is to wait for them to die. We gotta wait until that generation dies off. That's the only thing we can do. And that's scary, because that's a long-lived generation. See, in mild amounts, lead doesn't kill you. It just makes you a little crazy. Yeah, it makes you a little paranoid, makes you a little power-hungry, and you put those people in positions of power, Pelosi, McConnell, all these other people, you know, it's scary. You know, most of the rest of the world looks at the U.S. and goes, "Yeah, you guys okay over there?" Yes, a younger person has the keys to the nukes, right? You know, we're a little nuts. You know, we worry about terrorists getting a hold of a nuke. Whew. Well, Lightspeed, when you can explain to me how to cash in knowledge for dollars, I'll probably be a millionaire. All right. Let me show Lightspeed. I like you. I do. I really like you. So take this with the best intentions. That shows how ignorant you are of reality. Now, not comparing to me and you, okay? But as a nation, would you consider $120,000 a year to be a lot of money? Not for you, not for me, but as a nation, would you consider $120,000 a year to be a lot of money? I'm a knowledge sponge. I actually went to school to be schooled. I read every fucking book I can get my hands on. Okay? $120,000 is not a lot of money. It's chicken scratch in the bigger picture. 92% of the entire population of this country makes less than $120,000. You're actually not far off. The comfort zone that they've calculated is $70,000. They say typically people won't be truly comfortable until they reach $70,000. Now, part of that is because we tend to spend what we make. So when you make more, you tend to spend more. You know, you make more money, you get the nicer car, you get the nicer house, you get the Netflix, you get the Starbucks. Oh yeah, you can live pretty much anywhere comfortably on $60,000 or $70,000 a month, as long as you live within the limits of that income level. Meaning, you won't need for anything. You may want for, but you won't need for anything in most of the country. That's part of what makes the monetary situation in this country so fucking sad. You know, if we just paid everybody a living wage, the whole country would be better off. That's why I'm saying part of this is some kind of mental insanity in the country as a whole. Because it doesn't make sense the road we're going down. The road we're going down leads to nothing but destruction. And if everybody were paid a proper living wage for their full-time labor, nobody would be hurting. Nobody would be the lesser. The billionaires would still be billionaires. The millionaires would still be millionaires. No, it doesn't. That is so. You are such a crock of shit. I don't know how you can believe this bullshit. McDonald's has increased the price of their products at 128% the rate of inflation or higher, while they've lowered their wages by 40% since 1980. Where the fuck is the deflation? If increased wages causes inflation, then decreased wages causes deflation. Show me the deflation as we've cut wages in half for the last 40 years. That's such a bullshit argument. If you actually believe it, you're being gaslit by the people spreading it. The companies aren't causing inflation. The government is causing inflation. The price increases are caused by the companies, and that's just straight up gouging. That's right, I ran a porn shop. Anything wrong with that, Lightspeed? You got a problem with that? I paid my 2 employees $21 an hour. Because that was a living wage where they were. The insanity in the arguments that people put forward. I mean, your arguments aren't just wrong. I'm not saying you're stupid. Your arguments are stupid. Your arguments are the definition of stupid. Not you. Your argument. The question is, why do you believe stupid arguments? Walmart raised the price of this chicken from $18 to almost $36. An almost 200% price increase. Show me the inflation that causes that. Show me the increased wages that causes that. I'm not, like I said, I said you're not stupid. Your argument is stupid. And it is. And you know something? I'm tired of this feely lovey-dovey, we can't offend people, everybody goes home with a participation trophy bullshit. When you see something stupid, you should call it stupid. Sorry, kid, you lost. You don't get a trophy, you don't get a certificate. Good hustle, you tried hard, but you lost. Now go on and work harder. That doesn't mean you shit on the kid, that doesn't mean you beat on the kid, but you also don't fluff him up with smoke up his ass either. He lost! Walmart could raise the price of their product ticket. In the retail industry, you have product price, how much does this cost? And you have ticket price, the average stuff a customer brings up in their shopping cart and buys. Walmart could raise their ticket price, not their product price, their ticket price, a nickel, and pay everyone a living wage. I'm sorry, survival wage. 10 cents for a living wage. Or 8 cents. I think it was 8 cents. They could raise their ticket price a nickel and pay everybody $19 an hour. Dollar Tree, I can show you with hard numbers. 15,600 locations, 193,000 associates, $1 per product before the price increase. An average revenue of $1.6 million per store. 19,300 work hours. Oh, I'm sorry, 193,000 work hours for the company, and 19,000 work or 12,000 work hours per store per year. Dollar Tree could have raised their price 1 nickel, renamed it the $1.05 tree instead of the Dollar Tree, and they could pay everybody in the country $19 an hour minimum. Yet they've increased their prices 200% without increasing wages 1 penny. Well, then that's your job to control the cost of living, because the individual can't control the cost of living. Corporations and governments control the cost of living. I showed you here. Minimum survival income is $19 an hour. Anything less than $18.60 an hour as of January of this year is unsurvivable without cheat codes. Just instituting universal health care would reduce that to $15.18. Do you know what my McDonald's pays here? They pay $11 an hour, less than half a living wage. Do you know what McDonald's pays in Pennsylvania? About $8 an hour, or 75 cents over federal minimum wage. I don't give a fuck what they pay in California. Being paid $17 in California is like being paid $11 here, because your cost of living is higher. Yes, but you don't have to raise your price at inflationary rates. Your labor does not make up that big a percentage of your revenue for most businesses. You might have a labor-centric business. I don't know. Most people are part-time employees because they won't let them work full-time because we require some form of health care be provided if they do. No, it is not the #1 cost in business. Again, Walmart could increase their ticket price a nickel and pay everybody a survival wage. Dollar Tree could raise their price for each product a nickel and pay everybody a survival wage. Target could increase their ticket price 3 cents per ticket, not per product, per shopping cart, 3 cents, and pay everybody a survival wage. Well, Costco actually pays people a reasonable wage. How the fuck are they still in business? And still cheaper than Walmart. Really? And you know what you can do, buddy? You can lick my balls. Lick them good. They're nice and hairy. Bye-bye. Fucking spammers. So, a nickel. I don't know what they do in the background. I don't care. You can find a nitpick for everything. You're missing the bigger picture. You're finding nitpicks to allow you to ignore the bigger picture. And you know something? If that means prices have to go up, so be it. But if we raise the prices, then people can't afford the products. Why can't they afford the products? Because the prices are higher. Why are the prices higher? Because we'd have to pay them more. But why can't they afford the products? Because we're not paying them more. Are you fucking kidding me? The amount of cognitive dissonance that's required for an intelligent person, and I know you're an intelligent person. You're not. I don't give a fuck what you think. I know you're not an idiot, which means you're just being gaslit to believe this propagandistic bullshit for some reason, or you just haven't educated yourself enough on the subject to truly understand, or you benefit from it, so you put your head in the sand and you don't want it to change. That happens a lot too. That doesn't mean you're an idiot, but it does mean your ethics are in question. I want to open a business. To run this business, I need a building. So that means I have to pay a landlord. Okay? Do I have a right to use the government's monopoly on violence to force the landlord to let me pay less to lease the building because otherwise my business isn't viable unless I can get my rent for less? Any businessman on earth will tell you no, of course not. You either make enough money to pay the rent or your business isn't viable and it fails. I need electricity. Do I have a right to force the electric company to sell me the electric cheaper because otherwise my business isn't viable? Of course not. That's stupid. Do I have a right to force the gas company to take less? To force the water company to take less? To force the manufacturer of spoons to take less? Of course not. That's stupid. As a business, as an ethical, proper functioning business owner, you have only 3 choices. Only 3. You either pay the asking price you negotiate without force or coercion, you do it yourself, or you do without it. As a business owner, those are your only 3 choices. Pay, do it yourself, or do without it. You either buy the spoons for the best price you can find to buy, you manufacture the spoons yourself, or you do without spoons. That's how a business operates. That's how every business is supposed to operate. You pay your costs, and if you make enough for a profit, your business is viable. If you don't make enough for profit, your business is not viable. Until you mention the word labor, and then every single business owner on the planet goes mentally insane and says, oh, that's not the same thing. It doesn't apply to that. What? Labor is a product. It's mine. You don't own it. You want to buy my labor from me. At minimum, you have to pay cost. If this spoon costs me $1 to make, I can't sell it to you for 90 cents. Because then I'm paying you to take my spoons. My business then fails, and you don't get any spoons anymore. But we're able to do it with labor. Because unlike the business that can't afford the spoons, which then means the business ceases to exist and goes out of business, the equivalent of that for a laborer is you fucking die. And since clearly people don't want to die, they have to bend over backwards and warp the fabric of the universe to somehow survive. Multiple jobs, 80, 100 hours a week, multiple roommates, doing without health insurance, doing without car insurance, hoping the government makes up the difference. Hi, baby. The United States is a socialist country. The United States functions on socialism. Corporate-only socialism. They do have a job. All these people do have jobs. Just not working for you and your slave wages. Because now they actually have a choice. Hi, baby. The kitty cat's like, pet me! Yeah, you want to be loved, don't you? You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. Your claws have got to be clipped tonight, baby, because they're getting sharp. I don't think that one can hear, and this one's like, just shut up and pet me. This just makes me so mad. This stuff is not even complicated. It's not even like it's a gray area or anything like that. We just have a mental insanity level that pervades the entire country on a level of cognitive dissonance and self-delusion. If you can't afford what I started with 2 hours ago, what is slavery? Explain slavery from the perspective of a business. Socially, slavery is the enslavement of a people. But that's not what slavery means to a business. That's not why we do slavery. Racism is an artificial construct we invented, which eventually took on a life of its own, of course. But initially, it was a construct created so that we could justify it. Because think about it from this perspective. Oh, these people are aborigines. They have no technology. They have no guns. We can easily capture these people and control them, take them as slaves. But slavery creates a pretty nasty problem. Slavery requires racism, because slavery can't work without racism. Think about this. You know, the black dude from Africa, the monkey dude from Africa, to every normal functioning eyeball on the planet, he's a human being. The only difference between me and the black dude is the color of my skin and maybe the shape of my skull a little bit. Okay? But to any person who's capable of rational thought, they're human beings. Now, I'm a British commoner, and somebody brings these slaves to sell. What's my first concern? Wait a minute. You're enslaving these people and selling them as cattle. What's to stop you from doing that to me? Nothing. So in order to get the people to accept slavery of other human beings, see, using cows as cattle is easy. They're not sentient. They're not self-aware. They're not intelligent thinking creatures. It's easy. They're just organic machines. Do you feel bad about making your car take you to work? Of course not. Why would you feel bad about milking the cow or slaughtering it when it's old enough? It's a machine. It's a resource. But people are different. So we had to convince ourselves they weren't people, that they were savages, that they were animals. And the biggest difference between them was, well, he's black and he's not. And so racism goes with slavery. Because that's the only way to get your race to accept the slavery without them wondering when they're going to be on the slave-selling block. Oh, okay, he's just like cattle, so that's okay. We're okay with that then. Lick my balls. Take them lips and lick my balls. Another scammer. I don't even know where he wants you to go. Like, there's no link or anything. Like, what's the point of the message? Just for shiggles? Okay? People are stupid. What are you gonna do? So, that's why racism and slavery are interlinked. Okay? But, that's how we justified slavery. Why slavery? Because I can make you work without paying you. It's cheap labor. It's literally theft of labor. Slavery is theft of labor. You're stealing someone else's product, their labor, without compensating them for it. Now, I want you to think about something. You go to the store and you see this. $20. You take it without paying. You're guilty of theft, right? You took it without paying for it. You're guilty of theft. Now, what if I come up to the counter and I give you $10 for this and then I walk out? It's still theft. You paid for some of it, but you still stole it because the price was 20, not 10. It's still theft. Call it partial theft. It's still theft. On some level, it's still theft. That's still what you're going to be charged with when the police arrest you. You're going to be charged with theft. Slavery is theft of labor. So if I pay you something for the labor, but I don't pay you the cost of the labor, it's still theft. Do you know how we got around the anti-slavery, Democrat anti-slavery legislation, mind you? Do you know how we... I guess I shouldn't call it Democrat anymore. I should call it liberal. Even the cat... Oh, he's over there now. If he comes back up here, I'll put it on. I did find some food deals, but not many. Food deals are getting much, much harder to come by. I did a lot of stockpiling over the last couple months. I bought a lot of, essentials that, store well to hold over. I've got a year's worth of milk, shelf-stable milk, before Dollar Tree raised the price. I've got a couple years worth of chicken and other canned meats. I've got several years worth of Knorr packets. I got those for a steal, man. Basically 60% off. Fuck yeah. Like half off, 60% off. It's crazy. And because I was able to combine deals in both Fetch and some of the stores. Ooh, good deal. That's like half the price at Walmart. Vegetables are still okay at Walmart. You can get peas, corn, and green beans. I thought it was one other one. Damn it. What can you still get? That is so not what I want. Here we go. Cut green beans, sweet peas, and corn. You can still get them for $5.88 for a case of 12, which is just under 50 cents a can. And you can still get carrots. Ooh, 50 cents a can. Oh, that's the little cans. You don't want them. Those are the 8-ounce cans. No. You want these 14-ounce cans. 58 cents. That's normal price. 54 cents for French style. I also bought several cases of potatoes. I probably got about a year's worth of canned potatoes, maybe a year and a half. I want to get some of this, but they're out of stock right now. This is great for salads and stews. Neither of us like peas, but peas work well in things like beef stew and chili and stuff like that. Stay away from the no salt added, because they don't last as long, because the salt's a preservative. It makes them last longer. I got some sauerkraut. I don't know. Peace be with you. Haven't gotten too much in the mushroom department just because they're so expensive. God, they're expensive. Well, the minced garlic is not too bad, but it doesn't last very long. No, I wouldn't be surprised if... Wow. That's not too bad a price, but you get a better deal on the small cans. But good for the peas and diced carrots. But, of course, out of stock. And we can use 8.5 ounce. Ow, that's a lot of money. For an 8.5 ounce can? Ow! I thought that was the 29 ounce family can. I hate peas, but I can eat them when they're mixed in with other things. I got a bunch of red beets. I love red beets. I got mostly sliced potatoes, and I got some diced as well. No, temperature extremes are too high out there. Temperature fluctuations will make them spoil faster. So my third bedroom is a pantry. The entire room is surrounded by shelving, and it's all stored on there. Can't beat that. Meats have gone up dramatically in price. Canned veggies are still relatively affordable. Another good thing to get, it's not super healthy, but you can get good flavors, and then you can fluff it with other things. So one of my favorites is roast chicken and roast beef. This one here is great. This used to be $4 for a case, or less. You can get it on sale for like $3. Now it's almost $6. Even fucking ramen's getting expensive. It's ridiculous. I get a little bit of the creamy chicken because Michelle likes the creamy chicken. I wish I liked the creamy chicken because it's almost $1 cheaper. But the roast chicken is multiple orders of magnitude better, in my opinion. What I wish is I could buy just the seasoning packets. Like, let me buy bulk seasoning packets. Then I could just buy the cheapest Maruchan that's available and just don't use the seasoning packet that comes with it. Let's see, what else is anything else good? That's not bad. The lime chili is pretty good. I think I got a case of that. These are expensive because they're the big boxes. When you're shopping on Walmart, you gotta watch out for things like this. This is not from Walmart. See how it says 3-day shipping and it doesn't have the Walmart thing next to it? This is from a third-party reseller. They're basically drop shipping it and charging you 3 or 4 times what it normally costs. This should be right around $5 or $6, and here they are charging you $19.40. And what happens is people will be on Walmart and they'll fall for it. They won't realize it, especially. And what really sucks. Well, things like BJ's and Costco are good for very specific types of things. For everyday foods, not a good deal. But for very specific types of things, like call it better foods at a fair price, they're good for that. Like every now and then if I want a decent steak, we don't eat steak very much because of how expensive it is. Do they really? The little Maruchan packets? I want them for like a nickel. Like I want to buy like for a nickel a pop. Because that's, you know, about what they're worth. Because I mean for $5 you get 24 of them. Kikkoman. I like Kikkoman. I like Kikkoman's okay, so that's probably real ramen seasoning, not these flavored Maruchan stuff. If you have a link for that, send it to me. Because when you find a link for one, then it's easy to find the rest because it starts showing you suggested items. I see $24 for what should be $4.80. In fact, it is. Right here. There's the right price, $4.80. And look what they're charging. Ripping people off. What sucks is that they rip off the people who are least able to afford to be ripped off. Because if you charge it to your credit card, you're going to notice it right away if you paid $20 for a box of soup. But on food stamps, you might not notice. And so they're ripping people off who can't afford to be ripped off, and that's bullshit. See, the problem is for the most part, we don't really have price gouging laws in the U.S. Businesses are allowed to charge whatever they want. And that is this. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's soup mix. And then you got this. This is racism at its best. Now it's just normal in society. We had an anti-Asian phase in this country, and so we started a big campaign against MSG. No, I don't have an Aldi or Lidl. Yeah, I missed that. I'm trying to figure out how to go to Narum, because number one, I haven't been to Narum in a long time. I'd really like to go to Narum, take some pictures, relax a little bit, and this douchebag's back. Lick my balls! But Narum's only 18 hours away in Springfield, Missouri, or somewhere thereabouts. And I'd really like to go, but I don't think I can. I just don't think I'm going to have the money. You know, even sharing the costs with other people, it's a lot. You know, even if I split the hotel 3 ways, I'm still looking at $350 for the hotel. And then I also have to eat. I could bring a limited amount of my own food with me, because I have the 12-volt freezer, and solar panels and battery pack I could leave in the car. So I could bring a limited amount of food with me. You know, sandwich making materials, so I can eliminate lunch. And, but there's a limit to how much I can bring practically with me. And just being able to cook it is an issue. But hopefully the hotel would provide breakfast. But I would still need dinner every night. Even if I went to McDonald's, you know, and bought a 2 for $6, you're still talking about, you know, $50 in food. And then fuel's not that big a deal. Even at $5 a gallon, I only need 2 tanks of fuel, 2.5 tanks round trip. So fuel's not that big a deal. You know, even at $5 a gallon, it's only $200 in fuel. But still, that's $200 in fuel, $350 for the hotel. That's $50 in food. That's $600, and that's just base cost. You know, there's going to be more on top of that. Get a flat tire, have a breakdown. You know, any number of things can happen. And I don't have the financial backing to be able to support if something happens. So, but what would have been nice though is that I would have saved our EBT balance for the trip, because right there in Springfield there's both a Save-A-Lot and an Aldi, which means I can stock up on canned food. You know, they have good deal on I don't need tuna fish. I got tons and tons of tuna fish. But I could stock up on the nicer vegetables, the Blue Lake green beans, you know, the nice good sweet corn and the nice carrots. You know, they have Walmart has peas, carrots, green beans, French green beans, and corn. That's it. But Aldi has a better variety of vegetables, all for less than 60 cents a can. At least last time I checked. No, I'm not going to Murph. Are you really? That's freaking cool, dude. I miss the water. God, I miss the water. That's the one mistake I made, is moving someplace without water. I gotta learn how to do that. I gotta learn how to can. The problem is I don't have a canner, and they're expensive. You know, the actual canning supplies aren't too bad. But, are you really? What do you do? Distribution or something like that? Or actual fishing side of it? Can you can? Oh, canned tuna is nothing like fresh tuna. But have you seen the price? Plus, I restrict myself. Lick my balls! Lick 'em! Very cool, man. Hook me up with some crab legs, dude! You seen the fucking prices on crab legs? $36 a pound! I'm like, what the fuck? I'll never have crab legs again the rest of my life! Holy shit! Wow. I know, it's crazy! Really? You have access to crabs? Don't go spending big money on that, but if you have access to an affordable source, hell yeah, I'd love to take advantage of that. Is it really? They're buying up, what, the premium stock or something like that, or what? Oh my god, albacore is so much better than regular chunk tuna, but it's so expensive. And actually, oh wow, okay. I bet. If I get a little vial in the mail with creepy crawlies in it, I'm dropping a fucking warhead on your house. I build rockets, motherfucker. Don't mess with me. Oh my god. But oh wow. So that they bought up enough of it that it just fucked everyone else. And of course, when they fuck everyone else, they get to take their low-cost purchase and sell it at the marked-up price, because everybody else is too. Oh, that's evil. Oh. I am blown away how good this shit prints, man. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's feudalism at its best. At $36 a pound, billions. Billions. I'd be surprised if it's just millions. Wow. Oh man, do you miss the days of all-you-can-eat crab buffets? I do. Do you remember? Well, if you're not on the East Coast, you might not even know this. I have no idea if they had restaurants elsewhere. It might have been a single place. But what was it called? It was Chesapeake something. Chesapeake Seafood House or something like that. They had a menu from cheapest, like a spaghetti dinner was like $3.99, up to crab legs, which were $19.99. And from that menu, there's like 17 items on that menu. Whatever price point you ordered, you got all you could eat, anything that price point or lower. So if you bought the crab legs, you could pick from the whole menu, unlimited all you can eat. Chesapeake Bay Crab House or something like that, or but yeah, that was great. You'd go in there every now and then, they'd have it on sale for $17.99 for unlimited, and this is snow crabs, you know, the good stuff. It wasn't king crab, but it was snow crabs. It wasn't Dungeness. The Dungeness was like $13.99 or $14.99 or something like that. So, you know, when we had the money, we'd pay the $20. And now, you know, you want spaghetti, you can get that. You want shrimp, you can get that. You want crab cakes. You know, I love their deep fried clams. You know, the breaded clams. Oh, they were so good. Ah. But yeah, you know, that was when that was affordable. The last time I saw all you can eat crabs was at that, there's a place, they're on the water at they're down in by Cape May, New Jersey. It's not in Cape May, it's just above Cape May. I can't remember what it's called. But you can take your boat up to it. They're on the water, so you can actually dock your boat and go to the restaurant, or come by car and go to the restaurant. And I always dreamed one day of going down there with a boat and just docking and going to dinner. But at that time, this was like, I want to say 10, 12 years ago. Maybe a little more, maybe 15. It was $40 for all you can eat crabs. So we would do it like once every 2 years, you know, if we could afford it. Because, you know, there's 7 or 8 of us, you know. Do the math. It's a $400 dinner. But they would just bring out big giant bowls filled with crabs. You can get snow crabs or Dungeness crabs. And but that was like 10, 12 years ago. So that doesn't exist anymore either. At least I doubt it's $40. I got pretty good at getting them open. Just, you know, stick a fork in there, give it a crack, and go. But man, if you missed, it hurt, because they'll slice you open. What are you gonna do? I can't complain too much. I had a good life. I was raised well. You know, we were never rich, we were never wealthy, but we were also never, you know, abject poor either. I guess we were the definition of lower middle class. And so I can't complain. You know, I had a good life and a good upbringing. So. You know, a good phrase I heard, you see people post stupid comments. Solution to student debt, pay your bills. And that's just like the epitome of stupid to me, because those bills are artificially inflated. They shouldn't be even a fraction of what they are. We did that on purpose. Because, you know, the way I described to people, I was like, in 1969, minimum wage was over $20,000 a year adjusted. Today, minimum wage is $12,000 a year. And in 1969, you could flip burgers at McDonald's. You could be a garbage man. You could be, You know, janitor at a school. You could be the guy filling your gas tank at the gas station. You could be the checkout person in a grocery store. No matter what job you worked, you could survive. You wouldn't have a great life. I mean, obviously, minimum wage is not going to give you a great life, but you'd have a life. All right, you could survive, and not just pay rent. You could buy a house. You could buy a car. You could have a family on minimum wage, which is how it's supposed to be. That's what minimum wage was designed to be. Minimum wage was designed to end corporate slavery. Minimum wage was designed to say, if you can't afford the spoons, then you can't have the spoons. If you can't afford the employees, then you can't have the employees. That's the way it's supposed to be. If that means products have to cost more money, let's see. If Walmart has to raise their ticket price a nickel, I don't know about you, but when I go into Walmart and get my $170 worth of stuff, I think I can afford it being $170.05. I think I can afford that inflation. I buy from Walmart twice a month, so that's 24 times a year. That's $1.20. I think I can afford $1.20 for people to get a living wage. Oh my God. $1.20 inflation is gonna kill me. I'm gonna die from the $1.20 inflation increase. While Walmart raises the price of chicken 200%. People say, I had my boss once tell me, my biggest expense is labor. It's the only place where I can alter my profit margin. He was the manager of a pizza shop. And I said, no, your biggest expense is corporate. Labor is one of your smallest expenses. Labor is just the only expense corporate will permit you any control over. Labor's not your biggest expense. It's just the only one you're permitted to control. Because corporate controls everything else. You pay more for tomatoes than I do. You pay more for salami and pepperoni than I do. You pay more for pizza dough than I do. You pay more for toilet paper and sanitizer than I do. Because corporate compels you to buy all of those things from corporate, and there's a huge markup on those things through corporate. Even though they're getting a massive bulk discount. So not only are they paying even less, but they're gouging you even more. And that's how the franchise system works in this country. Corporate takes all the profit and leaves only exactly enough profit to keep everybody from quitting. The managers, the owners. And then you wonder why owners own, 10 pizza shops, 15 pizza shops. They own a whole chain of them because they have to. That's how many they have to own to actually earn a reasonable income. Because corporate takes it all. So corporate gets all the profit and none of the consequences. Because when costs go up, they're passed on to you. And your only option is to take less profit. You're not even allowed to raise the price of your products. If you raise the price of your products, corporate will either yell at you and tell you no, and you'll have to comply depending on your contract, or they'll raise the price of your commissary to eat up your price increase. Yeah, but how many fucking McDonald's did they have? They didn't have one. Also, McDonald's is a cherry-picked exception to the rules. Because McDonald's they're so fucking large. Right? Do you know how much revenue a 7-Eleven needs to have? Now, this was 6-7 years ago, so it's much higher now. Do you know how much revenue needs to go through a 7-Eleven to pay an owner a $40,000 income. That's not a lot of money. That's barely above median. $4.7 million. You have to push $4.7 million through a 7-Eleven franchisee store to draw a $40,000 income. Yeah, sure, when you own 30 McDonald's, you're going to be a millionaire. Duh! But you already started off as a millionaire. How else did you afford the 14 McDonald's? It's like a giant Ponzi scheme. And people say, but their Ponzi scheme worked. Yeah, but you didn't get it on the ground level, so fuck you. I bet you it's not much better. Subway's going to be a better franchise because they're smaller, so they can't command as much as a McDonald's can. People don't realize how much money a McDonald's makes if they raise the price of a product 1 penny. 1 penny. Go look up how many customers McDonald's has per day. Let's forget about raising the price of everything a penny. If they charge each person 1 penny more, add up how much that is. People say, Walmart only has a 1.3% profit margin. First, I have a bridge to sell you if you think Walmart only has a 1.3% profit margin. That's what they can legally get away with reporting. 2.5 million. So, that is 250,000 divided by 100 times 365. That's $3.65 million per year. 1 penny. 1 penny. Did I do that right? So that's $25,000. Yeah, I did it wrong. Times 365. I'm sorry, $9.12 million. So if McDonald's Canada were to charge every customer, not every product, every customer, 1 penny more, they would make $9.12 million extra dollars. Okay? And you wonder why the owners are millionaires. We have a word for that. It's called duh. Duh. I mean, 250,000. Now this is an average, of course. Obviously, it's going to vary greatly. Divided by 1,400, that is 1,785 pennies per store. Divided by 100 times 365. $6,517 per store. That can't be right. That's wrong. I'm hitting the wrong button. Divided by... Yeah, it is. $3,600 per store. Per year. 1 penny. Wow. 25 million. So 25,000,000 divided by 100. That's $250,000 per fucking day times 365. If McDonald's US raises the price 1 penny, they increase their revenue, because profit's different from revenue. They increase their revenue by $91 million. 1 penny. When you have those kinds of numbers, you'd be amazed what you can make work. Okay? That's... What the fuck? I wonder. Divided by... McDonald's could charge every customer a penny and give 122 people in the U.S. every year $750,000 or enough to survive on for the rest of their life. And would only cost them 1 penny per customer that they wouldn't even have to pay for because they're charging the customer a penny. And they could make 122 people a year independent for life. And that's just McDonald's. The kinds of dollar values these people interact with and have access to makes every bit of knowledge you and I have meaningless. Because we just have no capacity to comprehend the kind of scale they have access to. And you wonder why they spend millions, tens of millions of dollars bribing congressmen. 1 penny, $91 million. Think it's worth $20 million to bribe some congressmen? 1 penny, $91.25 million. Yeah, I'd say it's worth spending 20, 30, 40, 50 million dollars to bribe some congressmen. No, I'm talking per customer. Not per meal, not per item, per customer. Says here the USA serves 25 million people per day. 25 million people times 1 penny times 365 days a year is $91 million. Remember, the majority of what McDonald's sells isn't meals. It's probably coffees. I wouldn't be surprised if that's their number one thing. Coffee. I have no idea what it is, but that's why you do per person. Per person. 1 penny. Per day, of course. But labor's the biggest cost, and labor will cause inflation. 1 penny. $91 million. I wonder. God damn it. How many retail McDonald's employees in the U.S.?
11.26 million, according to some information I found on Statista.
So McDonald's employs, what is that? That's over 5%. McDonald's employs 5% of the country? Really? 160,000,000. This is pre-pandemic numbers. 160 million divided by 100 is 1.6 million is 1%. 11.26 divided by 1.6. 7%! McDonald's employs 7% of the entire country's workforce! Oh, wait a minute, that's worldwide. No, that's in the United States, as of 2020. Oh, no. That's the entire restaurant industry. That's not McDonald's. That's the entire restaurant industry. Okay. I'm about to say, that didn't make sense. That's too many. What the fuck? How many people? I don't care about this bullshit. Give me a Google search. The restaurant industry employs 11.26 million people. The restaurant industry employs 7% of the U.S. workforce. Wow, that explains... Hey! What the fuck? Dig those claws into me, little fucker. I'll 3D print a cage. Don't piss me off. Okay, so McDonald's employs 200,000 people worldwide. But how many in the U.S.? 1 in 8 U.S. workers has been employed by McDonald's. So how many are? Why is this such a hard number to find? Let's say 200,000 in its corporate stores and more than 2 million workers across its franchise restaurants. What the hell? Why can't I find U.S. numbers? Looks like there are 14,000 McDonald's in the U.S. and a little under 1,500 in Canada. Why can't I find the number of U.S. employees? This should not be hard. Why do they not want people to have this data for some reason? Is there something special about this data that is not easily accessible? Here we go. There are over 1.7255512 million McDonald's crew members currently employed in the United States. So they have 1.7 million employees in the United States. So how much would they have to raise their per customer price to pay everybody in the store a living wage? Let's assume they had to increase the wage by $10 an hour. What would that be? Oh, that's going to be hard to calculate because we don't know how many work hours. Oh, I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I got to go pee. Watch out, cat. Hi, kitty. Oh boy, I had to go. I thought I was going to explode. That came out nice. I'm happy with that. But, so, you see, I could calculate this for Dollar Tree, but I need more numbers for McDonald's. None of these are answers to the question. It says they average 25 to 30 hours a week. So if we take 1, 7, what was it, 725? I think it was 725, 0. And we times that by the most generous 30 hours. That's 51,750,000 work hours per year. So we would need, let's see, seeing as it's 25 to 30 hours, we only need 45. So each penny, I want you to hear this, Lightspeed, each penny that McDonald's charges a customer would allow them to increase the wages they pay their employees $1 per hour. Which means McDonald's could increase the wages they pay their employees $10 per hour across the board, and they can do it for about 11 cents. I'm adding a penny to cover the increase in payroll taxes, because they're going to have to pay the increase in payroll taxes for that extra $10 as well. Okay? So the 25 million customers that come into a McDonald's every day, McDonald's could hand them a bill for 11 cents. 11 cents. And pay every employee they have $10 an hour more than they're paying them now. Now, what were you saying about labor being the biggest expense? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. 1.725 million people, averaging 25 to 30 hours per week. Okay? That's 51,750,000 work hours per year for the entire company. You could do it for even less than 11 cents if you only increase the wages, or if you increase them dynamically. $10 an hour for the lowest paid and slightly less for the higher paid, because you need to maintain pay grades so that the person, the manager is making more than the employee, and the general manager is making more than the store manager and the district manager, etc., etc. But you could just increase everyone's pay at McDonald's. $10 an hour. So if you're currently getting $17 an hour, now you get $27 an hour. If you're currently getting $12 an hour, now you get $22 an hour. And the cost to the McDonald's would be $0. We've accounted for that. You can call it non-negotiable all you want. I'm telling you it's irrelevant. You're being dishonest when you say that. But it costs the business nothing either. You get employees. How about that? You get employees. What's the benefit of paying for the fucking spoon? You get spoons. What's the benefit to the company of paying for beef? You get beef. What's the benefit to the company of paying for coffee? You get coffee. What's the benefit of paying employees a living wage? You fucking get employees. And it costs you zero. How many 25 million customer a day restaurants have you run? No, because they're passing the 11 cents on to the customer. I'm saying, charge every customer 11 cents. You ring up a sale, you got the price, you got sales tax, you got employee surcharge, 11 cents. You charge every person walking in the door 11 cents. And you can now pay your entire 1.725 million employees $10 an hour more. But you're allowed to pay them less and enslave people? That's okay, Lightspeed? Slavery is okay because it's more profitable? Well, why isn't it okay for you to steal the spoons? Why isn't it okay for you to steal the electricity? Why isn't it okay for you not to pay your landlord? It's more profitable. Because I get nothing for what I pay. I pay 35% of everything I make in taxes, and I get basically nothing for it. I have to live on food stamps. I shouldn't have to live on food stamps. My situation is different because I'm self-employed. Right? But if I worked at a local McDonald's, I would still be getting food stamps.
Chris, don't let them get to you.
They are getting a better job, idiot. That's why you can't find anybody to work. I hope you go out of business. I hope every company out there that can't hire people because they won't raise their wages goes the fuck out of business. I would love to see them all go bankrupt. And I pay my taxes. I pay taxes far in excess of what I get back. They don't have a choice, Michael. It's work or die. Pre-pandemic, it was work or die. And they rigged it to keep it that way. One of the reasons they rigged minimum wage with bribery to be so low is that it requires people to work more than one job. When you require people to work more than one job, you artificially reduce the available work environment. Because now instead of two people being able to get those two jobs, you have one person taking both the jobs. Which further shifts the fictional made-up supply-demand equation against the employees. Which further suppresses wages. Because employment isn't voluntary. There is nothing voluntary about employment any more than there is when you say, yes, sir, as I put a gun to your head in a dark alley and say, give me your fucking wallet. Because, yes, technically, you have a choice. No, you don't have a choice. You have no choice. You can make a decision. And then, for the 3 seconds your brain will continue to operate, you can watch the gray matter from your skull splatter on the wall behind you when I pull the trigger and take your fucking shit anyway. Because in an employee-rich, job-poor environment, which we artificially generated, on purpose, intentionally, for that purpose, you don't have a choice. You work or you die. I had to work 3 full-time jobs, 120 hours a week, or debtors would take everything. It was not voluntary. Work is not voluntary in a money-based society. We do not have the technology for a non-money-based society. I do work. How do you think I pay the bills? I earn an income, and I use that income to pay my bills. Who would have thought? Oh, you don't mean work. You mean be a slave for someone else's work. That's what you meant. Yes, I have. Every day of my life. Oh, running your own business isn't work? Really? Running your own business isn't work. So it only counts as work when you're a corporation fucking people over. That's the only time running your own business counts. When you're fucking people over. Yeah, you live on donations. When people buy your shit. What's the difference? Tell me what the difference is. My business is this, YouTube. Yes. I make about $600 a month. Well, $550 a month. I'm making about $550 a month doing this. Almost $600. And I don't have to go suck Ronald McDonald's dick for $9 an hour. This is what it's supposed to be. People are supposed to have their own business, their own companies. You know what my favorite thing in the world today, my new favorite thing? I call it capitalist-funded communism. I call it capitalist-funded communism. I love it. There's these guys on YouTube who go and cut and clean and power wash people's yards for free because there's not enough room. I got lucky. I fit into a little slot that I happened to fit into. I got lucky. I wish there was more room. I wish more people could find their niche and be able to say, fuck you to these corporate assholes. But not everybody can do that. Someone has to flip those burgers at McDonald's. Someone has to pump that gas into your tank. Someone has to put the groceries in the bag. And you think because that work is beneath you, they don't deserve the value of their labor? That it's okay to enslave them because that work is beneath you? You think that's okay? Are you that sick and demented that that's okay to you? That's right. I have no choice. Oh, I could choose. I could go out and get a job and make a little bit more money, but now this would suffer, and I'd be sucking someone's dick for their profit, not mine. You know the nice thing about doing this? Is that when I make less, it's because I fucked up, and nothing else. When I make less, it's because I fucked up. When I make more, I do work. This is work. Well, no shit, Sherlock. That's why I call this a survival wage and not a living wage. Obviously, if you live in New York or San Francisco, it's going to be a whole lot more. She's good. Pygar says hello, Michelle. One of the viewers. I know. Whatever. Stop watching. I mean, like I said, if I fail, it's my fault. If I succeed, it's my fault. The point is, either which way, it's my responsibility. And either which way, it's my reward. For good or bad, failure or success, I'm the one in control of it for the most part.
Crystal, let them get to you.
Now, I hate slavers who try to justify enslaving, 60% of the entire population because it's profitable. Exactly. It's always my fault. But when you work for somebody else, you have no control. You have no control whatsoever. I would rather live relatively poor than suck someone's dick for minimum wage. No, it's not. Because when you work for yourself, you're in control. When you do better, you make more money. When you work for somebody else and you do better, they make more money, not you. Yes, slaves do get paid. And yes, technically slaves can make a decision. That's why slavers had guns, whips, and posses for when the slave chose not to be a slave anymore. If they didn't have any choice at all, there'd be no need for the guns, the whips, and the posses. Okay? In order to have a choice, there has to be no threat of consequences for there to be that choice. If there's a threat of consequences, it's not a choice. It could be a decision, but it's not a choice. Just, slaves are not free. Slaves have to be paid. Slaves are organic human beings. They're not, even machines have to be paid. It's called maintenance. You see, slaves, you gotta have a roof over their head. You have to feed them. You have to provide clothing. You have to provide medical care. Those are all costs of owning a slave. You are paying the slave with those benefits. We've come up with a new way to do slavery in the U.S. United States of America, we innovate, including innovating slavery. Have you heard about the new type of slave around? We call it free-range slavery. We'll pay them less than we were paying to house, clothe, feed, and care for them, and then let them figure out how to survive. Oh my God, it'd be hilarious if it wasn't so goddamn true. If you get paid less than a living wage, you're a slave. Okay? You don't get a say in the matter. You don't get to say you're not a slave. That's not how it works. If someone steals a car by only paying for half of it, it's still theft. It doesn't matter whether they consider it theft or not. They're still going to jail for theft. And when did she come to the U.S.? What year did she come to the U.S.? Are you going to lie to me or actually tell me what it was? I know. I understand you meant minimum wage.
Hi, everyone.
Huh? What year did she come to the U.S.? And what state? And what was the minimum wage in that state? Because you're not exactly honest about this kind of conversation. So you're telling me your wife came here 2 years ago making minimum wage, and she's already a CNA. Either she had pre-qualifications, or you knew somebody, or you're lying. Because it takes longer than that to get through that process. It's one of the most difficult jobs to get into. Because there's too many people who want to do it. That's flipping now because of the pandemic. Well, maybe that helped her. I don't know.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, no, you're definitely not honest. I'm not saying you're a liar, but you're definitely not honest. You're somewhere in the middle. Because some of the things you've said, honest people don't say. Oh, yeah, CNA, Certified Nurse's Assistant, 4 to 12 weeks to complete. Yeah, okay, she could have done that. Yeah. So your wife is now making $25 an hour, which is still less than a living wage. So she's still a slave. She's less of a slave. She's almost out of slavery. when she gets to like $27, $28 an hour, she can say she's not a slave. And a CNA, a certified nurse's assistant, only making $25 an hour. Talk about being underpaid. I mean, good for her for making it. All the credit to her. But people like her should not be making minimum wage. $25 an hour is minimum wage. Nobody who does that should only be making $25 an hour. It's a thankless job that requires a lot of skill that beats the living shit out of you. Nobody doing that job should only be making $25 an hour. But because you're making $10 more an hour than those shrubs down there, you feel better.
Who?
Lower employees.
Oh.
People making less than you.
You looked right at me.
See that's how they distort people to wrap their tail around their neck and choke them to death. Well, he can't make $20 an hour. I make $20 an hour. I don't make minimum wage. Did you ever think of the fact that if minimum wage went up, all the other wages would have to go up too? That's what they're scared of. But even still, CNA is still a skilled position. Exactly. She used cheat codes to benefit her employers. And because she had to use cheat codes to benefit her employers, she had to use even more cheat codes to make up for benefiting her employer for paying her less. I don't know how you guys don't understand this. I mean, look at what your wife had to go through to get to a measly $25 an hour, when she probably should be making $30, $35 an hour, and she shouldn't have had to live with a whole shitload of people to get there. Someone with that kind of skill set shouldn't have to work that damn hard to reach that point.
He's right.
That's one of the reasons I never complain about immigrant workers, because they work their fucking asses off to take care of their families.
Watch your mouth.
I've known immigrant workers who get their green card, they get their visa, they come over here, they start a business, they work it by themselves, they bust their fucking asses, working 15 plus hours a day, sending most of what they make back home to their family so they can bring the rest of their family here. Oh, what can I do? Nothing. I don't have a time machine, so I can't change it. I probably should have stayed in school. I probably should have got my aerospace engineering degree, but I went home to help my family. What else could I do? Let my family rot? No, I'm talking about the immigrants that I work with, like hotel owners and stuff like that. Of course, people who live rural, people who have wealth, tend to vote Republican. People who don't have wealth tend to vote Democrat. That's pretty normal. I don't blame others. I don't blame anybody. Are you being intentionally dense on purpose? I mean, are you being deaf and blind on purpose, or did you fail to hear the multiple times where if I fail, it's my fault, if I succeed, it's my fault, and at least by working self-employed by myself, I don't have to suck someone's dick for minimum wage.
I did it for 6 years.
Okay? So where in that is me blaming others?
You're not.
That's not blaming them. That was my choice. I chose to help my family. That's a choice. Nothing compelled me to make that choice. I could have said, fuck off. I said, it's too late to go back and change that decision. Or did you miss the time machine part? Are you intentionally misquoting everything I'm saying on purpose? Is this intentional? There's no such thing as minimum wage work that's worth doing. There's no such thing. Just because a slave enjoys being a slave doesn't mean they're not a slave, and doesn't mean it's wrong.
I'm staying out of this because if I get robbed, it's gonna
Good for you! Good for you, Lightspeed! You're one of the few who made it. Now, do that for the other 80 million people making less than $17 an hour. You see, you guys always come up with these stupid, asinine examples. I made it. I moved out when I was 14, and I fought and I made it. Plenty of people do. There's plenty of people who have a bad upbringing or just decide to want to leave and they have perfectly fine parents, and they make it. Now, make that work for 80 million people. Well, yes, what you're saying is what I call lying. Lying is when you present incorrect, invalid, or misinformation intentionally and you know the information's bad. Being mistaken simply means you don't know. Lying is when you do it on purpose. And you're intelligent enough that this has to be intentional. You can't be that ignorant. There's 160 million working Americans. 80 million of them make less than $17 an hour. Tell me what 80 million people can do. Don't tell me what that one person can do. I don't count myself in that bottom 80 million people. I count myself as an exception. Because for now, at least, I get to choose my agenda. I get to choose where I go from here. Most people don't have that choice. Most people don't have the luxuries I have.
Hold up. You never said he lied.
Yes, I did. I call him a liar. I said he's lying. And I think he is. I moved out when I was 14 and I had to fight to get where I am. But we're not talking about you. And you know we're not talking about you. So that's a form of deception. That's a form of lying. You are implying that because you did it, anyone can. There's always space between the cracks for individuals to move. But not when everyone moves. No, they can't. No, they can't. There's 160 million working Americans. 80 million of them make less than $17 an hour.
You're not going to win this.
Most of them far less than $17 an hour. The only place 80 million people can better themselves is if we eat the other 80 million and take their jobs. Because the only other place where there are 80 million better paying jobs is the jobs the other 80 million people have.
Lightspeed, if you make my brother have a heart attack,
That's facts.
you and I are going to
Shut up.
No, you're screaming and it's echoing
I know.
all out. I heard it all in my room.
Don't tell me where one person can make it. Tell me where 80 million can make it. Find me 80 million sales jobs. Find me 80 million distribution jobs. Find me 80 million CNA positions. 80 million. 80 million. You tell me how 80 million people can better themselves. There's nothing wrong with those 80 million people. They're just being paid like slaves. The lowest income person in the entire country. Whoever is making the, if you put every one of those 160 million people on a chart, sure there is. There isn't 80 million. And what you see happening right now is proof positive of what I'm talking about. Because so many people died, became self-employed, or retired early, to the tune of 15 to 19 million people, there are now, for the first time in multiple generations, more jobs than there are people. we actually do have a labor shortage. There are not enough people to fill every available job, which for the first time in over 40 years has done something that hasn't happened in 40 years. People have a choice. They don't have to take that $8 an hour job because the $14 an hour job is available. And guess what they're doing? They're taking the higher paying jobs and they're telling the lower paying jobs to go fuck themselves. Meaning they're doing exactly what you told them to do. Go get a better job. But now that that doesn't work for the slave owners in this country, they're lazy millennials. You literally can't make this shit up. Well, there's how many working Americans are there? Well, pre-pandemic, I don't know how many there are now. Pre-pandemic, approximately 160 Americans were working. 160 million, okay? Median per capita income is $35,000 a year. If you divide that by 2,000 hours, no, 80 million people making less than $17 an hour. How many times do I have to say it? I must have said it 10 times in the last 10 minutes. There are 80 million people making less than $17.50 an hour. Median is 35,000, which divided by a 2,000 hour work year is $17.50 an hour. Why do you think they have multiple jobs, Dixon? Why do you think people work 2 and 3 jobs? There's 160 million working Americans, and 80 million of those 160 million make less than $17.50 an hour. Median per capita income is $35,805. It's gone up a little bit in the last couple of months. It was $35,104 a couple months ago. And that's actually lower than 2019, where it was $36,426. Yeah, no shit. They do it because they don't have a choice, because you work or you die. When they finally have a choice, it's lazy Americans don't want to work. Even though unemployment is the lowest it's been in like 40 years. But lazy Americans don't want to work. No, they just don't want to work the shit-ass jobs in the food and, what do you call that? Food and comfort industry? Whatever they call this. They have a name for it. Food and comfort industry or something like that. Nobody wants to work those jobs. And they don't want to pay anybody to work those jobs. That's why you have all these fast food places that are only open limited hours for the day, running a skeleton crew as hard as they can work them without quitting, because they don't want to pay more. Or they're raising their prices, but they still won't pay more. And because they're running a skeleton crew, their labor costs are down, and they're making record profits. What they're hoping is that they can hold out long enough for Republicans to get back in control, and hoping that the Republicans can somehow figure out how to make the slaves go back to work. That's what's happening. It's a delaying tactic. They're holding out, hoping that somehow some government will figure out how to make the slaves go back to work. What they don't realize is that, 1 million of them died. Several million of them became self-employed. And 12.5 million of them retired. They ain't coming back. So now they took the gloves off. They're not even hiding it anymore. They're not even pretending that the labor market is fair and even and balanced or anything like that. They're just openly saying it. Get back to work, you fucking slaves. They are back to work. They're just not working for you. You can't make this up. I mean, unemployment's at an all-time low. You still have 4.5 million people a month quitting their jobs. Oh, those lazy fucks living at home? Well, somebody is ignorant and clueless to reality because you can't collect unemployment if you quit. But new hires are at a record high. Why is that? That's because they're not quitting and sitting at home. They're going sideways. They're taking better jobs for either better pay or less hours or better benefits. They're doing exactly what you told them to do for the last 40 years. Oh, if you want better pay, get a better job, slave. Well, now the slaves have quit, and they're getting better jobs. And you fucking slave lords don't know what to do about it, except say, lazy millennials, no one wants to work. I only count half. I estimate that half of the people who died from COVID had a job. But see, you're so desperate to find some way to attack back that you missed the elephant in the room. Over 1 million people died. Forget them. They don't mean a thing. The number of jobs that 1 million people occupied, it's nothing. It's dandruff on my shirt. It's meaningless. Here's the thing that people don't realize. Do you remember when the government had no choice but to offer that federal boost for unemployment, or the whole entire country was going to tear the place apart because they told everybody they had to leave their jobs at gunpoint? And yet they still had to pay their rent and put food on the table. Okay? Do you remember that? You remember at the beginning of the pandemic where we closed all the small businesses, but Walmart's okay? Let everybody go to Walmart and get infected, but closed all the small businesses, closed all the mom and pop shops, closed all the non-essential businesses. Basically, if you weren't a big corporation, you were closed. So, what people don't realize is that $600 boost, most poor people didn't get it. You see, you had to be slightly above poor to get the $600 boost, because there was a provision in that contract that most people weren't aware of. For example, the second half of that federal boost, I didn't get it because my unemployment, if I would have applied, my unemployment would have been $73 a week. Well, there's a provision in that bill that says you have to be awarded a minimum of $100 from the state to qualify for the $600. So if you qualified for $105 for state unemployment, you got the $600 boost. Lick my balls. If you qualified for $99 from the state, you got nothing. No boost. So those people had no choice but to find some other way to make money. So they went to Uber, they went to Lyft, they went to DoorDash, they started their own businesses, they started their own YouTube channels, they went to OnlyFans, they went to whatever. They found some other way to make money because they had to. It was that or die. In this country, you work or die. So millions of people who didn't qualify for the federal boost are now self-employed at some level. And do you know what happened when we reopened again? They realized, you know something? I'm making slightly less to equal or slightly more than I was making working at that restaurant, and that fucking job sucked and they worked me to the bone. Fuck them. I'm just going to keep doing this. So they didn't go back to work. They kept doing their self-employed thing. They don't get counted. And then, even those millions of people, dandruff in the bigger picture. Because you know where the elephant in the room was? The big, giant, white, gilded elephant with jewelry all over it that everybody ignores? In 2019, 34.8 million people retired, and they expected a similar number of people to retire the next year and the year after. But when we hastily, in our shitstorm of handling of COVID, shut down, 60% of America and told everybody they had to stay home, well, some businesses had a serious problem because they had contractual obligations with these employees. And they realized it'd be easier if we could just get these employees off the books now. So a lot of companies offered some pretty generous early retirement packages. And guess what happened? Because this is before they announced PPP and all that stuff. They took them in droves. Do you know how many people retired in 2020? 47.5 million people. Over 12.5 million people who no one expected to retire, retired. That means 12.5 million good-paying jobs became available. If they were able to streamline and get rid of half of those jobs, that's still $6+ million. Oh no, I don't mind him. I don't mind him chatting. There's nothing wrong with that, Ed. We finished this hours ago, so now we're in just Never Never Land now. I really should switch streams. I should, as a matter of fact, maybe I'll just start doing that. I should terminate the stream here and then start a new stream on the other channel and keep the content separate. He is right. I should do that. I should not be keeping this content together like this. Too late today, of course. We're 3 hours into this. It's almost 7 o'clock. But, so if you add up the people who retired early, let's assume half of them, those jobs still existed. And the million people who died, let's assume half of those jobs are still available. And then the people who went alternative for employment, so they're not coming back, let's say half of those. That's still like $8 or $9 million, or 8 or 9 million jobs with no people in them. So now all these people in these lower paying jobs can move up to these higher paying jobs. And all these people in these minimum wage jobs can move up to the lower paying jobs. And guess where they don't want to work? Oh, SS is gone. SS is gone. I'm never going to see Social Security. My generation and the generations after me, the bulk of us are going to have to work every day of our lives to the day we die. We will never be able to retire. What am I going to do? Collect my $648 a month for Social Security? Yeah, sure. Why bother? I won't even cover health care. Oh, I can wait until I'm 70 and collect $1,142 a month. I'm not going to live to 70. There's no way I'm making it to 70. Maybe if we can get Democrats in charge, and then maybe if we could pull the Democrats' heads out of their asses and drag them back over to the liberal side and get them to actually start trying to run the country instead of trying to feed all their pet pork projects, maybe we can affect the change. But what's the chance of that happening? It's pretty small. What are you going to do? And then you get people like Lightspeed who should be trying to help, who should be using their wealth and resources to help people. Instead, he's standing at the top of the ladder, kicking everybody down, saying, stay in your pit. That's effectively what he's doing. You're talking about the filament joiner. That's this thing. So the way that works is, let's make this bigger. There we go. So you have a clamp in there. Let's get it focused. And then you stick the filament. It's that metal strip. It's the same on the other side. See? It works very well. I made this using it. So I took all my little scraps, the little bits that you have left over when you just miss running out. And I joined them all together, and it worked great. And it printed that for me. So that was a little piece of yellow, piece of green, piece of yellow, piece of green, piece of red. I was pretty impressed by that. Now, you can't join dissimilar materials. So you can't join ABS to PLA, you can't join PLA to PETG, you can't even join PLA to PLA+. They have to stick together. It's on Amazon. The link should be in the description. Where is it? Edit. Yes. It's probably sold out again. They tend to come in small batches and then sell out quickly. Alright, sound should be back. Yeah, it usually happens when I switch cams like that. So is the sound back? Good. Okay. So the way this works, you have this. This is actually printed. This here is printed. I'm guessing resin. It's some kind of ceramic resin. So that is a very, very tight fit right there. That's almost exactly the size the filament is supposed to be. There you go. So you see that metal strip in the middle there? That's the heating element. Okay. So the way this works, you take your piece of filament and you put it right there in the middle, so that one part, the end of it, is touching the thing. Then you stick the other end in this side, like that. And you just push it in until it gets to the middle, and try to make sure. Now, one tip that I use, that I think you should use, is, where's my Sharpie? I don't know what to do with my Sharpie. I think I have to toss it in the box. But take a Sharpie and put a mark right here on the Sharpie. No open flame. It's electric. This is electric. It uses the same, basically the heating element that you use inside your printer. I think it's 2 heater cartridges right there. I think those are the heater elements right there. So it just plugs in. You got a switch here to turn it on and off. Okay, so put a Sharpie mark right there so that you can tell if this piece moves, because you want to make sure that joint stays right there in the middle. And then you just let it heat up. It takes about 3 minutes for it to heat up. You'll know when it's heated up, because what's going to happen is you're going to push. First of all, see how this is. Oh, this works great. I was very pleased with this. I was shocked by the output. There are a couple of things that I've learned that are important. I'll be going over this in my video on Sunday. But for example, don't straighten out the filament. If you straighten out the filament, you're cracking the shell of the filament, and that whole entire section you straighten out becomes brittle. Not from the heating, but from water intrusion, because you crack the outside of the filament. So when you go to put this in here, test the end of it. All right, make sure the filament actually bends and doesn't snap. That piece is now no good. You can't use that piece anymore, because by tomorrow afternoon, that piece will crack. Okay, so now I get rid of that. Okay, now I know this is good. Okay, so you stick it in there, stick the other end in there. You push this in until that moves, then you push it back, because you have that black mark you made on there. That's important, because you want that joint to be right there in the middle. 3 minutes or so to heat up. You'll know when it's heated up. If you look at here, you see how this is real stiff? Right? See how this is real stiff? How it twangs? When this heats up, this is going to become super floppy. Alright? When this becomes super floppy on both sides, you're about 30 seconds away from being ready to go. Maybe a minute. Okay? Then what you do is, once it's nice and hot, somebody else wants to lick my balls. Lick my balls. So when this becomes floppy on both sides, you're ready. It's a very smooth joint. No bulge. It can have flashing, but no bulge. The fit and finish is tight enough to avoid a bulge. And then what I do, personally, I'd rather cut off some flashing than have a bad joint. So what I do is, when this gets hot and floppy, I start pushing this end in. And you'll see the black mark move. That means you've hit the filament. Push it back from this end until your black mark is back where it was. Now, wait about 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Let that get nice and melty, and then just switch it off. Now, once you switch it off, you got to stop. You got to just let it sit. Yeah, good point. Except they're scamming. I don't call that business. Now you have to let it fully cool down. If you try to open it early, you're going to twist it all up and it's going to mess it up. All right, maybe sit it in front of a fan. I'm actually thinking about setting up a little tiny little 5-inch fan with a hook on the front and just hanging this bad boy right on that hook so the air blows over it to cool it down faster. Okay? Once it's cooled down, you'll know you're getting close because this will stop being floppy. You'll touch this, and instead of being floppy, it's going to go back to being stiff like this. No, I don't keep bees. They tell me they don't do well up here. The altitude's too high. They say it's hard to keep bees up here. And then this side, you'll test it. You'll know it's getting there when this stops being floppy and starts to be rigid again. All right? Wait about another minute after that. About a minute after it stops being floppy and it becomes rigid again. And then when you open it, you'll have a joined filament joint between the two. There won't be a bulge, but there might be flashing, meaning you might have plastic that's splooged out the sides where the where it's squeezed in between the two plates. That's fine. I just take my knife and just go and scrape off the flashing. We have bees here, but they say they've told me it's pretty hard to raise bees here. That's what they've told me. They said, starting hives up here is difficult. But yeah, totally printable. And then it also comes with little bits of sandpaper. What did I do with that? So you can sand the joint. If yours is a little off a little bit, you can sand it a little bit. And that's it. You're good to go. Now, when you go to feed it into the printer, don't let it just pull it off the spool. You pull it off in advance and get it loose off the back of the printer so that that joint can just be pulled right into the feeder. If you let it pull up on the back of the feeder like this and get drawn in, it could snap it. Okay? Because you are hydrolyzing the filament. You are heating it up and melting it multiple times. And that does make the plastic weaker each time you do it. And then also I would suggest desiccant in a bag to prevent any further moisture ingress, because you're manhandling the filament, which cracks the outer surface of it. So filament that is perfectly flexible today, see how that's nice and flexible, and I have to bend it back and forth to break it? That's what you want. You come back, if I do this, and then come back tomorrow, this whole section is just going to snap, 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 snap. Right? Really?
I am Groot.
What did I just drop? The Nikon. Oh, Cool Walker. I love the fact that I was able to fix these. I was able to replace the batteries in them. Now they're good as new. That's really cool. So yeah, as long as you store it carefully, don't try to roll it tight. Let it keep the same roll it already has. Minimize how much of it you straighten out. Just straighten out the little tiny bit that's going to go into the tool, because that's going to get melted, so it'll reseal the outside. You'll try to minimize your bending. Other materials like PETG, ABS, you won't have that kind of a problem. ASA, ABS, no problem. PLA, no problem. PETG, no problem. Carbon fiber, polycarbonate, no problem. PLA plus, no problem. Yeah. Well, it's mostly because it becomes more brittle. All right. Now, the one limitation is, this is especially a problem with PLA because you might not realize you're hitting that limitation. You cannot join dissimilar materials. It just doesn't work. The materials don't actually meld together. They just touch and stick. And so any force whatsoever, and they just pop apart. The joint looks perfect. It looks melted. It looks fine. It's a perfect joint except for the fact that you so much as breathe on it wrong and it just breaks apart. It doesn't break. The two pieces separate. All right? That includes PLA and PLA plus. So, for example, I cannot join this and this because this is Phila Alpha PLA plus and this is PLA. I tried multiple times. It looks great, but as soon as you even touch it, it just click and it just pops apart. So now PLA plus and PLA plus, no problem. Good strong joint. Matter of fact, I have one on here. There you go. That's a joint right there. There's a joint right there. See that little itty bitty bump right there in the middle? I pulled it apart a little bit when I pulled it out. But you can just, and that's because I pulled it out before it cooled down all the way, so it stretched a little bit. Alright, and that joint's still holding. You can see, right there, right directly underneath my knuckle. So, right there. That joint right there, directly underneath my knuckle. That's this joined together. And, you know, it seems fine to me. There, I finally got it apart. You bend it enough, it's going to come apart, okay? But you saw how much I fucked with that before it came apart. It would make it through that, no problem. So, very nice. I was very, very impressed with how easy it was. The only annoying part is the weight. You know, I was kind of hoping more for a done. No. You got to let it heat up. You got to let it melt. You push it together. And then you got to let it cool down before you open it up. Because what will happen if you try to open it early, you know, one half will stick to this side, and one half will stick to this side, and it'll go bleh. So you got to let it cool down until it's a solid again. And so I'm gonna rig up a little fan. I'm gonna put a 3D printed hook on the front of a little 5-inch fan and just hang it up in front of the fan, let the air blow over it and cool down faster. But I joined together a whole bunch of little pieces like this and printed that with it. And I have no complaints. That's pretty great. All the joints fed into the printer without a problem. Made it through the Bowden tube without a problem. No issues. I mean, you'd have to look for the joint to find it. I mean, obviously you can tell when it's two different colors. But when it's the same color, you got to look for the joint to find it. It's pretty good. I was pleasantly surprised how simple the process was and how effective it was. I was genuinely surprised. I'm glad I got this one instead of the other one. I've heard nothing but nightmares about the little metal plate that you slide them through and stuff like that. I've heard nothing but nightmares about that. But this is just turnkey. Comes with a nice power supply. This unplugs. So this plugs into the power brick. That plugs into the wall. And then you have the on-off switch. Turn it on, heat it up, cool it down. Turn it off, let it cool down. You know, it's pretty simple. It's got feet. I love the fact that he's making these himself. Like, this is 3D printed. This is 3D printed with some kind of ceramic resin, which is really freaking cool. He 3D printed this little cover here to cover the wires exiting out the bottom with the strain relief. I mean, it's just, for a hybrid, partially manufactured, partially homemade product, it's impressive. I mean, it's just, it's worth the $53. I mean, think about it. As soon as you get done making 2 rolls of filament, you just paid for it. You make up 2 decent rolls of filament, you know, what are they, 25 bucks a roll? You make up 2 decent rolls of filament, you just paid for the unit. So, it's not turnkey, it's not automatic, you know, it's a manual process, but it's a pretty straightforward, pretty simple process. Like I said, the only difference that I would make is only straighten out the last inch, the part that you know is going to get melty, so that part will reseal properly. If you straighten out too much, what's going to happen is you're going to join it here, but then all this is just going to crack tomorrow when you feed it through your machine, because you crack the surface by pulling it through. You know how when you feed filament through a printer and you pull the filament out, but that part of the filament that was in the Bowden tube starts cracking and coming apart? The same thing happens if you straighten this out. Okay, that only applies to PLA. The rest of the materials, I don't think they suffer from that problem, and I don't know if PLA Plus will suffer from that problem or not. Let's check. All right, that's nice and stiff. Where's the other end? Here's the other end. Yeah, that's pretty pliable on both ends, so I don't think PLA Plus suffers from that problem. I think the elastomers in the PLA Plus make it a little more flexible, so it's less prone to that. Maybe that could just be my single example. Maybe others do it. I don't know. I suspect silk filaments will also not have a problem because they're incredibly tough. Silk filament is like one of the strongest filaments available. It doesn't stick to itself very well, but it's a very strong filament. I don't know silk filament, if this works at all for silk filament, which I haven't tested. That's a good point, because silk filament tends to shrink when it melts. So I don't know if this is going to work for silk. I'll have to try silk. But if it does, you will need to let it fully cool down so that it has a rigid skin on it before you open it up. Otherwise, it's just going to go get thicker. But yeah, just straighten out the last inch, just enough for you to stick it, leave it round and curved, and just stick it in here like that. Especially for your samples. It's especially important for samples because they've already been manhandled. So you want to be careful with samples. Meaning, make sure you're ready to use it right away when you're going to use samples. And then feed the other one in. But the only change to the instructions that I would make is a Sharpie. And use the Sharpie to mark a spot right on the filament there, so that when you push the other side in, you can tell if that moves. Otherwise, you won't be able to tell. You're not going to be able to tell it moved, and then your melt zone won't be at the joint. And you need to make sure your melt zone is at the joint. But I'm pleased. I love this. This is going to be a new permanent tool on my desktop. It's just convenient to have. You know, I'm getting to the end, and I just need a little bit more to finish. Okay, I unspool the little bit that's left. I grab another little bit and just, you know, melt it onto the end of it. You know, you're going to have several meters of filament left because, you know, you're going to have to do this while it's pulling it into the printer. You could just hit pause and do it. But, you know, just attach a little bit of extra onto the end. Just let the roll sit there and let it gently feed it in. Very, very handy. I was very pleased. And like I said, it comes with, take your knife and scrape away the flashing. You know, if there's any flashing. So when you make the joint, if there's any flashing on the joint, just scrape it away. And I have not seen a bulge. That diameter appears to be exactly 1.75. So it's been pretty much perfect for me. But if you do feel a little bulge, like if you open it early and the filament expands a little bit, it comes with a bunch of little bits of sandpaper. And that's enough sandpaper for a year or more, because it doesn't really wear the sandpaper out. You can use the same piece for weeks. You'll probably lose it before it wears it out. But you just take that little piece of sandpaper and just to the filament, you know, to clean up the joint. And no problem. No extrusion deficiency issues. No problems feeding through the feeder. No problems feeding through the PTFE tube. Like I said, the only problem I ran into is if this is your entry into the feeder, you don't want the filament coming in at an extreme angle into the feeder, because that will crack that joint. So pull the excess filament off the spool when you get to that joint, so that joint comes in nice and straight like this. If it's like this machine here, you know, where the filament is trying to bend up like this, it's going to break the joint right here. All right. So what you want to do is you want to pull the filament out so that the joint right there goes straight into the feeder, and you won't have any problems. I had zero issues. This thing fed through without a problem. Okay, first things first, you have to talk to your school. You can't just, most of the time, like I said, follow the instructions of your school. Most of the time, you can't just buy any printer. The printer has to be UL certified, because otherwise the school's insurance policy won't cover an accident. So that's why some schools, that's why they buy things like Lulzbots and Maker boxes and stuff like that, because the printers have to be UL certified, or their fire insurance won't cover if there's an incident. Okay, so talk to your school, make sure of that. I think the only component of the printer that has to be UL certified is the power supply. So it might be enough to replace the power supply with a UL certified power supply. I don't know. It also might be enough to buy one of the printers that comes with a UL for like a what's the company that makes the good power supply? What's the power supply we always want Creality to include? Meanwhile, yes. I believe Meanwhile power supplies are certified. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You have to talk to the school, make sure they're okay with whatever you're getting. Make sure they understand this is a kit that will be assembled, because that might affect their insurance. But as long as they're okay with it, I personally suggest the Ender 5. It's $350. It's large enough, and because of its cube structure, it's very rigid and reliable. It's also very easy to make an enclosure to go around it to keep fingers out of the belts. But if price is an issue, well, obviously, Micro Center, $99 for an Ender 3 Pro, you can't beat that with a 10-foot stick. As long as the school can use it and not have a problem, Ender 3 is fine. I mean, there's not really much of a quality difference. I mean, there are things in Ender 5. Oh, okay. There are things in Ender 5 can do that Ender 3 has trouble doing. For example, I can print 0.04 layers with an Ender 5. I can't with an Ender 3. But if you're teaching a class, you're not printing 04 layers. So that's not a problem. In fact, the very first upgrade I suggest you make to the printer is to replace the springs with die compression springs, the yellow ones, if it doesn't already have them. Replace the feeder unit with the identical metal unit that you can get off Amazon for $8. Okay? Because otherwise, 4 or 5 months from now, that arm is going to crack, and you're going to have to replace it anyway. So just beat it around, just beat it to the start line and put the aluminum feeder unit on there. And then not just PEI bed. PEI is good, although I prefer the PC bed because it doesn't require heat. But put one of the reasons you should get an Ender 3 Pro if you can is because it already has a magnetic bed. All you got to do is replace this part, because the one that comes with it is that soft, flexible one. That's bullshit. But if you get a steel plate with a PEI sheet, that will stick to the magnetic bed it comes with fine. No, I would not go with ABL, and I would not go with a solid bed. ABL is still a nightmare for most people. And the biggest problem with ABL is that without specific knowledge, you cannot... Yeah, Wham Bam Perfect. And or T3DP, or whatever one's available on Amazon. Doesn't matter, they're all good. Filament One has them. I prefer Wham Bam, but they are the most expensive. But they're also very good. You don't need to replace the magnet that's on there. The magnet that comes with it is fine. You just need the plate. And also, put a 0.6 millimeter nozzle on the printer. Trust me, put a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. It's still more than enough resolution for fine detail, unless you're trying to print minifigs, in which case you're going to want to go down to a 0.2. But a 0.6 will make stronger parts, it'll make them faster, and it's more forgiving to errors. Because the larger the nozzle, the more forgiving to bed leveling errors it will be. So with a 0.4 nozzle, if you're off by 0.1, you're done. With a 0.6 nozzle, if you're off by 0.1, you're probably still okay. So bed leveling becomes a hell of a lot easier, and it becomes more reliable. The filament is more likely to stick and less likely to ever peel off, because the footprint is larger. People say, well, I'll just do 3 walls. That doesn't count. The 3 walls are 3 separate footprints, because they're not being put down in the same melted stream. When you put down a 0.6 millimeter filament path, you're putting down a 50% wider filament path. So you have 50% more stiction of that filament to the bed. It just makes the whole thing so much more reliable. It also allows you to print with slightly thicker layers, which means prints happen faster, which is really important in a classroom environment. I wouldn't even bother. You want to teach them the basics first. You want them to learn how to bed level. You want them to learn how to tram. You want to get them used to DIY, diagnostics, repairing machines, adjusting and tuning machines, understanding how they work. ABL works great until it doesn't, and then you're fucked. It's like a delta. If all the arms are the correct lengths, yeah, see, that's what we're doing. We're doing school. So what you want is bulletproof and simple. Bulletproof and simple. You don't want to complicate. The 0.6 millimeter nozzle means slicing happens faster. It means the parts are stronger. It means the prints print faster. Because, for example, with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, now you only need 2 perimeters instead of 3 perimeters. That means each set of perimeters takes 30% less time. When you get good at bed leveling, you don't even use paper anymore. You just use your barkwood eyeball. You just look at it and go, yeah, that gap looks right. Well, that's all the more reason to have a bigger nozzle. I mean, how many prints can you start that are going to finish in the time that you have? Larger nozzle means they finish faster. It also means everything is stronger. I mean, this is a vase mode print. I mean, Jesus Christ, that's hurt. Yeah, that's a single perimeter. Alright? That's strong. Alright? Even silk prints become usable when you start using really fat nozzles. Now, you're not going to gain that benefit at 0.6, but all your PLA, also at 0.6, you're on the edge. At 0.8, yes. At 0.6, maybe. At 0.6, ASA and ABS prints become feasible on an open air printer because the stick is so good that the plastic can't warp and break. No, lines do not show up more. That's a fiction. Because I can make a 0.6 millimeter nozzle print 0.2 millimeters, same as the 0.2 millimeters on your 0.4 millimeter nozzle. You know, if I can make, I mean, look here. Oh, wait, where's the new one? Here we go. Okay. That's largely a fiction. Okay. Those are 0.4 millimeter layers. Now you can obviously see that they're pretty visible. But look how clean that print looks. Now, this here, this chamfer right here, that's 0.2 millimeters. That's 0.2 millimeter layers. The same as you would get with your 0.4 millimeter nozzle. Alright? Just because you're using a bigger nozzle doesn't mean you have to use fatter layers. Because remember, we're talking about 2 different kinds of fat layers. You got fat width, which doesn't matter because the rest of the layers inside the bottle. And you got layer height. If you need high resolution, you can still print at 0.1 or 0.2 millimeter layers. But when you don't need higher resolution, you can print at 0.4 millimeter layers. And now the print is stronger and prints in half the time. This does not require 0.1 millimeter layers to look nice. I mean, most of this model is done with 0.4 millimeter layers, and it looks fantastic. I have absolutely 0 complaints, and that's with a 1.4 millimeter nozzle, not a 0.6. So that's largely a fiction that the models don't look nice. I think that looks fantastic. Right? Now, that's not for everything. If you're trying to print a Dungeons & Dragons minifig or a tabletop gaming minifig, well, yeah, the 0.6 is not going to work as well as the 0.4. But people aren't doing minifigs on the school printer that's going to take 12 hours to print. Correct. I typically don't like going beyond 50%. You can usually, depending on the model, you can get away with more. Okay? That's why, for example, when I printed this, I went down to 0.2 millimeters here, because that was a pretty extreme layer. That was a pretty extreme angle. But for printing the rest of this, I could have gone with 1 millimeter thick layers, and it probably would have worked. And I did that here. Look at this. That's 1 millimeter thick layers. But look how thick they are that way. Yeah. Alright? So it depends on what you're printing. You know, if you're printing, you know, something like this, 0.3, 0.4 is going to work just fine. Right? If you're printing, let's see, something higher. If you're printing a benchy, okay, well, you know, 0.6 millimeter layers aren't going to work very well unless your benchy's this big. Alright, so it just depends on what you're printing. But the point is, if you have a largely vertical object, you can get away with much higher layer heights than you normally think you could. Like, you could print a 0.3 millimeter layer height with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle if it's all vertical. Okay? You know, but if the model's not all vertical and you have a steep overhang or an angle, okay, you got to use lower layer heights. But 50% is good for anything up to, you know, 45-degree angle. If you're going less than a 45-degree angle, you can go more than 50%. If you're going more than a 45-degree angle, you really need to be going less than 50%. So that's something they'll have to learn. All right, that's something you'll learn. They'll eventually learn to look at an object and go, like that's what I did. I looked at this and went, yeah, I don't think 0.4 is going to work well for that. It probably would have finished successfully, but it wouldn't have been clean. Exactly. And the wider nozzle means you can go out further. Yeah, I can do that. I'll have to dig out like an Ender 2 and throw a 0.6 millimeter nozzle on it. Because 0.6 millimeter probably should be the default for an educational machine. If you want high detail, then you want a 0.4 or a 0.3 nozzle. But if most people don't want high detail. Most, well, not that they don't want high detail, is that what they're printing isn't high detail. I'm printing a geocache container. There's nothing high detail about this container. I'm printing a bracket for my sink. There's nothing high detail about that. And the difference between 0.4 and 0.6 is not very much. They're almost the same. But that 50% increased layer patch makes a lot of difference in a lot of things. That makes more sense than you think, Mike. With the cost of resin printers nowadays, it's not a bad idea to have a resin printer sitting alongside your FDM printer. So, for example, if I were to print a Saturn V rocket, you know, I would print the rocket with an FDM printer, and I would print the escape tower with an FDM printer. So, the super high detail parts. Just make them flexible. Just add a bunch of tenacious to it so that it's more flexible. This way they don't break. Because a lot of resin parts are brittle. But, you know, if I wanted to print this, okay, you want a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. But anything bigger than this, even a benchy prints fine with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. It's fine. You don't have to go with a thicker layer height, but now you only need 2 perimeters instead of 3. So your base printer setup is 3 by 3 by 3 by 25. So that's 3 top layers, 3 bottom layers, 3 walls or perimeters, and 25% infill. That's your base settings that everybody should use. The only time you should deviate from that is when you understand what you're doing and you're saying, okay, well, I want this to be thinner in vase mode, so I use no top, no bottom, and you know, whatever, you change your settings. But the default for a beginner should be 3 by 3 by 3 by 25. It also depends on what resin you're using. Also, get an enclosure. They make little enclosures. I don't have mine in here. It's kind of like this. You can get enclosures like this but they're taller instead of wider. That's for a laser, so it's wide and low, but they make taller ones, and you just put a hose on the back and run it out to a window or your dryer vent or something like that with a little fan in there. All you're looking to do is create that slight bit of negative pressure that'll make those fumes go that way instead of into your house. That's all. If you have I have a pretty open volume house, and I have plenty of ventilation, so that's not really a problem for me. Some resins are worse than other, like Wanhao resins. Oh God, they are so freaking stinky. Some resins are bad. Like, you smell it on the other side of the house, it's bad. But otherwise, just ventilate it outside. Get a sheet of styrofoam. Make yourself a little enclosure with a door on the front. Put a window on it, little light inside so you can see it. And I do have videos on nozzle sizes and differences in layer heights and stuff like that. I do have whole videos on that. But yeah, go with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. You'll have a lot fewer failures and far better good results with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. You of course just have to remember to change the slicer settings to be 0.6 and 0.6. And leave it at 0.2 for layer height, that's fine. Although I would make the new default 0.24 millimeter. Because that prints slightly faster. You get about 22% increase in speed. Because 22% fewer layers. But yeah, less perimeters are needed. Less infill is needed if it's just there for strength. Because all of your lines are going to be thicker and stronger. Your bonding will be better. I know a 0.8 will do ABS. I'm not so sure. Any cubic resins aren't that stinky. It's not that bad, but that's very subjective. What's not stinky to me might be abysmally stinky to you. So, when I do my first layer, I pick a size, and I always use that size no matter what I do. When I print an object, like say I print this object with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, okay, and I want to use 0.3 millimeter layers. My first layer is still 0.2 millimeters. If I want to print 0.1 millimeters, my first layer is still 0.2 millimeters. So I create a multiple process in Simplify 3D at 0.2 millimeters, and then I set my first layer for 0.2, and then after that, whatever I want. This way, I never have to putz with the settings on the printer. No, that's not for adhesion. That's so I don't have to change it. If I change the first layer height, I've got to change the bed level. No matter how much it's supposed to adjust to that automatically, it never does. And you got to twiddle with the goddamn nozzles, or the knobs. But if the first layer is always 0.2 millimeters, or in the case of my big nozzles, my first layer is always 0.4 millimeters. So even if I'm printing at 0.05 millimeters, my first layer is still 0.4 millimeters. Unless there's a reason I can't do that for some reason, which I've never encountered. I do vase mode. The first layer is the normal layer height, and then I switch to the different layer height. It should make articulating parts easier to work with. As long as your first layer is correctly tuned, then it'll make your first layer better because it'll be reliable and consistent. So it's a little annoying sometimes, but it's worth it. Now, quid pro quo. I don't do that as often nowadays because of baby stepping. Lick my balls. Because of baby stepping, you don't really have to do that anymore. If you go to 0.1 millimeter layers, you can just baby step up or down until it's just right. So baby stepping does make that a hell of a lot easier. I have quite a few videos on vase mode, including some complex tasks that you can do in vase mode. And once I'm finished with all these parts, I still have to test the other parts that I made. I'll be making a dedicated video just for these. It'll be a 10 or 12 minute video just on this. you know, how I converted it and optimized it for vase mode. But of course, that's going to be a niche video because this is really made for big nozzles. Like, this would work good on a 0.6 millimeter nozzle if you did it 2-layer. Like I have the other part where it slices through like this. So it's 2 walls, inside and outside. With 1.4 millimeters, I can make this single wall. But with with a 0.6 to 0.8, you really want that to be 2 walls, because a 0.6 would still be easy enough to squish. There you go. They won't. Well, they're going to be wider. So tuning your extrusion multiplier becomes more important. But yes, as you go bigger nozzles, your top layers will not be as clean. They won't be as smooth. But that should only have an effect when you are when you have an exposed top layer, a large exposed top layer. You know, for something like this where it terminates, you know, it's not going to make much of a difference. Those defects are there with the 0.4. They're just smaller, so you don't notice them as easily. But yes, that is a compromise. But most people aren't making high-resolution prints with large top surfaces. So for most people, it's not going to affect them. 0.8, you definitely start seeing the difference. But 0.6, you should be okay for the most part. Boy, this video is going to be interesting for people, for anybody who dares to watch it later on. Because we start off with what? 6 hours of designing and 3D printing EDC cases to 3.5 hours of political screaming and ranting, and then another hour of talking about joiners and vase mode printing. Oh, man. Possibly. My preferred slicer is Simplify 3D. It's not necessarily because it's superior, it's just more efficient for my workflow because it's what I've been using for over 10 years. So I know how it works, and I know how to do what I want to do. I don't have to relearn anything. As far as 3D modeling, I use Tinkercad because it's easy. Like, I just did this whole thing today in Tinkercad. So this whole thing, multiple versions, was done in Tinkercad. But that's because Tinkercad is object-oriented, and I am a visual object-oriented person. So that works better for me. I do have somebody who might be working with me to try to learn some Onshape, and I also need to really start, thank you, Darren, I need to start learning like Fusion 360. So I'm wondering if I should learn SolidWorks, because you can get SolidWorks for like $50 a year, and $50 a year for access to that kind of software is really pretty good. I mean, that's, you know, that's cheap. That's $4 a month for access to SolidWorks. Was that $8,000 program? So I'm wondering if I should go that route. I don't know. But yes, I do. In the description, I have a PayPal link. So I have Patreon link down there, PayPal link down there. Affiliate links. As an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. For example, if you click on that link to buy this unit, I'll earn a commission. I don't know how much it is. Probably going to be like $1 or something like that. But each time somebody buys one of these using my link, I earn a commission. Yeah, Tinkercad is limited by your imagination and your frustration level. As long as you're pretty patient, you'd be surprised what you can make in Tinkercad. I mean, this entire vase mode printed rocket, this whole thing is all vase mode printed. This whole thing was done natively in Tinkercad. I didn't import anything. But the reason I want to learn a CAD program is that I'm hoping, I don't know if they're capable of this, I'm hoping I can put a radial array of cut planes through this model and then use a universal parameter to define the distance between the cut plane and the outer surface of the model. so that I can make these more complex vase mode models without having to go through the hell I go through to create the cut planes to properly make them. And then worse, I was just talking to a guy who he discovered the same thing I did, making these slices using vase mode. And I was like, well, you're doing it wrong. You got to be double the nozzle width from the wall, or you're going to have overlap unless the slicer's making a correction. No, he was doing it right, and I was doing it right too. The difference is Simplify 3D, the cut path is the outer perimeter of the model, and then the filament is inside that. While in Cura, the tool path is the center line of the filament path. So in Simplify 3D, I can make my slots infinitely thin, and I just have to make sure they are double the nozzle width from the outside wall. But with Cura, the slot has to be one nozzle width thick, and the distance to the wall has to be one nozzle width thick, because Simplify 3D is using a draw the outside, the filament is inside. So this is your filament path, this is your tool path, and this is your filament. While Cura, this is your tool path, and your filament exists on both sides of the tool path. So for Simplify 3D slicing, I have to use 2x the nozzle width, but for Cura slicing, I have to use 1x the nozzle width. That's why I've just been including G-code. Instead of trying to slice it, I just include G-code. And that solves the problem, because now the G-code is exactly the way my slicer handles it. Well, Fusion 360 has from what I understand, the learning curve is short but steep. Tinkercad works, it's object-based. So I have to make objects and then modify those objects. Fusion 360 is 2D extruder-based. So you draw a 2D drawing and then you extrude that into 3D space. That makes Fusion a little more complicated. But it also allows it to be parametric. So I can align certain metrics in my drawings in Fusion to universal constants. And then after I've spent 1,000 hours making this model, and I discover this constant needs to be 0.2 millimeters, not 0.3 millimeters, in Tinkercad, I have to redo the whole fucking thing from beginning to end. In Fusion, I grab the universal constant and say, you're 0.2 now. And blip, 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 it goes through the entire history and modifies the entire model for me. That's nice. But you have that steep learning curve to get to that point. Exactly. You can use parameters and change them later. And that's something that Tinkercad is lacking. For simple things, I prefer Tinkercad. Because for something simple, it just doesn't take that much work, and it's so fast and easy to work with. Morley Kurt. I will copy that and search him up. So I just gotta put my nose to the books and grind away and learn it. I just gotta read the videos, watch the tutorials, and I just gotta learn how to do it. Because I see the amazing stuff people make with Fusion, and it's like, I want to do that so bad. It's like, so badly I want to do that. Let me tell you, like, making that battery holder for my my Epson viewer, that was a pain in the butt. And what's annoying is that a lot of the times, I know exactly what I want to do, I just don't know how to tell the software to do it. Center this on this. But there's a specific set of keystrokes and menus you gotta follow and things you gotta grab to make it do that. Well, with Tinkercad, I just grab this, put it here and center them. But you lose the ability to do parametrics. And the parametrics is so powerful. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that.
Which buddy? Chris.
One of my critters.
Oh, Sonic, your website's working again.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Yeah, the day they had 50-cent corn dogs. Our local Sonic stopped accepting online orders. I was like, you bastards! Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. But, ooh, Photon X. Nice. I love that big giant resin printer I got. It has issues. You know, they contacted me and said, can you make more videos about it? And I was like, I would love to, but I can't hide the flaws. I know it's a prototype, it's a beta model. And I was like, I told my viewers, they know it. They know it has some minor issues, but I'd rather not continue to beat them over the face with those minor issues. You need to show off a corrected machine. Nice. Silicone med mounts instead of springs. If you are using a proper ABL system with proper firmware to properly take advantage of a proper ABL system, and you have sufficient knowledge to diagnose and use an ABL system, hell yes. It's amazing. Because once you've got it set, you're good. You're done. You're set. All right? It's just a bit more of a learning curve. Yes, have ventilation, wear a mask, make sure you wear gloves. It's not so much, I have a feeling we're going to find out it's not toxicity like it's poisonous. For example, when dealing with anything unusually strong, anything that causes an unusually strong reaction, the same thing happens with glue, the same thing happens with spray paints, epoxies. Same thing happens with exposure to things like rubbers and latexes. The same thing happens with things like cleaners and bleach. Those things aren't poisonous. Okay, they're poisonous if you drink them, but they're not poisonous by you touching them. But what happens, it's called sensitization. What happens is the chemical is so strong that if you expose yourself to too much too often, you can become sensitized to it, to where your body will react adversely on exposure to it. There are some people who can't touch glue anymore. They have to wear gloves when using epoxy because they've become sensitized to the epoxy and they'll break out if they touch the epoxy. It's not poisonous. It's not poisoning them. They've just become sensitized to it. And I think the same thing happens with resin. It's a sensitization issue because it's such a strong chemical. Now, if you have fish, be careful. Resin is toxic to marine life. And also, if you have birds, be very careful. Birds are hypersensitive to anything in the air. The canary in the mine is a real thing because birds are so sensitive to chemicals in the air that they will die long before it would kill you. And so yeah, nothing sucks more than someone burning dinner in a Teflon pan, and the Teflon emissions from burning the pan kills their $4,000 macaw. That sucks. Poor bird too, you know what I mean? Those things are, I would consider macaws to be sentient. I would consider them to be intelligent beings. And I was in the coal region of PA, Hazleton. But My great-grandma used to work the mines. Woo! Nice. First of all, do you know what a false color image is? Yeah, I know where Pottsville is. Get one of those Wham Bam mats, or if you have access to it, if you know somebody who works at a local pizza shop, try to get a dough tray. Dough trays are perfect. You put the printer in the dough tray, you put the wash station in the dough tray. This way everything gets captured inside the dough tray. Basement, put a duct going outside, hook a hose to it with a small fan side. But, yeah. But yeah, I grew up in Hazleton, not Hazleton, Delano and Trenton area. McAdoo, Mahoney City, that area.
And Hazleton.
Mm-hmm. We didn't live in Hazleton, but we visited.
Great grandma lived in Hazleton.
No, she lived in Delano. And beautiful up there. I loved it. But yeah, you know, beautiful area, just too expensive. You know, a couple of the cities I was looking at houses in Pennsylvania, I couldn't do it because the cities that I could afford to live in, there was a reason I could afford to live in those cities, and that's because those cities were dying. They were dead cities. They used to be coal towns. They used to be steel mill towns, and those weren't there anymore. So the people were moving away, and as the people moved away, the businesses moved away, which meant more people moved away. It was a dying city. And what do they do in dying cities? They keep raising the taxes, trying to save the city, when the reality is they should be lowering the taxes to try to attract people. And wait, what's that, Richard? Oh. Oh, that's weird. Because usually they use a false color image to represent the bed level. And so the image looks more distorted than the bed actually is. That's what you need. Isopropyl alcohol. Walmart raised the price on that too. It used to be $10 a gallon. Now it's like $15 a gallon. Because it was $2.50 for a quart, which is about $10 a gallon. Yeah, now it's like $3.50 a quart, which is 14 something a gallon. So it's almost $15 a gallon now. It's like, thanks Walmart. One of the cheapest chemicals available, and you're just gonna, you know, rake us over the coals for it. 0.8's pretty big. That's not a small variance. I mean, it's not an end of the world variance, especially with a bigger nozzle, but that is a pretty big variance. Huh. Make sure there's nothing. When you put a straight edge on the bed, does it have that dip? Can you physically see the dip? With a 0.8 variance, you should be able to see that. I tried that. It didn't work well. It just didn't work very well for me. It just did not clean the models off. So you need a straight edge, like a nice metal level, you know, a nice good quality straight edge. And you put the straight edge on there, you know, X and Y, diagonal, see if you see any dips. A 0.8 variance should be a very obvious dip. You should be able to see that visibly. Hell, a 0.2 dip you'll see. So 0.8 should be very visible. If it's not, you might have sensor ghosting, meaning there might be something triggering the sensor so it's not being consistent in how far it's detecting the bed. That could be it too, a bent frame. You know, if one of the arms is bent and it's moving on, then yeah, that's going to cause a problem too. But again, that should be pretty easy to do. Get one of those gauges that has the pin that comes out and the dial. You just mount that to your hot end. You know, zero it out on the bed, and then just instruct the printer to move back and forth. if something's not level, you're going to see that gauge, you know, go as the head moves back and forth. So, and if the straight edge tells you the bed is flat and the gauge tells you it's not flat, then it might be your extrusion or your arm that's not flat. Or it might be a wheel that's out of round and it just happens to line up with a measuring point every so often. Also, another thing you can do, if you think it's the mesh causing a problem, get rid of the mesh. You should be able to program the firmware to feather out the mesh. So, for example, let's say your first layer looks like this because the bed, I'm exaggerating, okay? Say it looks like, you know, this bend in the bed, okay? So it creates a mesh that's lower here, higher here, and lower here. Well, if you maintain that mesh throughout the whole print, that can cause you a problem. So what you want to do is you want to have the software automatically feather out that mesh. So after like 5 or 10 layers, you're flat now. So there's no more adjustment up and down because you've adapted those first 5 to 10 layers to feather out the difference in your bed. And that might, now that you're at 0 all the way up, it might get rid of that problem you're having where it changes after a certain height or something. I don't know. I don't know a lot about ABL and mesh leveling, so I'm guessing when I give you these answers. I'm giving you educated guesses, and I could be totally off. But yeah, definitely check for bent extrusions. Definitely check for eccentric wheels or, you know, wheels that aren't round. And yeah, I've got a sonic cleaner, an ultrasonic bath, and I tried the simple green, and it just didn't work well for me. Maybe it depends on the resin. I don't know. I'll have to try it again because that stuff is a hell of a lot cheaper. But I just did not get good results. Even when I kind of sort of got it working okay, I still had to give it a final IPA bath to truly get it clean. Ball Liquor is back. Ball Liquor. Goodbye, Ball Liquor. Balls. What cartoon was that from? Where he kept saying balls. I can't remember what cartoon that was, and one of the characters would do that. Probably Ren and Stimpy or some shit like that, or Cat Dog or some shit like that. Nah, it wouldn't be that. It wasn't that kind of cartoon. But like Ren and Stimpy and Cat Dog were a little vulgar. They were borderline. And yeah, that's all I can think of. I'm just not very good with I'm just not very good with ABL. I never had a problem with length of time in the sonic cleaner. I kept it in the sonic cleaner for 10 minutes once, and it didn't hurt the model. It just didn't clean all the resin off. The other problem I had was that the sonic action would heat the water up. And if the water got too hot, the part would deform. But I never had it pit or damage the part. It just never seemed to fully clean the model. Yeah, the wash station works fantastically. If I could figure out a way to clean the alcohol to reuse it, I still have a couple ideas I want to try to do that. But yeah, because I don't think the alcohol becomes less effective. It just becomes full. You know, saturated. It just becomes saturated with resin. But when I get back into resin again, I'm definitely going to work on setting up a well, that's just it. If there's too much resin in it, it's depositing resin as quickly as it's taking it off because you're dumping it into resin slime. But definitely, I definitely suggest a double wash station So you have a first wash station and a second wash station. So you do your bulk cleaning in the first wash station, and then the second one, because you did the bulk cleaning in the first one, it doesn't get too saturated with resin, so it lasts a long time. And when the first one gets bad, what I'll usually do is I'll make the second one my first wash, and then I'll prep a fresh wash for the second wash. But this way, at least the resin, the alcohol in the second batch lasts a whole lot longer, and the parts come out really clean. Man, that printed so nicely. I'm going to have to do more with this ASA. I'm really impressed with how nicely this ASA printed. I mean, it's a super clean print. I wonder if this side's watertight. Yep, that's airtight. So the container itself is airtight, which means that's probably also airtight since it's the same exact bottom. Can't. Yep, that's airtight too. So now I just need to see if I can make the joint airtight. I appreciate that, Fragger. Yeah, I noticed that you end up with that goop layer on the bottom. But, so now the trick is, can I seal this just by turning it tight? Is that enough? Or do I need to create some kind of a seal in there? I mean, maybe just turning it back and forth a couple times will merge the layer together until I get a good seal.
Did you call him Frogger?
So I'll have Fragger. So I'll have to fill this with water, tighten it down, and see if it leaks. But yeah, if that could be watertight, that'd be great. That'd be fantastic, actually. Very cool. And I'm glad I put in the extra work to make them both the same size. It looks better with them being both the same size. Can't recall which I used, but it used to settle drinking water. What? Watertight is not as hard as you think. It's actually pretty easy. If you can use vase mode, it helps a lot. But you also want to make sure you use wipe, because that will make sure each internal layer staggers so the seams don't line up, which will allow it to leak. I've never actually tried to make a non-vase mode print watertight. I've never actually tried that. So I don't know how to do that with a... I could tell you how to make the bottom watertight. Okay. So let me save this. Factory file. Geocache body. And we want to go this PC, desktop, save. A flocculent chemical is used. Huh. The trick is hardening the resin that's in solution. Obviously the goop you can remove, but how do you make sure you've actually precipitated all the resin out of solution? Okay, so let's start with this piece here. So let's get rid of all this. Let's get rid of the cap. Let's center this. Let's use a new profile. We're going to use the Ender 2, since I know that one is set up for 0.4. And we're going to go down to 0.96. Let's see.
I am Groot.
Well, if you can print them watertight, then you don't have to waste time clear coating and drying and buying clear coat. Like I said, if you're making one, this doesn't really matter. But you want a whole bunch of bottom layers. That's the first thing you want to do. And so what I usually do is I try to do, you know, like 6 or 8 bottom layers, and I change it up every 2. So what I'm going to do here is prepare this model to be watertight. Okay. So tools, variable settings. Let me make this bigger for you. Let's see if I can keep the audio. Do we still have audio? Good. Okay. So I bring up my multi-process and I go 0.4, which is 2 layers. Add 0.6, no 0.8, I'm sorry. Add, and then 1.2, add, and then 1.6, add. So now I'm creating a layer at 0.4, 0.8, 1.2, and 1.6, and then everything past that. So that'll give me 5 processes. This is the first 2 layers, second 2 layers, third 2 layers, fourth 2 layers, and this is the rest of the model. So the rest of the model is going to print at 1.0, and we're going to tell it to print a 0.6 millimeter extrusion, since you should be able to get away with that with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. We're going to go no top and bottom. You notice I made them all 8 for a reason, because I need to have 8 layers, and 1 perimeter vase mode. Okay, that takes care of that layer. So this first layer, all we're going to do is change up the number of layers. So for example, let's make let's make it pretty as well. Okay, so this first layer, we're going to do the infill as concentric. Nope, outer infill concentric. Okay, and then we're going to do this one as 4 outer perimeters. That's fine. We're going to do this one as, let's say, 1 outer perimeter, and do this one audio should be back now. So, prepare to print, select all, continuous. So first thing I want to check is this. That looks okay to me. That should seal up pretty nicely. Okay, you can see here with the 0.4 millimeter nozzle how much nicer these little chevrons look. Oh, ball liquor! Oh, he's already hidden. Good job, Pygar. You see how much nicer the little chevrons look? Much more crisp and clean. If you need that, you need that. If you don't need that, then, well, no big deal. Oops, I needed to keep that up. Select all, continuous. Now, we're going to come down to Come on. Our first layer. Okay. It's because I hit slice twice, and that's processor intensive enough to break audio sync. I don't know why. Okay, so you see 4 colors here. You can ignore the teal. That's my brim. Okay. The dark blue is my outer perimeter. The slightly lighter blue is the walls, and then this light blue on the inside, that's my infill. This is all the same because I chose concentric. Okay, so layer 1, layer 2, all concentric. Then we switch to regular. Okay, so I'm starting off with 4 perimeters plus the infill. Now the reason you have to do this is because of this. No matter how perfect it is, see you later, Dixon. See how you have these little gaps here? That's where your water leaks. It leaks through those gaps. So what we have to do is vary up the number of perimeters and crisscross them so that the next layer will cover up this gap. Alright? So now watch what happens. Next layer goes that way. Okay? So now you can see not only do the layers go the opposite direction, but the ball liquor, the number of perimeters has changed. So now the old infill is underneath here where it's nice and solid instead of out here where it could potentially line up with one of these little holes. So by varying the number of perimeters and the there we go. By varying the number of perimeters and the direction of the layers, we can make sure that they don't line up with each other. And then we'll do it again. Except this time I went down to 1 perimeter infill. So now this infill is covering all of those crossovers between perimeter and infill. And then I switch again, except this time I go to 3. So not only am I creating crisscrossing layers of infill to take care of potential leaks, it's possible for the little hole of this infill to line up with the little hole of that infill. So I vary the number of perimeters, which pushes that hole out here or out here. So that solid portion of one layer covers the holes in the previous layers. So by creating at least 4 sets of 2 layers each where you do this, where you vary the number of perimeters, and the trick is varying the number of walls, because what I want to do is I want to make sure these little holes here are sitting underneath a solid bit of infill like this. And you do that by varying the perimeter count by at least 2. That's why I go, 4, and then 1, and then 3, and then 2. You vary up the number by a large amount so that you get complete overlap everywhere. You do that, your bottom will be watertight. Now the rest is going to be vase mode. Now the only thing that can stop a vase mode print from being watertight is under extrusion, meaning you have a gap in the filament that creates a hole, okay, or a model that's not properly vase mode watertight. So for example, if these diamonds were too steep, that might create gaps. They're not, they're fine. You can see here as we go through the layers, you can see I have total overlap over every piece of the diamond. It's a very shallow overhang. See how gentle that is? That shift from straight wall to point. as it forms the diamond. So that'll have no problem being watertight. Now the only problem area could be where it shifts to that, but at 0.1 millimeters, that coverage looks just fine to me. I don't see any problem with that coverage there. And then of course the rest is easy enough. That'll print without a problem. Check these. Yep, plenty of coverage. You just bring it in nice and close. Oop, there it goes. There's what we need. See? You want to check and make sure that there's no obvious gaps in that coverage. You got nice even coverage. We're good. No problem. This will be easily watertight. Okay? Now of course check for flaws. Make, circle around the whole model. Make sure there's no model errors that create glitches, that create gaps in the model, because that will break your watertight. Okay? That's it. And that print would take 3 hours and 47 minutes, and that's on a 0.4 millimeter nozzle with 0.1 millimeter layer times, which is pretty fast for a print like that, because that's pretty big. I mean, it's that big at 0.1 millimeters. So the bulk of your time is actually going to be spent doing those bottom layers, because you got to do 8 100% fill layers. But the result is this is watertight right off the printer. And this model, because it's in vase mode, will be so clean you won't have to finish it. In fact, if you want to paint it, you could just paint this any color you want. And because that finish is so smooth, even paint will act as filler, and it should paint really nicely. But yeah, that's how I make watertight vase mode containers. Now the problem with a watering jug is that a watering jug has a spout, and the spout will break vase mode. Now if you don't care about the optics, meaning if you're okay with making a modification to the model, there is a way to make a watering jug vase mode compatible. So let's go to Thingiverse. Let's type in, let's see if we can find watering. Liquor!
Oh God, he's back again.
Goodbye, ball liquor. Well, there, that watering jug is vase mode compatible, so that would be no problem. But let's see, that's too complicated. We need something a little more geometric, a little simple. Let's see here. That would be vase mode. That one, no. I'll have to wait till I'm done this because it's just going to go off sync again.
Chris, I'm feeding them now.
Here we go. Here's a perfect one. Say you want your typical simple water jug like this. Okay.
Nosy was before you. Nosy was before you, and that's my baby.
Okay. New design. I'm going to wait until I get this all loaded before we reload the stream. Let's see. Now, let's say I want to make something like this. Vase mode printable. It is possible. Although I don't know why you'd bother. Just use multiple layers. What you can do is you can fill in this and this space with a thin wall that's double your nozzle width, and then put a slice right down the middle of it, so that the nozzle can go from here, slice around here, slice around here, back around here, just like I do with the nose cones. You just have to make sure this edge and this edge are sealed. So if I were to design a simple watering jug that I want to make vase mode printable, here's how I would do that. Let's see here. I think we start off with a sphere. Give it more steps. Let's make that sphere bigger. Okay. And then we're going to chop off the bottom. Let's say 8 millimeters. Yep, I like that. So let's chop off the bottom 8 millimeters. Okay. Control D. And let's lop off the top 8 millimeters. Okay. Bring it down to 0. Okay. The next thing I'm going to do is, let's say, a torus. So there is a torus. We're going to give it more sides, more steps. Let's make the radius bigger, the tube bigger, radius bigger. Let's maintain our vase printability. Then we come in here with a cube, invert it, and chop it. There we go. That takes care of that. And how about the spout? I guess we could start with another torus, maybe. Yeah, that should work. I think I'd rather use a donut. But donut's not going to match the torus. Alright, increase the number of sides, increase the radius really big. No, this is going to be relatively thin. Okay. So now I need to bring this way up here like this. Let's center it. Okay. That looks good. Bring it down. got to bring this up to the midpoint like this. What if I just stretch it?
Sorry, baby, eat.
Yep, that works. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to... Oop. Nope. Delete. We need to put this up here. Put this up here. And we come out this way like this. Cut that. Cut that. Cut that. And then we come out here with another one. We bring that out like that. And we bring that down to cover up all of that. And then we, let's see. We do this like that. There we go. This down here like this. We join this together. And now we need to merge them. So now we're going to create a wall. The wall is going to be, let's say we did this with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle for strength. So we're going to create a 0.61. 0.61. Okay. Control D. That is not what I want you to do. I have no idea what I hit. Control D. So we're going to need one back here and we're going to need one up here. Let's line everything up on the center line. Okay. So this has to come up to here. It's not going to let me do that. There we go. So let's do that. And let's make this 45 be enough? Yep, that's enough. So we've bridged that gap. Now we're going to bring in a box in here to chop away this excess material that is sticking out of the front here. Alright, and we just join it with this. Okay. And then we take this. We need to make it about that tall. And then we shift it that way. Now this one I won't have to cut it. That's nice. Okay. Then we take this and we make it 45. Okay. And then take that, put this here, chop this top off. Join this all together. Okay. We now have a vase mode compatible object. And I don't think we have to put a cut into this because we're going to do single wall vase. So the slicer should be able to handle this. Let's export it. And let me get, as soon as I get it loaded into the slicer, I will turn off the I'll resync the audio. There we go. That will fit on. Alright, audio should be back in sync. Alright, so what we've done is we've created a model that doesn't have any angles that would break vase mode. So no extreme overhangs. The only one that concerns me is that one a little bit. And there are easy ways to fix that too. I can just take one of these plates and stick a little triangle in here so that that is not such an extreme overhang, but that might print okay. Yeah, you can also just make these thicker and they'll just fill with water, which is fine. That should work. We're actually using the exact same profile we just made for the other part. So our bottom 8 layers that crisscross and have varying number of perimeters to make the bottom watertight. And then I think 0.2 millimeters will print this just fine. So you just have to make sure that this part here has no top or bottom layers so the top will print open. Now we might lose audio sync when I click this. That was pretty fast, so I think we're okay. There you go. Oh, that did not work right. Why? Oh! I'm an idiot. You dummy. Yeah. Okay. This has to be double the nozzle width. .21. Okay. Reline up the centers. Join. Export. Alright, audio should be back. So there you go. We now have the nice solid bottom layers with varying levels of infill and perimeters. The bottom is nice and pretty concentric. Okay. These little plates connect these surfaces together so that you don't lose the vase mode while printing a more complex object like this. And in theory, if you wanted to, you could cut these out later, but I just leave them. Put some designs in it or something, you know, make something interesting with it that doesn't break vase mode. And if we over extrude a tiny bit, these should seal up without a problem. And there you go. There's a vase mode watering bottle. Now my one concern is openings like this, like here. I'm worried about that not being sealed up properly. This is a 2-hour print. Damn it. How much time does it add if I make that layer thinner? Let's go to 0.12. This is probably going to desync the audio. It adds 1 hour. So 0.12 adds 1 hour, but it does make the layers cleaner. Yeah, I'd go with 0.12. I think 0.2 might work, especially with a 0.6 millimeter extrusion. I think you'd be okay. But you could probably even get away with printing this with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, but it won't be super strong. But you'll get a better filament path. So let's go. Do I right click? Group. Let's go with a 0.4. Oh, it is 0.4 already. Oh, this already is 0.4. Oh, that's good. Okay. I thought this was already a 0.6. Yeah, let me change this down to 0.4. And then change the extrusion multiplier to 1.25. This way the pathing will still be centered, but you'll get that extra stiff extrusion. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Yep, that'll work. 3 hours, vase mode printed, which means it'll look basically perfect. It'll be a super, super clean print. Nice. I like that. That's a little concerning there. What's going on there? Oh, we have a little gap there. See how we got a tiny little gap there? Okay. Yeah, there's a little tiny micro gap there. Although I think the over extrusion will fill that in. I think the extrusion multiplier of 1.25, I think it'll fill that in just fine. I also need to change this width from 1.21 to 0.81, since now we're printing with a 0.4 instead of a 0.6. So yeah, you're going to want to change that to decouple. Change that to a 0.81. Change that to a 0.81. It works. It absolutely works to a limited extent. Depends on what you're printing. Depends on how many perimeters, how much infill, how much detail. Because when you intentionally over extrude, you lose the ability to maintain resolution, detail. And that could cause a problem. Your model won't look as nice. But, for example, something like this where you're printing something simple, yeah, you can get away with that all day long. Okay. Seriously? Come on. There we go. Now the gap is gone. See? Now it's just got a tiny little gap, which will fill in from the over extrusion. So this should be relatively stiff, and it will only consume 20 grams of filament. Now this is not very big, of course. The cool thing is, if you want to print this with a larger nozzle without breaking anything, you can just scale it. This is actually really small. This is an Ender 2 print bed, so this is only 150 millimeters across, or 200 millimeters across, or something like that. So this is pretty small, 160 roughly, so it's probably about 140, 150. So this is a little tiny watering can, But for example, I could, if I want to print this with a 0.6 nozzle, then all I have to do is scale it up 150%. 150. Now this will print perfectly with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. So I'll show you. 0.6, 0.6, 0.6. Probably want to tone down the over extrusion to like 1.15, since you won't need to extrude so much. Good, that stayed 0.96. That stayed 0.96. 0.96, 0.96. And now when we slice it, now it's perfectly sliced for a 0.6 millimeter nozzle. And as you can see, our gap stays nice and tight. And with a true 0.6 millimeter nozzle, I can probably justify going to 0.2 millimeters, which will speed up the print time. Three hours, 28 minutes. So 50% larger, but only half an hour longer print time, thanks to the higher layer height. And you could do the same thing, increase it to 200% if you're going to use a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, because this is only 217 millimeters. This is pretty small, so I can go up to 200%. Rotate it 45 degrees. Don't even need to. And now this will slice on a CR10 at 0.8 millimeters. And that did update good. We're going to tone down the over extrusion even more, since we won't need as much over extrusion. And because I'm scaling the nozzle at the exact same rate I'm scaling the model, it doesn't break anything. You still get nice, beautiful layers there. I could probably, this only takes, how long is that going to take? 5 hours, 51 minutes. Now, let's change the layer height. I can try printing this tonight. I'll have to scale it down smaller, of course. Actually, I'll scale it for the 1.2 millimeter printer. But now I can probably get away with 0.4 millimeter layers. I'll leave them at 0.2. I can increase them if I want to, but that gets to be more of a pain in the butt. Yeah, that works fine. So there's for a 0.8 millimeter. And now that's actually pretty big. That'll actually hold a lot of water. And because it's 0.8 millimeter thick walls, almost 0.9 with the over extrusion, that'll be a nice strong print too. And it, in theory, it should be watertight. Yeah, in theory, this should stay watertight. There's your opening. So yeah, just a simple way to make a nice strong vase mode printable watering jug. Cool. Now I can't go higher than that because that's already, so if I want to go to a 1 millimeter nozzle, I would need to go to 250%, which I think might exceed build volume. No, that'll still fit. So I can go up to a 1mm nozzle and still fit on a CR10 size bed. And you see it's 265 by 265. How big can I go? 300. I can go up to 282%. So I can go almost to a 1.2mm nozzle with this one scaled model and still fit on a CR10 bed. On my Anycubic Viper, I can go up to 1.4mm easily. I can go up to the 300% that I need for a 1.2mm nozzle. And so let's change to 1.2 for the Viper. And now I need to change all of my, now this time I need to change my layers because I don't want to do tiny little layers. So this has to go to 0.8. This has to go 0.8 to 1.6. This has to go 1.6 to 3.2. And this has to go, oh no, I was doubling it. That was wrong. I did that wrong. Number 2, that's totally wrong. Oh shit, they're grouped. Ungroup. There we go. So this is going from 0 to 0.8. And then 8 to 1.6. And then 1.6 to 2.4. 4. And then 2.4 to 3. 3.2. 2.4 to 3.2. Okay. Now we change the nozzle size. 1.2. Layer height 0.4. 1.2. 0.4. 1.2. 0.4. Let's make sure this one's changed. 1.2. 0.4. And we are going to lower down to 1.0 on the extrusion multiplier. And we're going to go 0.96 on those. That's fine. And now, if I printed this on the Chiron, I can print that in 7 hours. This thing is gigantic. It's going to take 400 grams of filament. It's huge. And it'll print in 7 hours. It's amazing how fast you can print when you can start using big fat nozzles and big fat layers. And I bet you I can get away with 0.6 millimeters on that final vase print. I bet you I can get away with 0.6. Because it's 1.2 millimeter nozzles, it's only 50%. That will print in 5 hours, 6 minutes. I knocked 2 hours off the print time. Oh yeah, 0.6 is fine for that. Yeah. No, it's not. Nope. Yeah, see how I have a gap? Yeah, see? See how there's a gap here? Water will leak out of that. Even if it over extrudes, water's going to leak out of that. So yeah, I got to go down. I would have to make that angle steeper. It's too flat. It's too level. There are ways to fix that. So the way to fix that would be to push this arm further into the model so that this part becomes the part that comes out of the side here, and that steeper angle will print tighter. I could also flatten the arm this way. I can make the arm taller but flatter to decrease that flatness up top here. The flatness, how flat it gets up here, is where the problem is. So when you start designing phase mode, you start recognizing some of these things. Like this one, I would push this in a little bit so that this vertex here is what touches the sphere. And that should get rid of that. The flat bottom and the flat top take care of the sphere getting too tight at the top and bottom. That takes care of that. So in the program, let's see here, break it apart again. So what I would do in here, select both of these to excuse me. Oh, these are all one piece now. Separate. Okay, so what I need to do is join these together. There. Now let's change the color so I can see what I'm messing with. There we go. So I can take this whole thing and just shimmy it this way. There we go. Now I have a steeper angle coming out of there. And then I could do the same thing with this. I don't know if that's going to work. That makes the handle awfully small. So I might want to scale it a little bit. That might work. There we go. A little sketchy, but it might work. Let's make them both the same. So 10. Let's make this one 10 as well. Alright. Now let's recenter everything along the center line. And let's put another chop block down here to chop this thing up. There we go. That works. It's not perfect, but it works. I still want to stretch this out a little bit, bring it in a little bit. I still don't like that angle. Not a fan. What I could do is just bring it up to the top. You're never going to fill it to the top, so if it leaks out a little bit, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I could do that. That would work. This way, if it's a little sloppy up top, it's okay. That angle should be okay. Alright, export it. And let's try it again. Remove, bring it back in as a new model. We know we need it to be 300% for the 1.2 milliliter nozzle. 45. We could probably get away with 3x3. In fact, I bet you we can. I bet you that's close enough for the thin wall behavior to account for the difference. Okay. Oh yeah. See, this might not be perfect, but you're never going to fill it all the way that high anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I think that would work. How's this looking here? This is where you got to worry. This part right here. And I think that's okay. With a 1.2 millimeter extrusion, I think that would work just fine. 370 kilogram or 370 grams, 6 hours 40 minutes, so probably like 8 hours. And that's a big boy right there. That's big. Oh, I have an artifact. Look at that. I got an artifact right there. Ah, there must be an opening there. I must have a flaw in the model right there. Let's bring it back. Yep, I can see it. No, I don't. So why is that opening up on me? I scaled it. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. Yep, it got shrunk. I forgot. That one's still okay. So let's center these. Nope, I gotta do them all. Everything centered. Okay. Join that together. Join that together. Export. STL. Actually, one more correction. I noticed this was a little tiny bit off. So let's do that. Let's put this here. Let's chop off the top of this. There. That'll guarantee we don't have a problem there. There we go. This. Alright, scale it up to 300% and 45-degree angle. Now can I get away with going down to 300? I think I can. Yes. Yep, no gaps. We're good. That looks good. Should be watertight. That looks good. No break in the vase mode. I don't see any gaps. That should be watertight. That's it. That should work. This might be a little loose right here, but it's at the very top. You're never going to fill it up all that way, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, that works.
Alright, Chris. You're done.
I like that. That's nice. Okay, let's save that. as an STL. Export binary STL. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. No, we got to keep the original model so that it can be scaled. Okay. That works for me. Yeah, that works for me. I like that. I probably should stretch this one down too, just to make it look nicer. It'll look more like this. It'll give it a better aesthetic. That's actually kind of cool looking. I kind of dig that.
Tender.
Yeah, I kind of dig that a lot. So we just do one of these, and then we invert it. That works. Yeah, I kind of dig that. That's got a that's vibing nicely. I like that. It's got a yin-yang look for it. In fact, this might even be cooler if I squish this a little bit. Because the big one's going to be friggin' huge. Oh yeah. Yep, that's vibing with me. I like that. I like that a lot. And that's what we're doing. Ooh, I like that a lot. Let's do it at 45 degrees. So that's all ready if you enlarge it. Come on, what's taking you so long? Yeah, I'm digging that. That's really cool looking. We are already rotated. 300% for the 1.2 millimeter nozzle. Shrink it down to be under 300. Slice. Oh yeah, that's cool. I like that a lot. And now this spout is down where it's supposed to be, down here. Oh man, that is cool. Yeah, the spiral pod or the yin yang pod, or yeah, there's all kinds of ways you can work that. I like it a lot. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? It's printing a brim in midair. It should not be doing that. Yeah, but the slicer is supposed to be smart enough not to do that. I've never seen it do that. I've never seen it do that. It's usually smart enough not to do that. I have never once seen it do that. It always removes that. Ball Licker's back! Ball liquor's gone. I don't know why he keeps trying. Does he think I'm going to give up? I mean, it's literally click, click, and I get an excuse to say ball liquor. I mean, well, what's the objective here, buddy? What's the mission? Oh my God. Oh man. People are dumb. I'm gonna upload this. This looks nice. I like this a lot.
Chris, are you gonna watch TV?
Wow. Yeah, but I like saying ball liquor because that just shows how pathetic he is. That he's a ball liquor.
Did you say ball liquor?
Oh man, I love this.
Are you a ball liquor? Do you lick balls?
Okay, well at least I'm helping him enjoy himself, I guess. You know.
Do you?
That's what floats his boat. Now, what would happen if I tried to slice this at 1.4?
Are you a ball liquor?
Because I have a 1.4 on here.
Okay. Do you love mommy? Do you love your mommy?
Do I have enough
Baby, do you love me? I love you. I love you.
thin wall behavior overlap to be able to do this without breaking it? Or am I going to have to make this thicker?
I don't know. Do you?
Yeah, it's 1.4, baby. That's how you print single wall vase mode prints like this that you can't break. That you literally can't break with your bare hands. Fat nozzles are awesome, man. It's called spaghetti printing.
Yeah. You don't
This might not work. The overlap might not be enough, but it might. Will it accept it? Yes! It took it! Oh, wow! So the thin wall behavior overlap is sufficient to allow it to print that. Oh, that is awesome. Okay, now let's go fatter layers because we absolutely can with this. Let's go with a 0.8 millimeter layer. I bet you I can get away with that.
Andrew's jealous.
That's pushing it, but let's see what happens.
Andrew, don't even think about it, Punk.
Okay, this I have no
Don't
concerns
even
with.
think about
This should be fine.
it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Andrew.
I am concerned about this under here. Hey, that looks fine too. Holy shit, 0.8 millimeters. 3.5 hours! So I could print this in like 4 or 5 hours. I could print this. Now, as you can see, we're losing it here. But that's okay. You're never going to fill it up that high. So it's totally okay if that doesn't seal up properly because you're never going to put that much water in it. Okay, that's cool. I like that. Now, what I can do... Ooh, those do look a little, those look a little spicy. I think that's okay. That looks okay. That's looking a little spicy. So what I might do is add another layer. Let's do it about there. Add layer, split process, and we're going to drop this down to 0.4, probably enough. Oh, screw it. Let's go ultra fine, 0.2. It's only going to add like 10 minutes, if that. Yeah, 10 minutes on the dot.
Chris.
Although, can it transition from 0.8 to 0.2? I see a gap here. So it might not be able to transition to point 2. So let's try multi-layer. Tools, variable. Let's do it. Add a layer and
Chris,
add a layer.
are you to be watching
Okay. So this will be 0.6. This will be 0.4. This will be 0.2. Let's see if that works. It might. That don't look too bad.
Nosy, watch out. You're about to get
Because
jumped.
even 0.4 doesn't close up once you hit this part. Let's try 0.3. A little bit better. It's still opened up a little bit here. I think what I need to do is to get rid of these extra layers and bring them down lower.
That's what I thought.
I think I need to transition before I get to that point right there. So I don't have to do this. I want to play around just because it's fun. So let's start the transition here. Add. Let's go 1, 2, add, 1, 2, add, 1, 2, add. Now let's try 0.6. 0.4. Oh, wait a minute. 0.6, 0.5. Then 0.4. And then 0.2. Let's see how that works out.
Ball liquor, he's gone.
Makes you wonder, how many accounts does he have? I think 0.8's pushing it. As cool as it would look with a 0.8 millimeter layer height, I think that's pushing it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the base layer 0.6. I just think that's going to be healthier. It'll have a higher probability of being watertight. Yeah, that's much better. So 6, 5, 4. I can even do it in gradations. So 6, and then go to 0.5, and then 0.4, and then 0.3, and then 0.2. That'll give a nice smooth transition from 6 to 2, which will look better aesthetically. The point more watertight. Yeah, there we go. 6, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2. That's a much gentler transition from layer to layer. And much smoother transition from layer to layer, as well as looking a lot nicer. And it's still only a 6-hour print. It says 5 hours, but really it's about 6 hours. Okay, let's do this. Now, is there any way I can change? Yes, I can. Edit. Group selection. Edit. Group. Let's go to decode. Cooling, turn it off. Temperature 260. Add temperature. Heated bed. Seriously? Heated bed. We're going to do 90, and then layer 2 we'll go to 100. Okay. There. That will work. Woo, it barely fits. I think we can turn off the brim. And I think we need to scale this down one more tick. Let's get down to 297. Center. Let's see if it still slices. Scaled down. Yep, thin wall behavior is still compensating. So we are good. 4 hours, 55 minutes, so 5 hours, so probably a 6-hour print. Let's save this. This looks cool. I just kind of really dig this. There it is. Let's leave it sizzling curing. And we are going to print this. And I will put this up on Thingiverse as well. I know I'm out of sync. I'm going to end the stream. I will have this put up on Thingiverse once I verify the 0.4. I guess I can upload this one and upload the 0.4 later. But I will also upload the watering kettle for you. So, you know, hit my Thingiverse link and it'll be the first 2 items. But I kind of dig this watering kettle. It's kind of cool. And just remember to avoid breaking thin wall behavior. So if you want to print a 0.6 millimeter extrusion with your 0.4 millimeter nozzle using the 0.4 scaling or the 0.6 scaling, if you scale it to 150%, change your line width to 0.6 millimeters. If you want to print it at the smaller size, but still with a 0.6 millimeter nozzle, leave your nozzle at 0.4 and increase your extrusion multiplier to like 1.3. That'll keep the pathing correct while giving you the fatter extrusions. That's it. I will see you guys next week. This was fun. I think I'm going to have to play this back after it finishes editing and put a note in where people can chapterize it so people can jump